Before the appearance of man, Earth was a vast and untamed stage, shaped by natural forces that had been unfolding for millions of years. Immense volcanoes hurled ash into the skies, altering the climate and reshaping the landscape, while gigantic rivers carved deep and fertile valleys across the continents. Colossal mountains rose on the horizon, some young and sharp, others worn down by time and rain until they became open plains. The oceans were warmer and teeming with life, and the winds swept across the continents without obstacles, carrying dust, moisture, and seeds that shaped every corner of the planet. In the most remote regions, endless deserts stretched as far as the eye could see, while in the colder areas, vast ice fields dominated, creating a planet of extremes, always changing, always in transformation. The fauna was astonishing in its diversity and size. Species that no longer exist today roamed the savannas, such as giant sloths, long-fanged, saber-toothed cats that hunted with precision, and massive birds that could not fly, but ruled the land with their strong legs. In some regions, herds of enormous animals moved together, like living rivers of flesh and bone. Woolly mammoths endured the harshest cold, while shaggy rhinoceroses tore through the snow to reach small hidden plants. In the heat of tropical regions, oversized lizards and colorful birds coexisted in balance, and in dense forests where light barely penetrated, smaller creatures adapted to the shadows, competing for food and protection. The seasons were long and intense. Winters lasted for years in certain parts of the planet, turning forests into frozen deserts. Summers brought rain so heavy that rivers overflowed, creating lakes and swamps that extended for kilometers. During the transitions between these prolonged seasons, the planet went through unstable periods, when plants grew in abundance, only to disappear almost completely, forcing animals to migrate constantly. It was a world of relentless survival, a world where adaptation was the only key to the continuation of life. The flora also displayed an extraordinary richness. Massive trees grew in humid soils, forming dense green forests. In more open regions, grasses began to spread, creating environments suitable for grazing animals, which would soon become the main source of food for predators. Flowering plants were rare at first, but gradually spread, attracting insects and changing the balance of life around them. In arid areas, cacti and thorny shrubs fought against water scarcity, while in temperate climates the leaves of trees changed color and fell in long, continuous cycles, covering the ground like a protective blanket for the soil. This primitive Earth knew no borders and no human presence. It was a pure planet, inhabited only by creatures that followed the rhythm imposed by nature. Volcanoes erupted without warning, earthquakes reshaped the land, and electric storms crossed the skies with unimaginable force. This world, hostile and yet full of life, was the cradle of the transformations that would one day prepare the path for the first hominids to appear. It was in this scenario of immense challenges that life, little by little, began to create solutions to endure, grow, and spread. As time went by, these environments began to give rise to complex ecosystems. Regions that had once been deserts came to have rivers and lakes, while others became arid after long periods of drought. Mountains rose and wore down, oceans advanced over dry land and then receded. This constant change shaped every living being, creating the perfect stage so that later, a new form of life, unlike any other, could take its first steps on Earth. This was the stage set, a wild and unpredictable planet, where the story of man had not yet begun, but all the conditions were slowly being prepared for it to happen. Among the millions of years that separated wildlife from the presence of humans, a group of primates slowly began to stand out in the immensity of nature. These first hominids appeared in hostile environments, in open savannas and fragmented forest regions, where survival depended on the ability to observe, learn, and adapt. They were neither strong like the great predators, nor fast like the prey they hunted, but they possessed something unique: a developing brain, an instinct for cooperation, and a curiosity that drove them to seek solutions to everything that threatened them. They lived in small groups, protecting one another, dividing tasks, and finding strength in unity where alone they could not endure. These early beings, still very different from modern humans, began to change their physical form according to the environment in which they lived. Their hands became more skillful, their thumbs more opposable, allowing them to grasp objects and manipulate branches and stones. Their teeth and jaws were strong, adapted to crush hard roots, tough fruits, and raw meat scavenged from carcasses abandoned by large predators. Their posture began to change gradually. As they raised their torso and moved more upright, their hands became free to carry food, stones, and small objects that would become essential in the struggle for life. These slow steps toward an upright posture marked one of the greatest revolutions in the history of life on Earth. The adaptations did not occur overnight, but over thousands of generations. In regions where trees grew scarce, these primates had to leave the safety of the treetops and learn to walk on open ground, facing constant dangers. Their vision became sharper to detect predators from a distance. Their sense of smell remained vital for finding food and perceiving invisible threats. Every detail of their bodies and their behavior was shaped by a challenging environment that demanded intelligence and creativity to survive. Through these transformations emerged the first Australopithecines, creatures that still combined characteristics of apes, with traits already close to future humans. Life in groups was one of the keys to their survival. Together, hominids could defend themselves better and plan small actions. This collective life brought another transformation: communication. Articulated language did not yet exist, but guttural sounds, grunts, and gestures began to serve as codes that transmitted warnings, indicated danger, and showed where food could be found. This rudimentary ability to express intentions and emotions created a deeper bond between them and strengthened their groups, ensuring a better chance of protection against predators like giant felines or prehistoric hyenas. Over time, these early hominids began to explore their surroundings with a new perspective. Branches, bones, and stones ceased to be just part of the scenery and became improvised tools. A branch could knock down fruits from a tall tree, a stone could crack open the hard shell of a nut, and a bone could be used to dig up hidden roots. These simple discoveries marked the beginning of a long journey toward mastery over nature. Intelligence, still embryonic, began to manifest itself clearly. The environment imposed another important change: diet. Unlike many animals, hominids were not specialists in a single type of food. They ate fruits, leaves, seeds, roots, and, whenever possible, meat remains. This dietary diversity made them develop new ways to obtain nutrients, turning them into versatile and adaptable creatures. The meat scavenged from carcasses, still raw, provided proteins and fats that fueled brain growth, a factor that would become a key advantage over time. These first species knew no comfort. They slept in improvised nests in branches, in caves, or on the ground covered with leaves, always alert to the sounds of the night. Rain, cold, heat, and predators were constant companions. Despite the hardships, these pioneering generations unknowingly built the foundations of what would one day become modern humans. Every step they took, every gesture, every attempt to learn from nature, prepared the path for even more extraordinary advances. These hominids were the seed that would one day grow into us, beings capable of creating, imagining, and transforming the world. Between 3 and 4 million years ago, a creature emerged that would become a fundamental milestone in the history of evolution: the Australopithecus. Its name means southern ape because its first fossils were discovered in southern Africa, but the importance of this species goes far beyond geography. They were the first to present a combination of characteristics that placed them halfway between primates that lived exclusively in trees and the future humans capable of walking long distances upright. The existence of Australopithecus was a direct response to the drastic changes in climate and landscape of that time, when forests began to give way to wide, open savannas, demanding quick and deep adaptations in order to survive. Physically, Australopithecus still shared similarities with apes, such as long arms, agile hands for climbing, and a relatively small body, but it displayed a feature that changed everything: the ability to walk upright far more often than its predecessors. This bipedal posture gave them a huge advantage on the plains, as it allowed them to see farther, identify predators, carry objects, and use their hands for tasks beyond locomotion. Their feet, adapted to stand firmly on the ground, and the curvature of their legs revealed a slow but decisive evolution toward what we now recognize as human walking. The life of this group was still very simple, based on gathering available food and constantly fleeing from predators. They lived in small bands, and this social life became increasingly important for ensuring survival. With watchful eyes and a brain slightly larger than that of apes, Australopithecus began to explore the environment in a different way. If a branch could be used to reach fruits, they used it. If a stone could break open seeds, they picked it up. They were not yet manufacturing tools, but the ability to use objects from their surroundings was a revolutionary step that would later evolve into the deliberate creation of tools. The diet of this hominid was quite varied. While most apes were limited to fruits, leaves, and seeds, Australopithecus incorporated harder roots, nuts, and even insects into its diet. Remains of meat found after large predators had left were a precious source of energy and protein. This diverse diet began to influence the evolution of their brain, as the increase in nutritional quality accelerated the development of intelligence. Meat, even raw and scavenged opportunistically, marked the beginning of a long relationship between humans and animal protein consumption. Another remarkable aspect was the environment in which they lived. Australopithecus had to adapt to a constantly changing setting. The open plains offered none of the protection that trees did, so they came to rely more on observation, collective work, and mobility to survive. Shelters were improvised under branches or in small caves, and rest was light, almost always interrupted by the need to remain alert. The sounds of the night were a constant reminder of the danger lurking in every shadow. Saber-toothed cats, giant hyenas, and predatory birds were daily threats, and every individual had to be ready to flee or fight. Although they did not speak like we do, communication evolved significantly during this period. The use of more varied sounds and more precise gestures began to create a primitive form of language. Looks, hand movements, and vocalizations were used to coordinate the group and teach the younger ones. This early stage of more refined cooperation was crucial for collective survival, as it allowed the groups to function as a more cohesive unit in the face of environmental challenges. Australopithecus represents a clear bridge in evolution. It was no longer just an ordinary ape, and was not yet a human as we know it, but it was paving the way for the existence of more complex species. It shows us how small changes, repeated over thousands of generations, shape something entirely new. Without them, there would be no Homo habilis, no Homo erectus, and much later, no Homo sapiens. These southern apes were the first spark of a journey that would lead to the emergence of modern humans and their unique ability to transform the Earth. Around 2.5 million years ago, the African landscape began to witness the appearance of a new species that would take evolutionary history to another level. This new being was more skillful, more creative, and more curious, the Homo habilis, whose name literally means skillful man. It emerged after a long period of environmental changes that made survival increasingly demanding. The climate had become unstable, alternating between periods of drought and abundance, creating a constant challenge for every creature. In this context, those who could use intelligence and their hands to modify the environment gained an advantage that no claw or tooth could provide. This was the essence of Homo habilis, a species that was beginning to understand that the world around them could be shaped to serve their needs. Physically, Homo habilis had a more robust body than Australopithecus, but still had strong arms and legs adapted for walking long distances. Its brain was noticeably larger, reaching close to 700 cubic centimeters, which meant greater capacity for reasoning and memory. This difference in brain mass opened the way for something that changed everything: the ability to plan before acting. Unlike earlier hominids, who only used objects they found in nature, Homo habilis began to consciously shape stones and bones to create tools. This intentional creation was a watershed moment in the evolutionary path of humankind. The rudimentary tools created by this species were simple but effective. They struck one stone against another to form a sharp edge, creating a utensil capable of tearing flesh, cutting plant fibers, and opening bones to reach nutritious marrow. This seemingly simple gesture marked the beginning of human technology. Over time, these tools became more precisely made and were kept for future use, showing that Homo habilis not only thought about the present moment, but could anticipate future needs. This notion of planning, unheard of until then, proved vital for survival in an unpredictable world. Group life continued to be the foundation of security. Homo habilis hunted small animals, gathered fruits, roots, and seeds, and took advantage of the remains left by larger predators. When a group found a fresh carcass, Their tools were used to cut pieces of meat before other animals arrived. This efficiency allowed them to gain access to more nutritious food in less time, making them stronger and more resilient. Furthermore, the ability to share food reinforced social cohesion and created a basic system of reciprocity that strengthened group bonds. With the introduction of tools, Homo habilis gradually changed its diet and routine. Access to marrow-rich bones, raw meat, and new plants allowed for a more varied and energetic diet, which further stimulated brain growth. This feedback loop between diet and intelligence became one of the most important engines of human evolution. At the same time, the ability to manipulate objects increased the complexity of their hands, making their fingers more agile and precise, creating a continuous cycle of improvements that set them apart from any other animal. In terms of communication, gestures and sounds became more sophisticated. Cooperation required increasingly effective ways to transmit information. Danger warnings, food signals, calls to hunt together, and sounds to attract attention began to form a kind of rudimentary vocabulary. This advancement in communication allowed for better coordinated hunting strategies and greater collective care for offspring and the more vulnerable members of the group. Homo habilis was also a traveler. The search for food led them to explore ever larger regions, crossing open fields and reaching previously unknown territories. This mobility exposed them to different climates and resources, which further increased their ability to adapt. This spirit of exploration and transformation would become a hallmark of their descendants. The story of Homo habilis is, therefore, the story of a being who learned to transform the world around him. Their tools were rough, but they carried within them the essence of what would make human beings a unique species, the ability to create technology and to imagine solutions to problems. By striking two stones and producing a blade, they lit a spark that would never be extinguished, opening the path to all future inventions. This flame of creativity would gradually make them masters of adaptation and true architects of the destiny of humanity. In the vast prehistoric landscapes, where each day was a challenge and each night a promise of new dangers, life in small bands became the safest strategy for the first humans. These groupings were the foundation of survival and the root of what would later develop into complex societies. A band was not just a collection of individuals living close to one another, it was a network of protection, learning, and sharing. In a world with no powerful weapons, no walled cities, and no lasting shelters, strength came from the collective. United, they were able to face threats that would have been impossible for a lone individual, and this union marked the beginning of structured social coexistence. These bands were generally composed of extended families, but there was no fixed concept of kinship as we know it today. They included parents, children, siblings, and also individuals with no blood ties who found in the group an opportunity for protection. The cohesion of these groups was strengthened by the instinct to share. They shared food, body heat on cold nights, vigilance against predators, and most importantly, knowledge. What one member learned was passed on to the others, whether it was about where to find edible roots, how to scare away a dangerous animal, or which stone was best for making tools. This flow of knowledge became a foundation for cultural evolution. Daily activities within a band were divided naturally. The most agile and strong went out to hunt or gather food, while others cared for the young and protected the improvised camps. At first, there were no rigid hierarchies, but over time, leaderships emerged based on experience and the ability to make quick decisions. The oldest or wisest, due to knowing paths, plants, and signs of danger, assumed a guiding role. These early forms of leadership were not imposed by force, but earned through respect. This dynamic was essential for survival in an unpredictable environment. Movement was constant. These groups were nomadic by nature, always in search of resources. They moved according to the time of year, following the migration of animals or the availability of fruits and roots. This mobility forced each band to be light and efficient. They carried only what was essential, such as rudimentary stone and bone tools, a few improvised containers for carrying water, and the knowledge stored in their memory. The place that today served as a shelter would be abandoned tomorrow in search of something better. This life without a fixed territory forged an impressive physical endurance and a remarkable ability to adapt to any terrain. Moments of rest took place around a fire when they had managed to control it, or simply gathered in safe places when they had not yet mastered that skill. At night, they all slept together, forming a circle where the strongest positioned themselves on the outer edge and the most vulnerable stayed in the center. This habit of sleeping in groups was not only a mechanism of protection against predators, but also a symbol of the emotional bond that was beginning to grow among these early humans. There, around the flame, even before complex speech existed, the first narratives arose, made of gestures and sounds, as if each generation was passing on to the next the accumulated experience of living in that wild world. The division of tasks within the group also increased the sense of community. While some went out to gather food, others dedicated themselves to preparing small traps, observing animal movements, caring for the young, and even watching signs in the sky and wind. This cooperative behavior not only increased the chances of survival, but also stimulated the development of more refined cognitive skills. For a group to function, it was necessary to learn to coexist, to negotiate, and to understand the needs of others. The hostile environment turned these bands into a living laboratory of social innovation. Every problem demanded a collective solution. When a predator approached, it was not one individual who fought alone. It was the group that reacted together. When drought made life difficult, they migrated as one. This form of organization created an invisible structure that would forever shape the destiny of humanity, the notion that together we are stronger. Thus, life in small bands was not only a form of defense, it was the origin of culture, tradition, the transmission of values, and the sense of belonging, seeds that would slowly grow into villages, tribes, and civilizations. Among all the transformations that shaped the first humans, nothing was as decisive as the discovery of what hands could do. Unlike other species that relied only on claws, teeth, or speed, humans discovered that they could amplify their strength by using external objects, turning simple elements of nature into extensions of themselves. This was how the first technology was born, the flaked stone. This seemingly simple act, holding a stone in one hand, striking it with another, and shaping a sharp edge, marked the beginning of a path of no return. From that moment on, the first hominids were no longer just part of the natural world. They had begun to shape it in their favor. The stones were chosen carefully. Not all were suitable, and little by little they learned to select those that were harder and more resistant. With a well-calculated blow, a piece of the stone would detach, creating a sharp edge. This rudimentary blade could cut meat, peel plants, scrape hides, and even break open bones. It was a simple tool, but it increased the group's efficiency in all daily activities. Before flaked stone, opening a tough fruit could take hours. After it, only a few seconds. This gain in time and energy allowed groups to secure food more effectively and gave them more freedom to explore new ideas. The mastery of these tools was such an important step that even today archaeologists identify ancient cultures by the way they produced and perfected their instruments. At first, the stones were just crudely broken. Over generations, techniques emerged to better control the shape of the flakes. Small adjustments in the force and angle of the blow made all the difference. Some stones became more pointed for piercing, others wider for cutting, and others flatter for scraping surfaces. This diversity demonstrated that human intelligence lay not only in creation, but also in the ability to adapt each tool to a specific function. These tools also began to have a symbolic value within the group. Those who mastered the art of flaking stone became more useful and earned respect. Good tools increased the chances of obtaining fresh meat before other predators arrived. This skill of using and sharing tools created stronger bonds among group members. When someone produced an effective blade, it was used by everyone, and thus one of the first examples of collective technology was established. This habit of sharing resources created by the intellect, rather than just found in nature, further reinforced the importance of community life. The impact of flaked stones was not limited to food. They also allowed humans to process animal hides, creating coverings against the cold and improvising more resistant shelters. Additionally, they made it possible to dig holes to search for nutritious roots or to store water. Over time, these tools became so essential that each group carried with them a small stock of selected stones, something that, in a way, became one of the first portable assets in history. Another transformative aspect was the relationship between these tools and hunting. Before this, early humans depended mainly on gathering and on the remains left by predators. With flaked stone, they could start cutting meat more quickly, and later began to make rudimentary spears with hardened branches and sharp points. This advancement did not make them dominant predators immediately, but it reduced their vulnerability, giving them more options in the daily struggle for survival. With the introduction of tools, the muscles of the hands and fine motor coordination evolved impressively. The constant practice of holding, striking, and shaping objects helped develop manual dexterity that would be crucial for future stages of evolution, such as the production of more sophisticated weapons, and much later, art and writing. Each shaped stone was more than a useful object. It was an extension of thought. It represented the ability to see what nature offered and transform it into something new. In the silence of the savannas, while the winds carried dust and the scent of rain, a small group of hominids struck stones, slowly learning that the mind could create what the body lacked. These tools were the first triumph of intelligence over physical limitations. From that initial spark of ingenuity would come the entire chain of inventions that, over millennia, would lead humans to reinvent the world. Around 1,800,000 years ago, a new species emerged and forever transformed the trajectory of humanity: Homo erectus. This species was a milestone in the evolutionary line because it introduced profound changes in the body, the mind, and behavior. Unlike their predecessors, who still depended heavily on trees and had a partially curved posture, Homo erectus fully assumed an upright stance, firm and built to walk long distances with endurance and balance. This simple anatomical detail made them great travelers, allowing them to cross continents and spread through very different environments, something no previous human species had been able to do. The body of Homo erectus was more robust and better adapted for life on open ground. The arms shortened in relation to the torso, the legs lengthened, and the structure of the feet became more efficient for locomotion. But the most impressive change was inside the skull. Their brain reached an average of 900 cubic centimeters, a significant increase compared to Homo habilis. This cerebral evolution brought new cognitive abilities, such as more advanced planning, more complex hunting strategies, and the ability to work in coordinated groups, skills that placed Homo erectus in a position of prominence in the animal kingdom. With this mental advancement, they were the first to fully master the use of fire. This achievement not only changed their diet, but also the way they interacted with the environment. Fire protected them from nocturnal predators, illuminated the night, warmed their bodies in cold regions, and allowed them to cook food, making it softer and more nutritious. Cooked meat was easier to chew and digest, which freed up energy for other activities and even encouraged faster brain growth. Gathered around the flames, Homo erectus created the first moments of nighttime social life, strengthening bonds and creating a routine that brought members of the group closer together. Their ability to make tools also reached a new level. Flaked stones, once simple and rudimentary, began to be carefully shaped into instruments called bifaces, with two faces deliberately flaked to form a symmetrical and sharp blade. These tools were true works of technique, serving to cut meat, scrape hides, dig up roots, and even break bones. This more advanced technology shows that Homo erectus had a refined sense of planning and anticipation, making them more efficient hunters and gatherers. The social behavior of these groups evolved considerably. Now the division of tasks was clearer, with members dedicated to different functions within the group. This organization favored the protection of the young and the elderly, ensuring that knowledge was passed on. Communication also became more complex, with a greater variety of sounds and more elaborate gestures. Although structured language did not yet exist, these signals created a solid foundation for more advanced forms of expression in the millennia to come. Homo erectus was also the first to leave Africa on a large scale. With their physical endurance and adaptability, they expanded into Asia and Europe, crossing deserts, forests, and frozen plains. This movement brought them into contact with completely different environments, forcing them to find new solutions to problems they had never faced before. This ability to confront climatic and geographical changes made them true pioneers in the history of human migrations. This species lived for an impressively long period, more than 1 million years, mastering hunting techniques, discovering new foods, and learning to deal with natural challenges that demanded not only strength, but also intelligence. During all this time, they left behind traces of tools, bones, and fire pits that today allow us to reconstruct their lives and understand how fundamental they were in shaping what we are. Homo erectus represents a gigantic leap on the evolutionary timeline. Their consolidated upright posture, their more developed brain, and their unique relationship with fire created a foundation that would forever transform the destiny of the human species. They were the first great explorers of the planet, opening paths, overcoming limits, and leaving a legacy that no other creature before them had been able to build. Around their campfires, in the warmth of the flames that lit up the night, the story of humanity began to take shape. The discovery and above all the control of fire was one of the most decisive and transformative moments in the entire history of humanity. Before this achievement, the night was a territory dominated by fear and vulnerability. Predators hunted under the dark mantle, and temperatures dropped drastically, forcing early humans to huddle together in search of warmth. But when Homo erectus learned not only to use fire but to keep it burning, everything changed forever. A new frontier had been conquered. For the first time, the night ceased to be only dangerous and became a moment of safety, light, and coexistence. Fire became a powerful ally, an extension of the group itself. The first contacts with fire were accidental. In the beginning, they likely approached fires caused by lightning and carried small embers to safer places. Gradually, they learned to feed these flames with dry branches, leaves, and twigs, keeping them alive for longer. This simple act of protecting fire was the first form of domesticating it, long before they learned how to produce it themselves. That guarded flame was like a treasure. Losing fire meant returning to darkness and cold. Keeping it alive meant more than warmth. It was a symbol of life. Over time, their relationship with fire deepened. Nights were no longer spent in darkness and silence. Around the campfire, groups began to gather to eat, rest, and interact. This circle of light became a place of protection and also of sharing. It was in this safe environment that social behavior intensified. Gestures, sounds, and looks were exchanged while the flame burned, strengthening bonds and giving rise, perhaps, to the first stories told in the rhythm of the flames. The fire became in this way the first center of human coexistence, a fixed point that gathered everyone around a common purpose. The influence of fire on food was revolutionary. By cooking food, Homo erectus discovered that meat became softer, vegetables easier to chew, and that heating food eliminated parasites and toxins. This practice reduced the effort needed for chewing and made digestion easier, freeing up energy that could be used for other vital functions, such as brain development. It also allowed them to make use of parts of food that were previously unusable, and to preserve leftovers for longer, which reduced the need to find fresh food every day. This change had a direct and profound impact on the quality of life of these groups. Fire brought protection from the dangers of the night. Predators, naturally afraid of flames, kept their distance, giving groups an invisible shield against unexpected attacks. This allowed early humans to sleep more peacefully, with less need to keep watch through the night, ensuring deeper, more restorative rest. This longer, safer sleep even influenced brain function, strengthening memory and the ability to learn. Another consequence was the expansion into colder regions. Before the mastery of fire, frozen areas were practically uninhabitable. With the warmth of campfires, these humans were able to withstand temperatures that would have been fatal for earlier species. This opened new migration routes, allowing groups to settle in completely different environments, adapting to frozen deserts, mountains, and harsh climate plains. With life around the flames came a new relationship with time. Life was no longer limited to the daylight hours. The campfire extended human activities beyond sunset. Around it, hands crafted tools, eyes observed and learned, and the elders passed on knowledge to the young. Thus, fire was not just protection, it was the first great teacher, the guardian of the darkest hours, and the symbol of human intelligence. The mastery of fire was therefore much more than a practical discovery. It shaped culture, transformed habits, expanded territories, and opened doors to other inventions. The flame became a beacon in the darkness of prehistory, a sign that humanity, little by little, was beginning to stand out from the rest of the animal world. Every preserved ember, every fed spark, was a silent reminder that something greater was underway. The rise of a species that had learned to create light, where once there had only been shadows. When Homo erectus learned to keep and control fire, the daily life of each group underwent such a profound transformation that it is fair to say that prehistoric life itself was divided into a before and after the flame. This achievement became part of every detail of daily existence. Fire was no longer just an occasional resource obtained by chance from natural fires. It became a constant element, carefully guarded and used for multiple purposes, changing habits and ways of living. This constant presence of the flame brought an unprecedented sense of security and a new rhythm to the days and nights of these communities. In protection against predators, fire took on a role that no rudimentary weapon could perform. In regions of savanna, open forests and caves where felines, hyenas and other hunters dominated the night, the campfire became a barrier that kept most threats at a distance. The vibrant light and heat scared off animals that once prowled silently in the dark. This protection, in turn, gave the first humans something unprecedented: tranquility to rest. Before fire, sleep was light and constantly interrupted by the need to watch. With the flame burning, night watches were reduced, rest became deeper, and the recovery of body and mind was enhanced. This had a direct impact on physical strength and the advancement of cognitive abilities. The warmth offered by fire also changed the way groups faced different climates. Cold nights, which previously caused suffering and illness, became much easier to endure. Around the fire they gathered in a circle, warming their hands and feet, wrapping themselves in animal skins, and transforming freezing environments into habitable shelters. This new control of climate allowed them to migrate to places where survival had once been nearly impossible. Thus, previously inhospitable regions became new territories, expanding the geographical reach of these early groups and diversifying their contact with different landscapes and natural resources. Perhaps the most visible impact of fire on daily life was the transformation of food. The practice of cooking meat, roots and fruits brought a series of benefits. When cooked, food became easier to chew and digest, releasing nutrients more efficiently. This change reduced the need to spend so many hours chewing tough fibrous foods, as was common in earlier species, and allowed for a richer and more varied diet. The heat of the flame killed parasites and bacteria, making food safer, and created new textures and flavors that encouraged groups to experiment with different combinations. This new dietary pattern provided more energy, which, over generations, favored the growth of the brain and the body. In addition, fire allowed food to be preserved for longer. Pieces of meat could be smoked, exposed to the smoke to prevent them from spoiling quickly. This rudimentary preservation technique was essential in periods of scarcity, as it guaranteed a source of protein when hunting became more difficult. This new relationship with food not only improved health and nutrition, but also changed the organization of the group, as it made it possible to plan meals in advance and reduce the dependence on chance in the search for food. The routine around the fire also created a unique space for social interaction. At the end of the day, when the sun set and outdoor activities ended, everyone gathered around the flame. This moment became a center of interaction, where gestures, sounds, and experiences were exchanged. While some fed the fire, others sharpened stones, cleaned hides, or taught the younger ones. The warmth and light created an environment that encouraged the sharing of knowledge and strengthened emotional bonds. This nightly period around the fire can be considered the origin of the human habit of gathering to talk and tell stories. Fire also expanded the notion of time. Before the flame, life followed the cycle of sunlight, limited to what could be done during the day. With the mastery of fire, the night became more than a time of fear and rest. Activities continued even after darkness fell, increasing opportunities to make tools, organize food, and strengthen collective life. It was as if humanity, for the first time, had extended the boundaries of the day itself. Thus, in the daily life of Homo erectus, fire ceased to be just a natural element. It became an instrument of transformation. It protected, warmed, fed, united, and taught. Each flame lit in the darkness of prehistory represented more than warmth and light. It symbolized the advancement of a species that, step by step, discovered that it no longer needed to submit entirely to the limits imposed by nature. With fire, humanity began to build its own path, safer, broader, and more aware. Long before the idea of a house even existed, the first human beings sought in nature protection from the cold, the rain, and predators. This need for shelter shaped the way they lived and moved. At first, The choice of refuge depended entirely on what the landscape offered. Deep caves that kept a more stable temperature, rock outcrops that worked as barriers against cutting winds, fallen tree trunks that served as improvised coverings, and even ledges on rocky slopes where they could crouch and wait for danger to pass. These simple, instinctive choices were essential to increase their chances of survival in an unpredictable world full of threats. Caves became symbols of that period because they offered an immediate advantage. By entering a space protected by stone walls, the group was safer from nocturnal predator attacks. The interior of a cave created a microclimate that helped protect from the scorching heat of the day and the intense cold of the nights. These quiet, dark spaces became places of rest, but also of coexistence, as inside them it was possible to light fires without the flames being seen from afar. This kind of refuge gradually brought a sense of stability, a small piece of the world where, for a few hours, they could relax without fear. Over time, in addition to using caves, groups began to create simple structures for protection. Using branches, logs, and leaves, they built small frames covered with animal skins. These rudimentary structures were light and temporary, but they provided shade and comfort in regions where there were no caves. This portable type of shelter became part of the group. They set it up when they stopped and took it apart when they moved on, carrying the skins and choosing new branches when they reached a different territory. This mobility allowed them to live near places where there was more food, without being tied to a single fixed location. These early shelters were adapted according to the season and the resources available. During the rainy season, it was common to seek the protection of natural rock ledges or deeper caves. In drier and hotter periods, branch and leaf tents offered a simple, cool refuge. In icy areas, large bones of hunted animals were used as a frame, covered with thick hides that helped block out the cold. Each environment posed a different challenge, and these challenges led groups to develop creative solutions, showing that the construction of shelters was also an exercise in observation and intelligence. The concept of shelter brought profound changes to social behavior. When a group had a safe place to spend the night, even temporarily, they could rest better and dedicate more time to other activities, such as preparing food, making tools, and teaching the young. The shelter became a meeting and organizing point, a kind of center around which life revolved. It was inside these natural protections that, over time, more peaceful moments emerged, when coexistence stopped being only about survival and also became a space to strengthen bonds. The security provided by shelters also allowed for territorial expansion. A group that discovered a safe cave in a new region had a base from which to explore the surrounding areas without the constant risk of having to return long distances each day. This strategy increased efficiency in the search for food and made it easier to discover new resources. Over time, these locations began to be revisited regularly, creating a kind of mental map of refugees that the groups memorized and passed on from generation to generation. Thus, the first shelters, whether caves, rock formations, or improvised constructions, were much more than just physical protection. They represented an advance in the ability to dominate nature. By learning to use and transform the environment, human beings took their first steps toward building their own spaces, the embryo of what thousands of years later would become villages and cities. Each shelter, no matter how simple, was a silent statement that humans were ceasing to be merely inhabitants of the wild world and were beginning to become creators of spaces. For hundreds of thousands of years, the most common way of life for early humans was as hunter-gatherers. This era was not defined by constructions or cities, but by direct adaptation to the environment and by the ability to extract from the land and animals everything possible to sustain life. The survival of these groups was directly tied to movement. They followed the rhythms of nature, migrated as the seasons changed, and tracked the paths of herds and the availability of fruits, seeds, and roots. This lifestyle required a deep understanding of the territory, an almost instinctive knowledge of plants, the behavior of animals, and the signs of the weather. To be a hunter-gatherer meant living in a constant balance between risk and need. The hunters, usually the strongest and most experienced, aimed to capture small and medium-sized animals using rudimentary spears, sharp stones, or simple traps made from branches. When fortunate, they could find a fresh carcass left behind by larger predators and quickly take advantage of that meat before it was claimed by other animals. Gathering, on the other hand, carried out by everyone in the group, including women and children, provided most of the daily food. Fruits, tubers, roots, leaves, seeds, and honey became essential resources. This diverse gathering ensured the foundation of their diet, while the meat obtained from hunting was a valuable bonus. Movements were planned according to the time of year. During seasons of abundance, the bands stayed in areas where there was water, plants, and a greater number of prey. When the environment became drier and resources scarce, a new journey would begin in search of richer places. This constant mobility shaped not only the body, but also the mind. It made them resilient, alert, and adaptable. They knew every detail of their surroundings: tracks on the ground, changes in the wind, the movement of birds. Everything was a sign of where there was food or danger. Teamwork was indispensable. A successful hunt required coordination and patience. Hunters surrounded the prey in silence, took advantage of the wind, and launched their improvised weapons at the right moment. Even so, many times they returned empty-handed. In such cases, gathering proved to be even more essential. This natural organization, where everyone had a role, created a sense of community that grew stronger with each generation. Sharing what was obtained reinforced trust among the group members, and each meal was proof of collective effort. The life of hunter-gatherers was also marked by intimate contact with nature. They needed to identify edible plants and avoid poisonous ones, knew how to find water even in seemingly dry places, and understood animal habits, predicting where they would be at each time of the year. This knowledge was passed down orally, from parents to children, generation after generation, and in this way, they built an intangible heritage that guaranteed survival for thousands of years. This direct coexistence made them develop a deep respect for natural cycles, because they knew that any imbalance could mean hunger or death. The routine of hunter-gatherers was not only full of dangers, there were also moments of rest, interaction, and bonding. After a day of searching for food, the group gathered around the fire, sharing what they had found and strengthening their relationships. It was in these moments that the first stories began to be told through gestures and sounds, and where the elders taught the younger ones the lessons of the day. Every encounter with another tribe meant an exchange of experiences, and these exchanges helped spread knowledge and techniques across different regions. To be a hunter-gatherer meant to be constantly alert to everything. It was a way of life that required physical endurance, intelligence, cooperation, and adaptation. It was in this way that humanity crossed entire generations without leaving permanent marks on the landscape. Their footprint on the world was light and temporary, for everything they had came directly from nature, and everything they did had to adjust to its rhythm. This stage of history shaped the species in its deepest essence, learning to survive together, to respect the environment, and to use creativity as the most powerful weapon in the face of difficulties. For the hunter-gatherers of the Stone Age, nature was not just the stage where they lived, but the very essence of existence. Every river, every tree, and every animal represented at the same time a challenge and a promise. Rivers were much more than streams of water. They were lifelines that indicated where life thrived. Along their banks, groups found food, fish, fruits, and animals that came to drink. Water was at the center of their choice of places to settle, and those who knew a river's course well also knew where the land was fertile, where nutritious roots could be found, and where prey hid. The presence of water was so crucial that it shaped migration patterns and determined survival during times of drought. Forests, on the other hand, offered natural shelter, but also demanded constant vigilance. Within them there were wild fruits, seeds, honey, and small prey, but there were also hidden predators and dangerous plants. This rich and complex environment forced the first humans to develop meticulous observation skills. They recognized the sound of each bird, the movement of every branch, the tracks left on the ground. Every detail could indicate an opportunity or a danger. Forests were places of abundance, but also of patience, because in them one had to know how to wait and listen before acting. In the open regions of the savannas, the relationship with animals was even more evident. Following the herds meant following the promise of meat, skin, and bones, but it also meant risking encounters with larger and faster predators. This constant contact taught early humans to understand the habits of species. They knew the timing of migrations, could see when an animal was weak or isolated, and used this reading of the environment to their advantage. At the same time, they needed to avoid being detected, blending into the landscape and using the wind and vegetation as allies. This learning, repeated generation after generation, shaped strategy and intelligence. Animals and plants were not just sources of food. They were sources of materials that sustained all daily life. Bones became tools, skins became clothing, tendons became improvised cords. The landscape itself provided branches for spears, stones for cutting, fibers for tying. Nothing was wasted. Every resource extracted from nature was used to its limit, making creativity an essential factor for survival. At the same time, this direct dependence generated an implicit respect for the cycles of life. When a group hunted, they knew that abundance today could become scarcity tomorrow, and that the continuation of life depended on not destroying the sources that sustained it. This close relationship with nature also shaped symbolic thinking. Many cave paintings discovered thousands of years later show the importance of animals and rivers as central elements of life. Representations of hunts, figures of running herds, and symbols resembling trees and watercourses reveal that, from an early stage, humans began to see the landscape not just as a resource, but as part of their own story. This deep connection, built from daily experience, made them see the environment not only as a physical space but as a companion on their journey. Respect for the natural rhythm was more than a philosophy. It was a matter of survival. Those who did not know how to read the signs of the sky and the earth were condemned to hunger. When the wind changed direction, they knew that rains were coming, or that an animal migration was beginning. When the trees bloomed at a certain time, they knew the fruits would follow. This reading of cycles formed the foundation of the knowledge that would be passed on for millennia. Even before there were words, nature already spoke through its signs, and the first humans learned how to listen to it. Thus, the relationship of hunter-gatherers with rivers, forests, and animals was one of absolute dependence, but also of continuous learning. It was a silent partnership between a being in transformation and a world that demanded attention at every step. This coexistence taught the first humans to see Earth not as a passive space, but as a living organism of which they were part. This deep bond with the landscape would become the foundation of all cultures that followed, for it was here that the understanding was born that without nature there is no life. As time went on and the challenges of survival became more complex, the ingenuity of early humans also grew. If, in the beginning, a crudely flaked stone already represented an enormous leap, over thousands of generations, this skill was refined to the point of turning simple pieces of stone into precise instruments. This progress is particularly evident during the period of Homo erectus, when more elaborate tools appeared, marking a new chapter in the technological history of humankind. Bifaces, scrapers, and the first rudimentary spears. Each of these tools represented not only a practical solution, but also a reflection of the increasing ability to plan, imagine, and execute. The biface was perhaps the greatest symbol of this advancement. Unlike common flaked stones, which had only one usable face and irregular edges, the biface was carefully shaped on both sides until it achieved a symmetrical form, similar to a teardrop or an elongated leaf. This shape allowed the tool to be held firmly and to use both the tip and the sides. The manufacturing process required more controlled strikes and a clear mental image of the desired result. This shows that these early humans already had a mental concept of the object before creating it, a much more complex planning ability than observed in any previous species. These tools were extremely versatile. With a biface, it was possible to cut meat, scrape hides, break bones to extract marrow, and even dig into the soil in search of roots. This multiplicity of functions made the biface an indispensable instrument, something that every group carried with them on their journeys. Archaeologists believe that these pieces were so valuable that they were passed from hand to hand and carefully stored as precious possessions. The very act of carrying them shows that humanity had moved beyond immediacy. They were now planning for tomorrow. Another important tool was the scraper. Smaller and more delicate, these were made specifically for processing animal hides. After a successful hunt, these scrapers were used to clean and thin hides, turning them into more flexible and resistant coverings against the cold. This practice, which might seem simple today, was crucial for survival in cold environments and expanded the possibilities of geographical exploration. Thanks to processed hides, groups were able to withstand harsher climates without depending exclusively on fire, protecting themselves better during migrations. The invention of spears was another decisive change. Unlike the simple use of stones, the combination of a wooden shaft with a sharp stone or bone tip created a much more powerful and safer tool. With a spear, hunters could attack from a distance, reducing the risks of facing dangerous prey up close. This advancement significantly increased the chances of success in hunts and also improved defense against predators. The ability to produce weapons with different components, wood and stone or wood and bone, showed a more abstract thought process. The notion that different materials could be combined to form something new. These technological advancements did not emerge overnight. Each innovation was the result of long observation and repeated attempts, passed down from generation to generation. When someone discovered a more effective way to flake a stone or attach a tip to a shaft, that technique spread throughout the group. In this way, knowledge accumulated, and the material culture of early humans became increasingly rich and diversified. This slow but constant accumulation paved the way for all future inventions. The impact of these tools on daily life was immense. With bifaces and scrapers, the preparation of food and clothing became more efficient. With spears, hunting became more productive and less dangerous. With each improvement, survival ceased to depend only on physical strength and began to depend on the ability to create and innovate. This was a turning point in the history of the species. Intelligence and manual skill became weapons as important as, or even more important than, muscles. Observing these tools scattered across ancient archaeological sites, it becomes clear that from this period onward, humanity began to differentiate itself definitively from all other creatures. It was no longer mere adaptation to the environment that ensured survival. Now it was ideas transformed into objects that made the difference. Each biface, each scraper, each spear was a piece of the human mind materialized in stone and wood, a silent sign that something unique was taking place on Earth. Long before the first words existed, communication among early humans had already become an essential tool for survival. Life in groups, collective hunts, and the need to warn about dangers or share discoveries forced these groups to develop increasingly complex ways of transmitting information. Gestures, facial expressions, and guttural sounds became the foundation of this primitive communication, a silent and spontaneous system that improved over hundreds of thousands of years until it gave rise to the first seeds of language. Gestures were the most direct form of communication. A quick movement of the hand could indicate the direction of an animal, a raised arm could signal to stop, and a shift of the body could warn of hidden danger. This language of the body was clear and immediate, needing no words to be understood. Facial expressions also played an important role. A look of alert, an arched eyebrow, a smile, or a tense expression conveyed instant information to the group, creating a silent code that connected them even at a distance. Over time, these gestures were accompanied by sounds. At first, they were just grunts, growls, or simple exclamations produced in situations of fear, hunger, or surprise. But little by little, these sounds became more diverse. Each type of sound began to be associated with a context: a call to gather the group, a warning of a predator, a higher-pitched sound to indicate something good, or a deep tone to signal danger. This evolution created a rhythmic basis for communication, an embryo that would later transform into words. These first sounds were, in essence, the voice of cooperation. This rudimentary communication was vital for collective hunting. Without it, it would not have been possible to surround prey or act together without putting themselves at risk. In situations of movement, it allowed groups to organize, decide on routes, and stay united even in hostile territories. During moments of rest, these same sounds and gestures were used for calmer social interactions, strengthening bonds and building a sense of community. Thus, communication was not only for survival, it also created an emotional web that held the group together. Another fundamental aspect of this primitive communication was the transmission of knowledge. Before any form of writing or complex speech existed, gestures and sounds were used to teach the younger ones. Through them, they showed how to use a tool, which plant was safe to eat or which animal posed danger. Imitation was one of the most effective methods, and visual learning, reinforced by sounds and expressions, ensured that techniques and discoveries were passed down from generation to generation. This silent cultural heritage shaped the foundations of collective thought. The brain, over time, also adapted to these needs. The regions responsible for producing and interpreting sounds began to develop, creating a neurological bridge for the emergence of speech. Although a structured vocabulary did not yet exist, these advances gave early humans a unique ability to express emotions and intentions far more sophisticatedly than any other animal. Daily coexistence required constant communication, and this evolutionary pressure turned every interaction into an exercise in learning. This transition, which began with gestures and sounds, paved the way for something greater: symbolic language. When the group managed to transmit not just an immediate reaction but also ideas, their perception of the world began to expand. This moment marked one of the most important steps in the cultural evolution of humanity. Mastery of speech would come much later, but it was in this initial silent and guttural phase that the human species learned the value of understanding each other in order to act together. In the middle of the savannas, in forests, and in improvised shelters, this network of gestures and sounds was like an invisible thread that kept everyone connected. It guaranteed safety, made learning easier, and brought individuals closer together. It was the first human language, a language without words but full of meaning that paved the way for everything that was to come. In the earliest human groups, survival depended more on unity than on individual strength. No single member of a band could alone hunt large prey, keep watch through every hour of day and night, fetch water, protect the children, and still secure food for themselves. This reality forced early humans to develop an instinctive model of social organization, where each individual took on roles according to their abilities, strength, or experience. This division of tasks, which began spontaneously, eventually became one of the pillars of cultural evolution, allowing groups to become more efficient and the species to grow stronger in the face of environmental challenges. In the most primitive bands, responsibilities were distributed according to physical capacity and knowledge. The strongest hunters dedicated themselves to pursuing prey, sometimes forming small groups that moved ahead to corner animals or find sources of fresh meat. Meanwhile, other members took charge of gathering fruits, seeds, tubers, and roots, tasks that demanded patience and deep knowledge of plants and their cycles. This combination balanced the group's diet, ensuring protein and energy at the same time, and reduced dependence on a single resource. Protection was a collective duty. There was always someone watching the surroundings, especially during stops and at the most dangerous hours, such as nightfall. Children, the sick, and the elderly remained in the central area of the camps, surrounded by the rest. This special care was not just instinctive, it created a sense of bond that helped keep the group united. Younger members learned from the more experienced and, in return, were protected until they were strong enough to contribute. The elderly, in turn, even without the agility they once had, played a valuable role as keepers of knowledge, teaching about plants, hunting techniques, and safe routes. Teamwork was most evident in hunts. When it came to medium-sized animals, such as antelopes or prehistoric boars, hunters planned the action using signals, positioning themselves in strategic points to surround and surprise the prey. This organization required discipline and mutual trust, as a single mistake could put the entire group at risk. The success of a hunt did not belong to an individual. It belonged to everyone, and the meat was shared among the members, reinforcing social bonds and the idea that one's well-being depended on the collective effort of all. As time passed, these roles became more sophisticated. Some individuals specialized in making tools, sharpening stones, and creating utensils that would be used by others. Others learned to handle fire more skillfully, ensuring that it stayed alight and useful throughout the night. In more adapted groups, even tasks such as carrying water or building shelters came to be seen as specific responsibilities, showing a clear evolution in how the community organized itself. This system of cooperation created a social structure that, even without formal rules, worked surprisingly well. There were no written laws, but there were implicit norms based on respect, experience, and necessity. The one who knew the most led. The one who made the best tools was respected. The one who protected others the most earned trust. The foundation of this coexistence was reciprocity. Everyone contributed according to their strength and received protection and food in return. This division of roles had a profound impact on the evolution of the species. Specialization allowed time to be used more intelligently. Instead of each individual trying to do everything alone, the group began to combine efforts, and this freed up energy for activities not directly tied to immediate survival. Around the fire, the first extended conversations emerged, the first gestures of teaching, and even the first artistic expressions, such as marks on bones or simple drawings on stones. The spirit of cooperation, therefore, was not just a practical strategy. It became part of the human essence. This ability to act together, to divide tasks, and to trust that others would fulfill their roles, lies at the root of everything humanity would later build. In the bands of the Stone Age, even without cities and without agriculture, there already existed the seed of future communities and civilizations, the certainty that together they were stronger than any obstacle nature could impose. Among all the activities that shaped the spirit of early humans, few were as challenging and revealing as collective hunting. Hunting in groups was not merely an act of obtaining food, it was a constant exercise in strategy, patience, and courage. Every time a band gathered to face an animal, they put into practice the intelligence that had been developed over thousands of years. It was during the hunt that the ability to plan, to communicate through subtle signals, and to act as a coordinated unit was most evident, transforming isolated individuals into a collective organism in motion. Hunts began long before the actual attack. Hunters studied the behavior of their prey, following herd routes and identifying strategic points such as narrow passages, valleys, or riverbanks, where animals would be forced to slow down. This knowledge of the land was passed down through generations and became a kind of collective mental map. Tracks, smells, the direction of the wind, and even distant sounds served as valuable clues. This detailed reading of the environment was the first step toward success. The approach was carried out with extreme care. Hunters moved silently, often using vegetation as cover and respecting the direction of the wind to prevent their scent from being detected. The groups divided themselves. Some advanced from the front to block the escape, while others positioned themselves on the sides and behind, creating an invisible trap. This type of organization required a synchronization that was only possible thanks to prearranged signals, gestures, glances, and discrete sounds that maintained communication without alerting the prey. When the right moment came, the action was quick and decisive. Shouts, thrown stones, rudimentary spears, and the sudden noise of human bodies charging created a shock powerful enough to disorient the animal. In some situations, the goal was not to kill on the first strike, but to exhaust the prey. Through a persistent chase, the group would take turns, gradually wearing the animal down until it was too exhausted to resist. This technique, known as persistence hunting, was extremely effective and could only be performed by a species with both endurance and teamwork. Capturing a medium-sized prey was a reason for celebration, but the risk was always high. Any miscalculation could result in serious injuries, or even the death of a hunter. For this reason, every hunting victory reinforced the importance of the group. When the animal finally fell, the meat was shared, and nothing was wasted. Bones were turned into tools, skins into clothing, tendons into cords, and fat into fuel for maintaining fire. This efficiency was not just practical, it was also a sign of respect for the collective effort that had been invested in obtaining that resource. Collective hunts also played a fundamental role in the development of the human brain. The need to plan routes, predict reactions, coordinate movements, and make quick decisions in dangerous situations required a high level of reasoning and memory. Each hunt was a practical lesson in strategy, and these skills, repeated over generations, became imprinted in the cognitive structure of the species. It was in the quest for survival that the foundations of logical thinking and complex cooperation were born. Beyond food, hunting brought another essential benefit. It united the group. Each member knew they depended on others to return alive, and this bond created mutual trust. Success was not individual but collective, and this shaped a mentality in which solidarity became as vital as physical strength. Around the fire after the hunt, these stories were reenacted with gestures and sounds, reinforcing the lessons learned and preparing the younger ones for future journeys. Collective hunts, therefore, were far more than a means of obtaining food. They were a training ground for intelligence, for social coordination, and for adaptation. Every animal taken down represented the victory of thought over brute strength, and every successful hunt was a silent reminder that humanity was learning to conquer the world not only with muscles, but with strategy and unity. Over hundreds of thousands of years, the planet never remained static. Climate change was a constant factor in the lives of early humans, shaping every decision about where to live, when to migrate, and how to find resources. Large temperature fluctuations, alternating long periods of extreme cold with warmer and wetter phases, redrew the landscape, turning forests into deserts and deserts into grasslands. This instability imposed on the bands a life of permanent movement, forcing them to become nomads par excellence, always searching for new sources of water, food, and shelter. When cold periods intensified, massive layers of ice advanced over parts of the planet, lowering sea levels and changing the courses of rivers. Large areas that had once been fertile became arid and inhospitable. During these times, herds of animals migrated in search of milder regions, and humans were forced to follow them, crossing increasingly vast distances. This pursuit of prey was not just a choice, it was a matter of survival. With no food available in the regions where they lived, groups had to move constantly, facing unknown terrains and adverse climates. In warmer and wetter periods, the landscape turned into forests and fields full of vegetation, but these environments also brought challenges. Excess rain created swamps and streams that had to be crossed, in addition to favoring the proliferation of dangerous animals and insects that carried diseases. These cycles forced early humans to adapt to each scenario, developing precise knowledge about which regions were safer and where resources could be found in each season. Climate changes did not only affect the availability of food, but also the safety of chosen shelter locations. River channels changed course, dried up or flooded areas that had once been safe havens. Winds altered migration routes, and the formation of sand dunes could completely erase familiar trails. Every change in the landscape required new learning, and that learning was transmitted orally, like a living map that guided the group across the land. These climatic pressures drove early humans to expand their horizons. The search for better conditions made them cross natural barriers, traversing deep valleys, deserts, and even mountain ranges. This continuous movement was what allowed different human species to leave Africa and reach Asia and Europe. Homo erectus was the great pioneer of these journeys, followed later by Homo sapiens, who inherited not only the physical strength to migrate, but also the ability to plan and face the unknown. Climate changes also had an impact on the behavior and culture of these groups. In regions where resources were scarce, the need for cooperation increased. Isolated bands had to join temporarily to hunt larger animals, share food, and protect one another in hostile environments. This forced coexistence generated exchanges of knowledge, techniques, and even genes, increasing the cultural and biological diversity of the species. In more abundant environments, where there were enough resources for all, the bands could spread out, but they always maintained a connection to the places they knew would provide safety in difficult times. The ability to predict the cycles of nature became a competitive advantage. Observing the signs of the sky, the winds, and the animals became a vital matter. With this ability, groups began to anticipate periods of scarcity and to move before the situation became critical. This anticipation gave birth to one of the first acts of collective planning, a behavior that increasingly distinguished humans from other animal species. Thus, climate changes worked as a silent engine of history. They forced the human species to move, to learn, to adapt, and to innovate. By pushing the bands away from their comfort zones, the climate made them natural explorers. Every step taken toward unknown lands was shaped by these transformations, and what began as an instinct for survival would, in the future, become the unique ability to occupy every corner of the planet. Around 400,000 years ago, in the vast, cold, and challenging landscapes of Eurasia, one of the most remarkable species ever to walk the Earth emerged. Homo neanderthalensis, better known as the Neanderthal. Different from Homo erectus and contemporaneous for a time with Homo sapiens, they were the result of an extraordinary adaptation to harsh environments, able to endure extreme cold and constant adversity. The history of the Neanderthals is a portrait of strength, ingenuity, and resilience. marked by unique characteristics that defined their place in prehistory. Physically, Neanderthals were shorter and more robust than Homo sapiens. They had dense muscles, broad shoulders, and thick bones, traits that gave them extraordinary strength. Their skull had a distinctive shape, with pronounced brow ridges, a wide nose, and a cranial capacity that was even larger on average than that of modern humans. This developed brain not only provided them with advanced memory and reasoning, but also a surprising ability to plan for the hostile conditions in which they lived. The lives of these groups were closely tied to the icy environments of the glacial period. In regions covered by snow for much of the year, they learned to master the use of fire, to craft well-fitted fur clothing, and to build shelters made of stone and bones to withstand the cutting winds. Hunting was their main activity, and their preferred targets were large animals such as bison, reindeer, musk oxen, and in some areas, even mammoths. To face such dangerous prey, they used heavy, short-thrusting spears and relied on group cooperation to corner and bring down these giants. The tools made by Neanderthals demonstrate refined craftsmanship. Unlike the simpler instruments made by earlier species, they mastered a flaking technique that allowed them to create more precise and efficient blades, known as Mousterian tools. These utensils served various purposes: cutting meat, scraping hides, working wood, and making new weapons. This technology did not emerge by chance. It was the result of careful observation and the transmission of knowledge, showing that they had a structured way of learning. But Neanderthals were not distinguished only by their physical strength or technical skills. They also displayed clear signs of a more complex social life. Archaeological evidence shows that they cared for the injured and sick, something unprecedented among previous species. Individuals with severe injuries survived for years thanks to the assistance of the group, indicating a sense of empathy and collective protection. This behavior reveals that for them, survival depended not only on hunting but also on mutual care. Another fascinating aspect of their culture was their symbolic development. There is evidence that Neanderthals buried their dead, often placing them carefully with objects around them. In some caves, remains of pigments and evidence of the use of feathers and necklaces have been found, suggesting that they had some form of aesthetic or ritualistic expression. Although they did not possess the same artistic complexity that Homo sapiens would develop later, these signs show a mind that sought meaning beyond immediate survival. The language of the Neanderthals is still a subject of great debate among scholars, but there are anatomical indications that they had the physical structure capable of producing a wider variety of sounds than earlier hominids. This means that they probably had a primitive form of oral communication that went beyond simple grunts. This ability, combined with social organization and advanced tool use, gave them a prominent position in the prehistoric world for thousands of years. Despite their achievements, the Neanderthals disappeared about 40,000 years ago, leaving only a trace of their DNA in modern humans. The reasons for this disappearance are still debated, involving factors such as climate change, competition, and interbreeding with Homo sapiens. But their legacy is undeniable. They were one of the most adapted and ingenious species that ever existed, capable of facing a brutal world and leaving a deep mark on the history of human evolution. Tens of thousands of years ago, Earth was not inhabited by a single human species. For long periods, different branches of our evolutionary family coexisted in separate regions and on many occasions crossed paths. Homo erectus, Neanderthals, Denisovans, and later the first Homo sapiens shared territories, migration routes, and resources. These encounters were marked by both exchanges and conflicts, shaping not only the genetics of future populations, but also the survival strategies and cultural development of each group. Across vast areas of Africa, Europe, and Asia, human species lived in climates that forced them to move in search of food and shelter. This constant movement inevitably led to contact. When a group advanced into a territory already inhabited by another, there were two possible outcomes: direct competition, where a stronger band took control of the space, or temporary coexistence, which could include mutual observation and even collaboration. Archaeological evidence indicates that in several regions, these different human species lived near one another for long periods without necessarily eliminating each other, sharing techniques and influencing one another. Neanderthals, for example, occupied much of Europe and the Middle East, while the Denisovans spread across Asia. When the first Homo sapiens migrated out of Africa, they found these populations already well adapted to their environments. These encounters were not marked solely by conflict. Modern genetic studies show that there was interbreeding between these species, and traces of Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA still remain in present-day human populations. This reveals that the history of humanity is a far more complex network of interactions than previously believed, shaped not only by survival, but also by crossbreeding and assimilation. The exchange of knowledge was another likely result of these encounters. When different groups observed each other's techniques, they learned new ways to make tools, hunt or protect themselves from the climate. A species that used a specific type of trap could inspire another to copy or adapt that method. Contact, therefore, acted as a silent engine of cultural evolution, increasing the chances of success for those open to observation and innovation. However, not all encounters were peaceful. Competition for limited resources often led to confrontations. In territories where hunting and gathering were scarce, bands could be forced to fight to secure access to water, prey, or safer areas. In some cases, the arrival of a numerically larger and more organized group ended up expelling the previous inhabitants. This territorial pressure was one of the factors that likely accelerated the extinction of some less adapted species, especially when Homo sapiens began to expand with more refined tools and more complex strategies. There was also a profound cultural dimension to these encounters, the perception of the other. For a primitive human group, meeting a different but similar species must have been a striking experience. The bodies were similar, the gestures recognizable, but the voices and behaviors were strange. This sense of closeness and difference at the same time may have sparked both curiosity and hostility. In some cases, there may have been cautious observation and even attempts to imitate behavior. In others, the perceived threat led to preemptive attacks. Despite these tensions, this coexistence left lasting marks. Genetic mixing increased the biological diversity of modern humanity, strengthening immune systems and transmitting traits useful for different environments. Cultural exchanges created a richer repertoire of techniques and knowledge. Conflicts, in turn, forced the constant search for better strategies, accelerating the advance of intelligence and social organization. When we look back, we realize that the history of humanity was not a straight line leading to modern Homo sapiens. It was a tree with many branches that, for thousands of years, coexisted, crossed, and gradually merged. The coexistence of these different species was a complex process, made up of learning, disputes, and silent alliances. From these encounters was born the human being we know today, carrying within themselves fragments of the diversity of a past when we were many and lived together in the vastness of the wild world. Around 300,000 years ago, somewhere on the African continent, a silent transformation began to shape a new type of human being. Among the various branches that had appeared and coexisted, a specific group developed physical and cognitive traits that would forever change the course of history. This new being, slimmer, more agile, and endowed with a more sophisticated mind, would be called Homo sapiens, the man who thinks. Unlike all who came before, this being did not merely react to the world around them, but began to understand it in a more abstract way, using creativity and imagination as tools for survival. Physically, Homo sapiens had a lighter body adapted to running long distances, enduring heat and traveling across vast territories. Their skeleton was less robust compared to Neanderthals, but this was balanced by incredible endurance. Shorter arms and longer legs were perfectly designed for prolonged travel. But the greatest difference lay in the head, a rounder skull and a brain of about 1,500 cubic centimeters, with regions increasingly specialized for language, complex reasoning, and memory. This cerebral architecture gave rise to something no other human species had achieved with such depth: the ability to imagine possibilities and create solutions before the need even arose. The behavior of Homo sapiens reflected this change. For the first time in history, the species developed a structured and much more articulated language, capable of transmitting information precisely, describing events that were not happening at that moment, and even planning strategies for the future. This sophisticated language strengthened the bonds between group members, created shared narratives, and allowed for cooperation on a scale never before seen. It was the perfect tool to organize larger hunts, protect territories, and teach new techniques to younger generations. Beyond language, another extraordinary distinction of Homo sapiens was creativity. They began to produce tools that were not only functional, but also carefully designed. Stone blades became thinner and sharper. Wooden handles were attached using increasingly secure binding techniques, and later came throwable weapons and bows. This constant innovation demonstrated a way of thinking that went beyond the present, always seeking improvement and more effective ways to survive. This technical progress was not limited to hunting and gathering. It was also during this period that the first clear manifestations of art and symbolism appeared. Cave paintings, engravings on bones and stones, necklaces made from shells and animal teeth reveal that Homo sapiens already had a sense of aesthetics and, possibly, spirituality. This capacity to create something that was not just useful, but meaningful shows that the mind of this species had gone beyond the limits of immediate survival and had begun to explore abstract concepts. Homo sapiens also stood out for their adaptability. Their ability to live in extremely varied environments far exceeded that of previous species. They could establish themselves in dense forests, arid plains, icy mountains, or deserts, finding creative solutions to every challenge. This was due in part to increasingly effective mastery of fire, the construction of more elaborate shelters, and the development of clothing adapted to different climates. The migrations of Homo sapiens were broader and bolder than any other species before them. From Africa, they expanded to other continents, occupying territories inhabited by Neanderthals and Denisovans. During these journeys, they faced extreme conditions, learned from other human species, and eventually became the dominant species. This process was not only a contest. In many cases there was interbreeding, and the result of that blending is still present in the DNA of modern humanity. But perhaps the most striking characteristic of Homo sapiens was their ability to imagine the future. They did not merely live in the present. They planned hunting routes, stored food for times of scarcity, created tools to be used later, and transmitted their ideas through stories and rituals. This ability to project future scenarios, combined with cooperation and innovation, gave them an unprecedented power, the ability to shape their own destiny. The emergence of Homo sapiens marked the point at which the history of humanity ceased to be only a struggle for survival and became a path of transformation. They carried within them the legacy of all the species that came before, but they brought something new, the awareness that the world could be changed by their own hands and ideas. This awareness, still in its infancy, lit a flame that would grow over millennia and redefine the planet. With the emergence of Homo sapiens, the human mind made a creative leap that went beyond the immediate need to hunt, gather, and survive. This new ability to imagine and represent the world found a powerful means of expression on the walls of caves, where rock art was born. These paintings and carvings were much more than simple marks. They were a reflection of human consciousness, an attempt to understand the environment, record experiences, and perhaps communicate with something invisible, greater than themselves. Rock art is a silent testimony that, for the first time, humans began to transform thought into image. The caves became the first galleries of this symbolic expression. On stone walls illuminated by the flickering fire of torches, figures began to appear. Herds of bison running, deer with immense antlers, wild horses, felines, birds, and even humans in hunting scenes. The images were made with pigments obtained from nature: iron oxides, charcoal, ground minerals mixed with water, saliva, or animal fat. With fingers, hollow bones, or rudimentary brushes made of hair, they drew firm lines and colored surfaces that until then had been nothing more than part of the shelter. But rock art was not just a reflection of daily life. The choice of animals, the repetition of symbols, and the location of these paintings suggest a deeper relationship linked to spirituality and magic. Many images appear in hard-to-reach places, hidden in narrow corridors or deep sections of caves, as if the act of painting was a ritual reserved for special moments. It is possible that these figures were created to invoke success in hunting, give thanks to the spirits of the animals killed, or record important events for the group. In each line, there was an attempt to control, understand, or communicate with forces that went beyond what they could touch. These artistic manifestations also had a practical and educational function. They could teach the young about animals, their shapes, their habits, and even how to hunt them. A wall covered with figures was a kind of open book that preserved stories and knowledge, passed down from generation to generation, without the need for written words. This visual transmission consolidated collective learning, helping the group to keep their techniques and traditions alive. Another fascinating element of these paintings are the abstract symbols: lines, dots, hands printed in negative or positive. Hands, in particular, seem to speak directly about the identity of the individual who left them. By pressing the palm against the stone and blowing pigment around it, the human being affirmed, perhaps for the first time, their own presence. I was here. These silent records allow us, millennia later, to see the trace of a person who lived in a completely different world, but was already seeking to leave a personal mark on history. Rock art also developed alongside music and dance. Archaeological evidence suggests that some of these spaces were used for rituals that combined image, sound, and movement. Around the paintings, by the flickering light of the fire, the echo of voices, beats, and footsteps created a hypnotic atmosphere, strengthening the group's bonds and giving collective meaning to the images carved into the stone. This artistic expression is one of the most powerful proofs of how much the human mind had evolved. For the first time, it was not just about reacting to the world, but about representing it, creating something that existed only in imagination. This ability to symbolize and communicate complex ideas through images would become one of the foundations of cultural development. From the damp walls of caves would emerge, many thousands of years later, writing, religion, science, and every form of art. Thus, rock art is much more than an archaeological record. It is a mirror of the moment when humans realized they could step out of the immediate present and engage with the invisible. Each line left on these walls is a voice coming from the depths of time, telling us that, long before cities and technology, there was already in human beings an irresistible impulse to create, to dream, and to give shape to what existed only in the mind. When the first Homo sapiens began to create images on cave walls, a new challenge arose: how to transform nature into color. The world until then, lived in a practical and raw way, began to be observed differently. Stones, soil, ashes, and minerals hid secrets capable of giving life to ideas. Thus was born the use of pigments, a remarkable step in human history that allowed our ancestors to leave a visual legacy that would endure for millennia. This discovery not only made art possible, but also created a form of communication and identity that went beyond gesture and sound. The earliest pigments were obtained directly from the earth. Reddish clays rich in iron oxide gave rise to ochre, one of the most widely used tones in prehistory. This natural powder was ground and mixed with water, saliva, or animal fat, forming a paste that could be applied with fingers, improvised brushes made from branches and hair, or even blown through hollow bones to create effects of shadow and outline. Charcoal from fires provided deep black, while stones containing light minerals produced whitish tones. In some regions, rarer minerals such as hematite allowed the creation of more vibrant colors. The process of discovering these pigments was slow and based on observation and experimentation. It is easy to imagine the first humans rubbing a colored stone against another and noticing that a different powder appeared. When they mixed this powder with water or fat, they noticed that the color could be fixed on stone or skin. This simple gesture, repeated countless times, turned the environment into a natural studio. Each cave, each rock shelter, could become a space where imagination left its mark. The use of pigments was not limited to walls. There is evidence that they were also applied to the body, perhaps as a form of aesthetic expression or as part of rituals. Body painting with ochre and charcoal may have been used to identify group members, distinguish bands, or simply as an adornment connected to special occasions. This practice, besides being aesthetic, carried a social meaning. The body became a living canvas that communicated belonging, strength, and even spiritual protection. With the mastery of colors, rock art began to gain complexity. Animals began to be depicted in more detail, using contrasts between light and dark tones to create volume and movement. Human figures began to appear in more elaborate compositions, and abstract symbols took on new forms. This technical refinement shows that the act of painting had ceased to be just a mark, and had become a more conscious visual narrative, a way of recording and preserving collective memory. Pigments, therefore, represented a significant leap in the way humans interacted with the world. Until then, everything was immediate. Fire was for warmth, stone for hunting, skin for clothing. With pigment, something different happened. For the first time, a natural element began to be used for a symbolic, non-utilitarian purpose. This transition reveals the emergence of abstract and creative thinking, a search for meaning in human experience through visual symbols. This use of colors also consolidated a new kind of cultural transmission. By teaching the young how to grind stones, mix clay, or blow pigment to form outlines, the elders were passing on a technique that combined practical knowledge and sensitivity. Each line drawn in red, black, or white was a silent lesson, a code that, even without words, passed through generations. The painted walls we find today are witnesses to a moment when humanity learned to transform matter into expression. Pigments were not just colors, they were tools to fix in the visible world what existed inside the mind. And from the moment color entered the lives of the first humans, the landscape was never the same. It ceased to be just a setting and became a canvas for imagination. As Homo sapiens developed their ability to imagine and symbolize, a new element began to take shape in their lives: spirituality. The first signs of belief and ritual appeared in prehistory, long before the first organized religions, born from a direct relationship between humans and the forces they could not understand. Lightning tearing across the sky, thunder shaking the ground, the silent presence of death, the cycle of life in plants and animals, all of these raised questions for which there were no answers. And in the face of this unknown, gestures emerged that we can call the first rituals. The earliest evidence of these practices appears in the very caves that served as shelters. In many of them, the deepest places, far from light and any practical use, were chosen to receive paintings, symbols, and objects deliberately left behind. These spaces seem to have been used as meeting points with something invisible, where the first humans sought protection, strength, or explanation. It was there, in the faint light of torches, that gestures were repeated and acquired a meaning that went beyond the immediate. The act of burying the dead is one of the clearest signs that there was a spiritual perception. Unlike other species, which simply abandoned bodies, human groups began to prepare graves, position bodies with care, and in some cases, accompany them with objects, tools, or ornaments. This behavior indicates a belief, even if incipient, that there was something beyond death, or at least the will to preserve the bond with the one who had departed. This practice, found among both Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, marks a turning point in the history of the human mind. Rituals were also connected to hunting and survival. Some researchers believe that cave paintings and figures of animals in motion could have been a way to anticipate the hunt through imagery, as if drawing were a magical way of ensuring success. The repetition of symbols and the care taken in certain gestures suggest that these people saw in images a power capable of influencing the world around them. This same logic may have extended to dances, chants, and rhythmic drumming, performed as a group before major hunts, creating a collective energy that united everyone with a single purpose. Another important element of this nascent spirituality was the relationship with the elements of nature. The sun, the moon, the stars, the winds, the rain, all seemed endowed with their own power, and many of the group's actions were accompanied by gestures of respect. When a hunt was successful, there were signs of gratitude to the animal killed. When drought threatened, they sought out sacred places to wait for water. The very landscape became a space of meaning, with stones, trees, and caves transformed into symbolic landmarks that guided their lives. These early rituals, though simple, played a fundamental role in social cohesion. They gathered the group around the same gesture, strengthening collective identity and giving everyone a sense of belonging. It was in ritual that they found strength to face fear, sought courage before a hunt, and found comfort in the face of death. Spirituality thus became, from the very beginning, a meeting point for the group, a way to turn the unknown into something that could be shared and understood together. These practices were still far from becoming complex religions, but within them was planted the seed that would one day grow. The idea that there was something beyond the visible, something greater than the individual, was beginning to take shape. This awareness brought a new dimension to life, giving humans not only tools to survive, but also reasons to exist. The first rituals were therefore proof that the human mind had crossed an invisible boundary, the realization that there was meaning to everything that surrounded it. Long before organized words existed, music was already vibrating within the earliest human communities. It did not begin as art, but as a natural extension of the sounds of life, the rhythm of footsteps during a long walk, the wind whispering through the trees, the crackling of fire, and the involuntary tapping of hands on a hollow trunk. Over time, these sounds stopped being mere noises from the environment and began to be intentionally repeated, creating rhythm, cadence, and eventually melody. This is how the first musical instruments were born, simple but full of meaning, turning bones, branches, and animal skins into the voice of humanity itself. The primitive drum was probably the first of these instruments. All it took was a hollow log, or a large flat rock for hands, or sticks used as beaters, to produce deep, resonating beats that echoed through the air. When humans discovered that stretching the skin of a hunted animal over a surface produced richer, more vibrant sounds, they began making rudimentary drums. These group beats marked the rhythm of dances, signaled across distances, or accompanied rituals around the fire. Each strike was more than a sound. It was a form of communication that did not depend on words. In time, other instruments appeared. The most remarkable and fascinating of these was the flute made from bones. Archaeological discoveries have revealed specimens tens of thousands of years old, carved from the long bones of birds or mammals. These bones were carefully perforated to create holes that, when covered with fingers, produced different notes. It is easy to imagine a small group gathered at night, listening as a breath turned a hollow bone into a song. This instrument, which required precision to build and skill to play, is clear evidence that early humans already possessed a sense of experimentation and aesthetic sensitivity. These sounds were not only for recreation, they played an essential role in social life. During hunts, the beat of drums helped keep the group united and alert. In rituals, it created an atmosphere of trance and belonging. During celebrations after a successful day of hunting or gathering, music emerged as an expression of joy and unity. It also served as a way to teach. Children learned to repeat rhythmic patterns, absorbing traditions, and developing coordination. Through music, early humans created something intangible, a language made of vibration that went beyond the limits of the body. Music also served as an emotional bond. In moments of loss or uncertainty, slow beats or long breaths were a collective comfort. In times of abundance, fast and powerful sounds became a synonym for celebration. It is not hard to imagine how this behavior reinforced bonds between group members, creating a shared identity that did not depend on rational explanations. Through sound, early humans created something that everyone could feel, even without understanding. The night, illuminated by firelight, was the natural stage for this ancestral music. Shadows danced on cave walls while drums echoed and flutes released notes that resembled the distant songs of birds. It was in these moments that humanity began to step away from the weight of daily survival and allowed itself to create beauty simply for the act of existing. This impulse to transform common objects into instruments and produce organized sounds was a milestone in cultural evolution, showing that beyond thinking and crafting tools, humans also had the need to express emotions. The first musical instruments were, therefore, a bridge between nature and imagination. They were born from observing the world and evolved into something greater, something that united people around a rhythm, a melody, and a meaning. That simple gesture, striking a log, blowing into a bone, opened the way to a universe of sounds that, thousands of years later, would continue to accompany humans in all cultures. And there, at the very beginning, each sound was a silent celebration of the fact that humanity had discovered yet another way to connect, to recognize itself, and to feel alive. For thousands of years, fire was a gift from nature, something that early humans only took advantage of when lightning struck a tree or a natural wildfire swept across a plain. But over time, observation and necessity transformed this dependence into mastery. Learning to create fire and not just preserve it was one of the greatest revolutions in the history of humankind. To tame the flame meant gaining warmth, protection, light, food, and above all, power over an element that once seemed uncontrollable. This discovery elevated humans to a new level in the struggle for survival. In the beginning, The challenge was to keep an existing flame alive. Entire groups organized watches to ensure that a fire would not go out. Dry branches, leaves, and plant fibers were constantly fed into the embers so they would not die out. This care for the fire became one of the most important tasks within the group. A lit flame was a treasure, and losing it meant returning to the vulnerability of darkness. Thus, for many centuries, humans became guardians of fire, carrying glowing embers inside hollowed-out logs or wrapped in damp fibers during their migrations. The domestication of fire was only consolidated when they learned to produce it on their own. This advance likely happened gradually through the observation of two phenomena: friction and impact. By rubbing two dry sticks together rapidly, they realized that the generated heat could produce smoke and, with patience, a small flame. With hard stones, such as flint, they discovered that the impact created sparks that, when falling on dry leaves or fibers, could ignite a controlled flame. These techniques required practice, coordination, and persistence, but represented definitive independence from the random acts of nature. Domesticated fire completely transformed the daily routine of human groups. From that moment on, they no longer had to wait for the chance of a lightning strike. They could light a fire whenever and wherever necessary. This meant they could cook food daily, stay warm even in cold climates, and keep predators away from their camps. More than that, the flame became a tool for exploring new environments, even regions previously inaccessible because of cold or darkness. With the mastery of fire-making techniques, new habits and even more structured organization emerged. Some individuals specialized in lighting and maintaining the flame, using knowledge passed orally from generation to generation. The campfire became the center of social life. Around it, activities were organized. Food was prepared, tools were made, stories were told, and rituals were performed. The flame thus ceased to be just a resource and came to hold symbolic meaning, a sign of safety and unity. Beyond daily use, fire also paved the way for new inventions. With it, early humans discovered that they could harden the tips of wooden spears, creating stronger weapons. Over time, they learned to bake clay, laying the groundwork for pottery much later. And by controlling light, they extended their activities beyond sunset, altering the natural rhythm of life. For the first time, humans ceased to depend entirely on daylight, creating their own cycle. The psychological impact of mastering fire was also profound. Knowing they could produce and control such a powerful element brought confidence to the groups, reduced fears, and opened new possibilities. The flame became an inseparable companion, a milestone at which human beings realized they could transform the environment around them rather than merely adapt to it. Thus, the domestication of fire was far more than a technical advance. It was a leap in the ability to shape reality itself. From the moment early humans lit their first self-made fire, nothing was ever the same. That spark, ignited in the depths of prehistory, illuminated the path to all the achievements that would come later, and remains to this day one of the most powerful symbols of human intelligence. From the moment early humans not only mastered fire, but also began to use it to cook food, the history of eating changed forever. Before this, the entire diet was consumed raw: tough and fibrous meats, bitter roots, fruits often difficult to chew, and hard seeds that demanded strength in the teeth. With fire, food was transformed, becoming easier to chew, easier to digest, and far more nutritious. This change had a direct impact on the human body, the energy available for daily activities, and even the way the brain evolved over thousands of years. Cooking meat was the most obvious change. Before, when a group managed to bring down an animal, the raw meat was cut into pieces with stones and quickly divided, often still rigid and fibrous. Cooking completely altered that experience. When meat was exposed to heat, its fibers softened and its fat melted, releasing flavors that had never been experienced before. This new texture made chewing easier and, more importantly, reduced the time needed for the body to extract nutrients, since heat already broke down some of the more complex structures in the food. But fire did not benefit only meat. Roots that were once toxic or bitter became safe and tasty after being roasted or cooked in embers. Tubers hardened by the soil became soft, turning into a new source of energy. Heated seeds released aromas and became more palatable, and some fruits could be dried and preserved for longer. This broader range of foods expanded the diet and ensured a more stable energy supply, something vital for groups that had to endure long migrations. Another striking effect of cooking was food safety. By exposing food to heat, microorganisms and parasites present in meat or plants were eliminated, reducing diseases and poisoning. This increased survival rates, especially among the most vulnerable in the group, such as children and the elderly. Cooking also allowed food to be preserved for longer. Pieces of roasted or smoked meat could be eaten even after several days, creating a small margin of safety against scarcity during harsher periods. This change also altered routines and social habits. Meals stopped being rushed acts, performed the moment an opportunity arose, and became organized activities around the fire. Food was prepared, shared, and savored in a group. These moments created a new form of coexistence, where nutrition and social bonding were intertwined. Eating together became an act of unity, a collective celebration that strengthened the bonds among group members. From an evolutionary standpoint, the deepest impact was on the brain. The digestion of cooked food requires less energy from the body and releases more calories more efficiently. This energy surplus fueled the expansion and activity of the human brain, creating a direct relationship between the invention of cooking and the development of intelligence. This gain allowed humans to spend less time chewing and more time creating tools, exploring the environment, and developing social and cultural strategies. With cooking, even the way hunting and gathering was done began to change. Groups started to select prey and plants, thinking not only about immediate consumption, but also about how they would turn out once prepared with fire. Primitive gastronomy was born from this practice, experimenting with different ways of roasting, smoking, or simply placing food closer to or farther from the flame, seeking the perfect point of flavor and tenderness. Fire, therefore, did not just feed the body, but transformed the very essence of eating. It gave more strength, more time, more health, and more energy to think and innovate. Around a fire, while the aroma of roasted meat spread, a new lifestyle was born, safer and more social. This discovery marked the difference between a being that merely survives and a being that begins to create culture even in the act of eating. Over hundreds of thousands of years, humans transformed stone into an extension of their own bodies. What began with simple flakes gradually evolved into a complex set of techniques that would define entire eras. Among these traditions, two stand out as technological milestones of prehistory: the Acheulean culture, mainly associated with Homo erectus, and the Mousterian culture, linked to the Neanderthals. These stages represent extraordinary leaps in planning, precision, and innovation. The Acheulean industry appeared around 1.7 million years ago and was responsible for the creation of the famous hand axes. Unlike the first stones crudely flaked at random, Acheulean bifaces were shaped with a clear purpose. The stones were flaked on both sides, forming a symmetrical, teardrop-shaped or almond-shaped tool with a sharp tip and a broader base for gripping. This standardization shows that for the first time, humans envisioned the final form of a tool before making it. Each strike was planned rather than improvised. Hand axes served multiple functions: cutting meat, scraping hides, piercing, digging for roots, and breaking bones. They were multi-purpose tools so efficient that they were produced for over 1 million years, spreading across Africa, Europe, and Asia. The Acheulean technique demonstrates not only manual skill, but also patience and the ability to anticipate the steps required to transform a raw stone into a useful object. This awareness of the production process is one of the first clear signs of abstract thinking. Over time, particularly between 300,000 and 200,000 years ago, a new way of working stone emerged in Europe and the Middle East, the Mousterian tradition. This cultural complex is mainly associated with Neanderthals and reveals even greater sophistication. Instead of simply creating general-purpose tools, Neanderthals developed a flaking method known as the Levallois technique. This method consisted of carefully preparing a stone core and then detaching flakes that had already been planned, producing ready-made blades for various uses. This approach allowed for sharper and more precise cutting edges. With the Mousterian, the diversity of tools increased significantly. Specialized scrapers appeared for processing hides. Finer points were designed to be hafted onto spears for hunting and cutting meat. Narrow blades were created for detailed work, and even burins were used for carving wood or bone. Each tool was designed for a specific purpose, showing a considerable advance in mental organization and an understanding of the group's needs. These innovations did not appear overnight. They were transmitted over thousands of years, with elders teaching the younger generations the exact angle to strike the stone, the ideal raw materials to use, and the specific utility of each implement. Passing on this knowledge generated a true technological tradition, with techniques improving and spreading over vast distances from group to group. The impact of these sophisticated tools on daily life was immense. With them, hunting became more efficient, food preparation faster, hides were transformed into better clothing and shelters, and even the creation of composite weapons became possible. Each blade produced saved time, effort, and risk, allowing groups to be more productive and leaving them with more energy for other activities such as rituals and social interaction. Acheulean and Mysterian technologies were therefore more than just technological periods. They represent crucial stages of human intelligence, moments when thought moved from being purely instinctive to becoming strategic and creative. When we look at these tools, we see not just shaped stones, but the first concrete evidence that humans had learned to plan the future with their own hands. As the ages passed, hunting ceased to be just a direct confrontation between man and animal. The growing intelligence of Homo sapiens transformed this act into an exercise in strategy and invention. The more the human mind evolved, the more sophisticated the techniques, weapons, and methods became to ensure food with the least possible risk. This advancement represents one of the highlights of prehistory, the ability to turn observation into a plan and a plan into coordinated action. One of the great milestones of this period was the creation of composite weapons. Instead of relying exclusively on loose stones or solid spears, hunters learned to combine different materials to create more efficient tools. A wooden shaft was carefully polished and, at its tip, a sharp stone blade was fixed, using plant fibers, animal tendons, or natural resins as glue. This type of weapon, much more resistant and precise, allowed for more controlled and safer attacks. Later, the invention of the spear thrower, a type of lever that increased the force and range of a spear throw, further amplified the power of each strike. In addition, ingenious traps began to appear. In regions where large herds passed, hunters dug deep pits camouflaged with leaves and branches, creating traps into which medium and large-sized animals fell and became trapped. On sloped terrain, entire groups used noise and smoke to drive animals toward cliffs, making them fall to their deaths. These strategies required meticulous planning and flawless collective coordination, showing how human intellect became as lethal a weapon as any sharp stone. Another impressive advance was the introduction of the bow and arrow, which began to emerge between 50,000 and 40,000 years ago. This invention revolutionized hunting, as it allowed attacks from a distance with precision and speed. Arrows made of light wood with stone or bone tips could be shot in quick succession, greatly increasing the chance of hitting an animal before it could escape or react. The bow required training, but once mastered, it turned the hunter into a highly effective predator, reducing the risk of serious injuries that were common in close confrontations. With these more complex weapons, the very organization of hunting changed. Now bands could devise long-term strategies, choose specific targets, ambush entire herds, and coordinate synchronized attacks. Hunting ceased to be an act of pure physical endurance and became a combination of cunning, patience, and cooperation. This smarter approach reduced the effort spent and increased the amount of food obtained, allowing groups to be more stable and take fewer risks. The consequences of this advancement were profound. With more efficient hunting, humans gained greater access to foods rich in proteins and fats, nutrients essential for brain development. This provided more free time for other activities, such as making clothing, improving tools, and creating art. In addition, the practice of planned hunting further stimulated the development of cognitive skills, memory to recall routes and animal habits, the ability to anticipate movements, and a more detailed communication system to transmit orders and signals during the chase. Hunting techniques also reinforced group bonds. Planning and executing a successful ambush required mutual trust and discipline. Each member of the band had a clear role, and success or failure depended on joint action. At the end of a successful hunt, the sharing of meat became not just a matter of survival, but a social act that strengthened ties and created a sense of collective victory. Hunting ceased to be a simple contest of brute force and became a spectacle of intelligence and strategy. This process not only placed humans in a prominent position as predators, but also served as training ground for mental abilities that would later allow for the construction of complex cultures. Every composite weapon, every trap, and every bow was, in practice, a testament to how the human mind learned to overcome the challenges of nature with ingenuity and imagination. For most of prehistory, humans lived as nomads, constantly moving in search of water, food, and safe places to protect themselves from predators and climate changes. This mobility was a natural response to an unstable and dangerous world. However, as hunting and gathering techniques became more efficient and the organization of groups more sophisticated, a new behavior began to emerge: the preference for returning to certain territories on a recurring basis. This transition did not yet mean a sedentary life, but it was the first step toward the notion of familiar territories. The main factor driving this habit was accumulated knowledge. After generations observing nature, the groups knew which places offered abundant resources at certain times of the year: a valley with permanent rivers, a grove with fruit-bearing trees, or a region where herds regularly passed became strategic points. As a result, migration stopped being completely unpredictable and started to follow more fixed routes, creating a cyclical pattern of movement. These frequently used territories worked as safe stations in the group's mental map. Another consequence of advances in tools and hunting techniques was the ability to make better use of the same territory. Before, when hunting was less efficient, the group had to travel large areas in search of food. With spears, traps, and later bows and arrows, the bands were able to exploit a single region more thoroughly before exhausting it. This reduced the need for constant movement and encouraged the idea of staying longer in strategic places. Fire also played a fundamental role, as it made it possible to preserve food and cook, which extended the use of obtained resources. Safety was another factor that reinforced this trend. Certain places had natural features that made them easier to defend: deep caves, cliffs that prevented the approach of predators, or areas near rivers with a wide view of the surroundings. Discovering a place like this and knowing they could return to it later gave these groups an unprecedented sense of stability. Over time, these points became territorial markers, true refugees known from generation to generation. This change also had social and cultural impacts. When a group returned to a place, it would find traces of its previous presence: forgotten tools, bones of hunted animals, marks on stones. These traces reinforced collective memory and created an emotional bond with the environment. They were no longer just passing visitors, they were habitual users of a landscape that began to have meaning. This relationship created an initial sense of belonging and territorial identity, an idea that would deepen much later with the emergence of agriculture and villages. Over time, this practice of returning to the same places allowed humans to observe changes in the environment throughout the seasons and to learn how to anticipate patterns. Knowing that a certain tree would bear fruit at a specific time of the year, or that a river would dry up during the heat, helped plan movements better. This foresight was a crucial step in the evolution of strategic thinking, as it transformed the simple search for survival into increasingly organized behavior. Despite this trend, life was still nomadic. Bands continued to move when resources were depleted or when danger appeared, but now there was a logic behind the routes traveled. Mobility ceased to be completely erratic and became cyclical, with known routes and places marked as important. This change represented the first form of domestication of the landscape, not in the sense of physically transforming it, but of creating a conscious bond with it. In this way, the transition to frequently used territories was a decisive moment in human history. It marked the beginning of a new relationship with space and time. By creating fixed routes and always returning to the same places, humans took the first step toward a more organized and less random life. From that point onward, the notion of territory and belonging became only a matter of time. The domestication of animals did not happen overnight. It began silently, as a gradual relationship of closeness between humans and certain species of the wild world. For tens of thousands of years, while hunter-gatherers roamed territories in search of food, some animals began to frequent the same areas occupied by human groups, drawn by leftover food and the warmth of campfires. This repeated contact initially based on opportunity, slowly turned into a mutually beneficial coexistence, giving rise to the first steps of domestication. Wolves were probably the first animals to approach human camps. Some, bolder and less aggressive, began following the bands in search of bones and hunting scraps. In return, they alerted to dangers with their howls and barks. This initial bond created a rudimentary form of cooperation. Humans offered food scraps, and the wolves repaid them with vigilance and, eventually, help in hunting. Over time, the tamest individuals stayed closer, generation after generation, giving rise to the ancestors of dogs. This relationship transformed a dynamic of hunting and fear into partnership, a milestone in the history of interaction between species. Another example involves large herbivores, such as goats and sheep. At first, these animals were simply hunted prey, but observing their habits led humans to realize they could control their movements. In some regions, they began to guide small groups of these animals to safer areas, where capturing them later was easier. Over time, this practice evolved into a longer coexistence, because keeping a group alive near the camp meant a continuous supply of meat, milk, and hides. Domestication also included birds. Smaller animals, such as ducks and geese, were drawn to places with leftover food and water. Some human groups began to notice that these birds could be kept nearby and used as a source of eggs and meat. This type of control was not yet intentional at first, but it paved the way for practices that, thousands of years later, would consolidate with agriculture and animal husbandry. It is important to remember that this early relationship between humans and animals did not take place in a stable environment. It was a process of trial and error. Not all animals could be domesticated. Many were too aggressive, while others could not adapt to living with humans. But little by little, generation after generation, a natural selection took place. Only the most tolerant approached and stayed. This contact changed both the animals' behavior and humans, who began to see some species not only as prey, but also as potential partners. Fire and camps were essential in this process. Around campfires, animals found warmth and safety from predators. In food scraps, they found an easy source of nourishment. This routine of approach and exchange, repeated for centuries, built a bond of trust. Although there was no complete control yet, this coexistence planted the seeds of what would later become full domestication. From the human point of view, this beginning of domestication brought important benefits. The presence of guard animals increased safety from predators and intruders. Over time, bands began to rely on additional resources such as milk, eggs, and even the transport of small loads in specific regions. This silent cooperation expanded the group's ability to survive in hostile environments. On the other hand, for the animals that approached, the partnership was also advantageous. They gained protection, a constant food supply, and better chances of reproduction. Thus, the relationship grew stronger, not through imposition but through mutual benefit. This natural alliance was one of the first signs that humanity was beginning to modify the world around it, not only with tools, but also through relationships with other species. The first signs of domestication were, therefore, a fundamental step in human history. They changed the way groups saw animals and paved the way for a future in which humans and animals would walk side by side. This partnership would change the history of food, transportation, and even culture, but it all began here, with cautious, slow, and intelligent closeness between different species that learned to trust one another. As millennia passed, human groups grew in number and began to move through increasingly vast territories, which inevitably led to frequent encounters between different bands. At first, these encounters were tense, often marked by fear and distrust. Two groups competing for the same water source or hunting ground could come into conflict, and such clashes of interest were common in regions where resources were scarce. However, in other situations, these encounters turned into opportunities, and from those opportunities arose a revolutionary behavior, cooperation between different groups. When two bands realized they could benefit mutually, the first alliances were formed. These alliances were simple and practical. For a time, they hunted together to face larger prey, shared safe resting areas, or exchanged valuable information about roots, animals, and plants. In some cases, this coexistence lasted days or weeks until each group moved on. In others, these alliances developed into more lasting relationships, with the groups meeting again at specific times of the year. Exchanges also began to emerge as a direct consequence of these contacts. A group that had mastered a better technique for shaping stone could trade sharper tools for food obtained by another group living in a region rich in fruit, honey, or game. This exchange was extremely advantageous because it allowed different communities to access resources and knowledge they would not have had in isolation. In this way, even without structured language or currency, the first signs of primitive trade were born. Another important aspect of these interactions was marriage between members of different groups. By uniting families from distinct bands, blood ties were formed that strengthened alliances and expanded support networks. This also increased genetic diversity, which was vital for small, isolated populations that were vulnerable to disease and hereditary problems. These family ties made groups more united and widened the areas where they could seek help in times of difficulty. Cooperation between groups brought benefits that went beyond immediate survival. It generated a greater flow of ideas. New techniques for hunting, food preparation, or tool making began to spread more quickly, strengthening collective adaptability. Frequent contact between different groups also allowed for constant learning about diverse environments. Thus, when migration became necessary, a group already knew what to expect in certain regions because it had received information from others. This early cooperation was essential for facing environmental challenges, especially during times of climate change or food scarcity. In periods of severe drought or intense cold, joining forces could be the only way to ensure survival. This union was based on simple rules. As long as there were enough resources for everyone and trust was respected, groups remained allies. It is important to note that these alliances were neither permanent nor universal. There were still many violent clashes, when a group felt threatened or when competition for resources was unavoidable. But these episodes of collaboration show that humanity began to realize that the other was not always just a rival. They could be a partner. This change in perspective, small at first, had enormous consequences for the future, as it created the first embryos of broader social networks. Thus, cooperation between different groups was a crucial step toward building more complex societies. By joining forces around common goals, sharing knowledge and strengthening bonds, early humans initiated a new stage in cultural evolution. This behavior paved the way for the concept of the extended community, long before the invention of agriculture and villages. The idea that together, even while being different, survival is better, was one of the keys that transformed isolated bands into future civilizations. During the long journey of prehistory, the environment in which the first humans lived was never constant. It was a world in constant transformation, marked by cycles of extreme cold and intense heat, periods of abundant rain followed by prolonged droughts. Surviving meant learning to adapt to these unpredictable changes, and more than that, to transform these difficulties into new opportunities. The history of humanity is, in essence, the history of continuous adaptation. In periods of extreme cold, during the great glaciations, vast parts of the earth were covered in ice. Forests disappeared, rivers froze, and plains turned into white deserts. In these scenarios, only the most adaptable could endure. The first humans learned to use thicker animal hides to protect themselves from the wind, to keep fires burning for long periods, and to seek caves or shelters that provided natural protection against freezing temperatures. Hunting in these environments focused on cold-resistant animals such as reindeer and bison, and it required covering long distances to find prey that constantly migrated. When the climate warmed, the ice retreated, and new landscapes emerged. Forests grew back, bringing with them an abundance of fruits, roots, and small animals. But this new scenario also demanded adaptation. Instead of depending so much on the hunting of large animals, humans began to diversify their diet even more, collecting plants and exploring resources such as fish and wild fruits. The heat also increased the presence of insects and diseases, forcing them to develop strategies to cope with these new risks. These climatic changes also deeply influenced migrations. When regions became arid and scarce, groups were forced to move in search of areas richer in resources. This led humans to cross deserts, valleys, and mountains, finding new territories and facing environments completely different from those they were used to. The ability to move, to learn from each new space, and to find ways to survive even in adverse situations was one of the species' greatest strengths. Adaptation was not only physical, but also cultural. Environmental challenges drove creativity. To deal with the cold, they created increasingly sophisticated clothing and tools. To hunt animals in open terrain, they developed more efficient weapons and ambush strategies. In hot regions, they adjusted their habits to avoid the most dangerous hours of the sun and learned to identify plants with medicinal properties. This cultural flexibility ensured that, even in the face of the harshest changes, humans could find quick solutions. Another important consequence of this adaptability was physical and psychological resilience. Life in an environment that constantly changed shaped individuals who were able to endure long walks, temporary hunger, intense cold, or suffocating heat. Over time, these experiences molded bodies prepared for endurance and minds trained to cope with uncertainty. The ability to adjust to the climate also caused different groups to develop specific characteristics for each region. Those living in cold areas became more robust and learned to store body fat as thermal protection. Those in hot regions developed strategies for heat dissipation, light clothing, and greater mobility to find scattered resources. This process of local adaptation was a direct response to the shaping force of the environment. Looking back, it is clear that the success of the human species is directly linked to its ability to transform in the face of environmental changes. Each new landscape, each new climate challenge was a test, and time and again, humans found ways to overcome. This flexibility would be the foundation for all future advances, from the first villages to great civilizations. And that is why in every corner of the planet, there is always a story that began with someone learning to adapt in order to survive. As the first humans traveled through valleys, forests, and plains, they learned to recognize not only what they could eat, but also what could heal. The relationship with plants was, from the beginning, much deeper than the simple search for food. By observing nature and experimenting, they discovered that certain leaves, roots, and barks had properties capable of relieving pain, reducing fevers, and treating wounds. This knowledge, acquired over thousands of years, became one of humanity's first forms of medicine and an essential element for survival. It all began with observation. Hunter-gatherers noticed how animals reacted to plants. They saw a deer rub its wounds on certain herbs, or a bird seek out specific fruits when it was weak. These clues were valuable. They then began to test, always cautiously, small amounts of leaves or roots to understand their effects on the body. When they found something that helped, the experience was transmitted orally to the entire group. Thus, little by little, a collective knowledge was born that was passed down from generation to generation. Medicinal plants were used in various ways. Some were chewed raw to relieve toothaches or headaches. Others were crushed and applied directly to wounds, serving as a kind of natural bandage. In more complex cases, leaves and roots were boiled in hot water, producing an infusion that could be drunk to relieve symptoms of fevers or infections. This simple practice, based on trial and error, represented an impressive empirical knowledge, considering the few resources available. Another fundamental point was the care of injuries. In a world where predators prowled and hunting required dangerous confrontations, cuts and broken bones were common. Learning to clean a wound with running water, cover it with clean leaves, and later apply substances that helped to stop the bleeding saved lives. Some groups even developed the habit of immobilizing broken limbs, using branches and plant fibers, ensuring that the person had a chance to recover. This type of care was one of the first signs of empathy and social organization. Pain also led to the use of plants with analgesic effects. The bark of some trees, for example, had properties capable of reducing inflammation and bringing relief, even though the first humans did not know how it worked. In addition, in hot regions, certain plants were used as natural repellents, protecting against mosquitoes and insects that transmitted diseases. This knowledge increased the group's resistance to hostile environments. These practices, even if rudimentary, had a profound impact on the survival of the species. By caring for the wounded and treating simple illnesses, the bands were able to keep more members active and increase their chances of living longer. This increase in life expectancy, however small, represented a significant advantage. It also strengthened social bonds, as the sick and wounded came to be seen not as a burden, but as an essential part of the group, worthy of protection and attention. Over time, this knowledge about plants and body care became part of oral culture. Stories told around the fire included teachings about what to use to treat fevers, which leaves to chew to relieve hunger, or which roots could be dangerous. Thus, primitive medicine was born as a collective knowledge, built not by one person, but by the accumulated experience of many. The emergence of these forms of care was a turning point. For the first time, humanity showed that it did not rely only on luck or physical strength to survive. It began to use observation and intelligence to interfere with the natural course of disease and pain, and it was in this simple act, treating a wound, preparing an infusion, relieving pain, that one of the greatest marks of civilization emerged, the ability to care. With the advancement of hunting techniques, the mastery of fire, the creation of increasingly sophisticated tools, and the ability to live longer thanks to knowledge of medicinal plants and organization, human groups began to display something new, a more complex social structure. Until then, functions within a band were distributed simply and naturally, according to physical strength, age, and individual skill. However, as tasks diversified, the need for specialists, leaders, and more defined roles emerged, creating a primitive form of hierarchy. Specialization was one of the first transformations in this process. Instead of everyone doing everything, some members began to stand out in specific activities. There were those with greater skill in making tools, people who knew how to find the right kind of stone, deliver the precise blows, and produce blades or spear points far superior to ordinary ones. Others were exceptional hunters, able to track animals, read subtle footprints, and predict movements. There were also those recognized for their ability to light and maintain fire, a knowledge so valuable that it became indispensable. This division was not official but natural, functioning as a way for each person to contribute with what they did best. Alongside the specialists, the elders began to take on a fundamental role as guardians of experience. In a world with no writing, wisdom was carried in memory and passed on through speech and demonstration. These elders remembered the safest routes, the cycles of the seasons, the plants that healed, and the hunting techniques used in hard times. Even without the physical strength of the young, their value to the group was immense, because survival depended not only on strength, but also on knowledge. From this coexistence between generations and different abilities, natural leaders emerged. A leader at that time was not an absolute chief, but someone whose voice was heard and respected, because their decisions had already proven to save lives. He could be the most experienced hunter, the most skillful at planning ambushes, or the wisest at guiding the group in times of danger. His function was to coordinate, inspire, and maintain order when there were internal tensions or external threats. The power of a leader was, above all, the power of trust. This more complex organization also allowed the groups to become more efficient. While hunters searched for food, others were responsible for collecting fruits, maintaining the fire, protecting the children, and preparing tools. Tasks ceased to be improvised and became planned. This division ensured that all resources were used in the best possible way, increasing the chances of survival. The emergence of this social structure also had a profound psychological effect. The certainty that there were roles and responsibilities created a sense of security. Each person knew what to expect from themselves and from others, which reduced uncertainty in such an unpredictable world. Furthermore, this organization encouraged the transmission of culture. Specialists taught apprentices, and apprentices in time took on these functions. This continuity created a cycle that kept the accumulated experience alive over generations. This more complex division did not eliminate the basic equality within the group, but it began to introduce subtle differences in prestige. Those who mastered rare techniques, such as the production of higher quality weapons, were more valued. The most successful hunters were admired. The wisest were respected. This differentiation was the seed of what would much later become the basis of the more complex hierarchies of villages and civilizations. Thus, the internal organization ceased to be just a spontaneous gathering and transformed into a structured network, where each function had weight and purpose. This division of roles was one of the greatest leaps in human history because it taught that, united and coordinated, humans could not only survive but prosper. It was in this balance between specialization, leadership, and experience that the first forms of society were born, opening the way for everything that would come afterward. Among all the inventions that transformed the way early humans interacted with the resources of nature, Pottery occupies a special place. Long before agriculture was fully established, the first experiments with clay, molded and hardened by heat, paved the way for a new revolution, the creation of durable containers, capable of storing water, keeping food, cooking more efficiently, and even transporting small resources without depending on skins, gourds, or bones. The discovery of pottery was not an isolated event, but a slow process that began when hunter-gatherers began to notice how clay changed under the effect of fire. It probably began by chance. When fires were lit in places where the soil contained a large amount of clay, the flames hardened the surface, leaving behind a firm and resistant crust. This phenomenon did not go unnoticed. Some curious observer realized that when moist clay dried and was exposed to heat, it changed texture and became much more solid. Over time, this observation was put into practice. Humans began to model small bowls and simple shapes using clay mixed with water, letting them dry in the sun, and then placing them near the fire to harden. These first containers had immense value for nomadic life. Water, which previously had to be carried in animal skins, could now be stored in rudimentary pots, even if fragile. Seeds and dried fruits, which quickly spoiled when left in the open, began to be stored for longer periods. Meat could be cooked inside these containers, using the heat of the fire without relying solely on grilling over embers. This changed the group's diet and daily routine profoundly. Pottery also opened new possibilities for cooking foods that previously could not be used. Harder grains and roots, which before had to be consumed raw or only roasted, could now be boiled in water, becoming softer and more nutritious. This process not only diversified the diet, but also increased the amount of calories available to the group. Furthermore, boiling water in rudimentary pots helped eliminate impurities, reducing diseases caused by invisible microorganisms. The first pots were undecorated. They were simple, irregularly shaped, and broke easily. But over time, humans realized that mixing straw, fibers, or sand into the clay gave the vessel's walls greater resistance. This innovation allowed the pots to withstand higher temperatures and last longer. From this moment, pottery ceased to be just a curiosity and became an essential technology. Still, this discovery did not mean abandoning nomadism. At first, the containers were small and transportable, adapted to a life on the move. However, this new technology planted a seed for the future. With larger and more resistant pots, it became increasingly advantageous to remain longer in areas rich in water and food, giving rise to longer periods of occupation in certain regions. This behavior would be one of the foundations for the transition to a sedentary life that would come much later. Interestingly, the first signs of pottery also reveal a new creative dimension in humans. Over time, some of these pieces began to be decorated with marks made with fingers, branches, or cords, perhaps without a practical purpose, but showing a pleasure in creating something that was also beautiful. This union of function and aesthetics, even in its most primitive form, is a clear reflection of mental and cultural evolution. Thus, the discovery of pottery and containers was a silent but profound change. It increased food security, improved hygiene, gave more freedom to prepare and store food, and influenced patterns of movement. Each piece of clay, hardened by fire, represents more than just a tool. It is a symbol of the moment when humans stopped simply adapting to the world and began to shape it with their own hands, using intelligence to create something entirely new from what nature provided. Since the dawn of humanity, water has always been a central resource for survival. At first, it was consumed directly from rivers, lakes, and springs, but this dependence brought constant risks: frequent displacement, exposure to predators at water points, and diseases transmitted by parasites and microorganisms that no one understood. With the advancement of techniques and observation, human groups began to change their relationship with this vital resource. Gradually, the first attempts to store, boil, and even filter water appeared, an essential step in building a safer and more organized way of life. The change began with the simple need to carry water during movements. Before the creation of ceramic containers, animal skins, bags made from stomachs, dried gourds, and even hollow logs were used to transport small quantities. This rudimentary transport allowed a group not to remain tied exclusively to the banks of rivers and to take bigger steps in exploring territories. Even crude, these natural containers represented a strategic advance. Now it was possible to have some water available in places where the source was far away. With the mastery of fire and the invention of heat-resistant containers, a silent revolution occurred, the boiling of water. Although early humans did not understand the invisible causes of disease, they noticed that heated water seemed safer and less likely to cause illness. This practice spread in regions where the water was murkier or collected from shallow pools. By boiling it, they not only unknowingly eliminated part of the microorganisms, but also created a new opportunity, the preparation of hot drinks, something that brought comfort in cold regions and could even help maintain health. Another important innovation was the creation of rudimentary filtration techniques. In some places, observing that water became clearer when passing through layers of sand or fabric, humans began to reproduce this process. Fabrics made from plant fibers, animal skins, or even large leaves were used to remove leaves, insects, and visible debris. Although this method did not eliminate microorganisms, it improved water quality and avoided the consumption of solid particles that could cause diseases. These changes in how water was handled profoundly impacted the organization of the groups. With more safety in consumption and more autonomy to transport and store water, groups could stay for longer periods in certain places without depending on an immediate source. This increased the possibilities of exploring more distant territories, including areas where water was seasonal or scarce. From a social perspective, water management also created new responsibilities. Keeping containers clean, controlling supplies, and ensuring that water was available to everyone became a valuable function within the group. Collection began to be planned, often carried out by experienced people who knew where to find the safest and cleanest sources, reducing the risk of consuming contaminated water. These practices were also essential in extreme environments. During migrations through arid areas such as deserts and dry plains, transporting water could mean the difference between life and death. In frozen places, they learned to melt snow and ice for consumption using containers over fire. This ability to create solutions for such basic problems is yet another example of how human ingenuity transformed the disadvantages of nature into tools for survival. Gradually, this care with water ceased to be just a practical matter and came to have symbolic value. In some groups, boiled or stored water began to be shared during important moments, such as after a successful hunt or during healing rituals, reinforcing its importance not only as a physical resource, but also as an element of unity and protection. Thus, the simple act of storing, boiling, and filtering water was one of the most silent and revolutionary innovations of prehistory. By learning to control this resource, early humans increased their chances of survival and paved the way for more organized societies, capable of facing increasingly challenging environments. In a world without formal medicine, hospitals, or any technology beyond instinct and accumulated experience, the first humans had to face diseases and serious injuries, using only the resources of their environment and the collective wisdom of their group. Living in constant contact with the wild, surrounded by predators, dangerous hunts, changing weather, and potentially harmful foods, every small infection, cut, or fever could mean death. And it was in this context that the first practices of care emerged, along with the figure of the healer, the individual who, through observation and repetition, became the guardian of knowledge about the body and healing. Injuries were part of daily life. Failed hunts, falls, cuts from handling sharp stones, and animal attacks were common. The first reaction in such situations was to clean the wounds using running water or natural liquids, such as the sap of certain plants. The group had learned that leaving dirt in wounds was dangerous because the injury would worsen. Then leaves, clay, or moss were applied to stop bleeding and protect the area. The use of improvised bandages, made from plant fibers or animal hides, was a simple yet fundamental discovery that increased the chances of recovery. Over time, by observing what nature offered, they began to associate certain plants with soothing effects. Bitter herbs chewed would relieve toothaches or cramps. Strong-tasting roots were given to reduce fevers. Aromatic leaves applied to the skin helped reduce swelling and irritation. These rudimentary practices formed what could be considered the embryo of herbal medicine. Even without scientific understanding, these peoples knew from accumulated experience that certain plants had specific powers, and this knowledge began to be passed down from generation to generation, When more serious illnesses arose, such as persistent fevers or signs of poisoning, treatment became a collective effort. The sick person was isolated to avoid contagion, and the elders or those knowledgeable about medicinal plants stayed by their side, taking care of every detail, keeping the person warm, giving them liquids, ensuring they rested. This act of care was more than instinct. It was proof that social bonds went beyond individual survival. Even those who were injured and could no longer hunt continued to be fed and protected because the group knew that the community's strength depended on the well-being of all. The healer, even if this name did not yet exist, played a central role in these groups. Usually an older person, attentive and with a good memory, they knew the secrets of the plants, where to find them, and how to use them. They carefully observed symptoms, tested new combinations, and passed this knowledge on to younger apprentices. This role was not imposed. It arose naturally out of trust and respect, because saving lives meant preserving the continuity of the group. Beyond physical care, there was also a symbolic aspect. When a member of the group became gravely ill, it was common for others to gather around them, singing, drumming on improvised instruments, or performing rituals with repetitive gestures. This behavior, in addition to bringing emotional comfort, created an atmosphere of unity and hope. Many of these practices also had a psychological effect. The feeling of being cared for, of not being alone, increased the chances of recovery and strengthened social bonds. The challenges of disease and injury also drove important innovations. By noticing that fire helped clean instruments and kept animals and flies away from wounds, groups began to associate heat and protection with health. Over time, the experience accumulated with minor burns, and the use of ashes also gave rise to rudimentary ideas about cauterization, something that, in some cases, saved lives by stopping hemorrhages. Thus, even without science or modern techniques, early humans created a form of medicine based on experience, observation of nature, and collective care. Every wound treated and every fever overcome represented a triumph not only for the individual, but for the entire group. This ability to care for others, to help the weak, and to value the wisdom of the elders was one of the most important elements that allowed humanity to survive through entire ages and continue advancing ever stronger. In a world without writing, without science, and without rational explanations for the phenomena of nature, early humans sought to understand the unknown through stories. It was from this impulse to make sense of what could not be understood that the first myths were born. Lightning tearing through the sky, deafening thunder, terrifying eclipses, silent death, strange dreams, and even the changing seasons that transformed the environment around them. Everything was mysterious and demanded an answer. Myths emerged as a bridge between fear and the need for explanation, offering a symbolic way to understand life. Stories were told around campfires. While the fire illuminated the walls of caves, the elders used gestures, sounds, and rudimentary words to narrate events they had seen or heard. Some of these stories became lessons for survival, teaching the young to respect certain places or be cautious with specific plants and animals. Others, however, went beyond practical experience. They sought to explain the origin of the world, of the stars, and of life itself. By creating these narratives, early humans transformed the fear of the unknown into something that could be understood. These myths were deeply connected to the elements of nature. Thunder might be seen as the manifestation of an invisible, powerful being that demanded respect. The sun and the moon were interpreted as living entities, protectors, or threats. A river, with its strength and importance, could be considered a guardian spirit of the group. These explanations gave a sense of safety and created invisible rules that shaped collective behavior. If the river was sacred, it had to be protected. If a mountain was the dwelling of something mysterious, it should not be challenged. Another important aspect is that myths helped give meaning to death. The loss of a loved one was a profound shock, and without understanding what lay beyond, the group created stories to comfort their grief. Many believed that the person departed to another place, a sort of parallel world where they continued to exist. This belief not only provided emotional comfort, but also strengthened the cohesion of the group in the face of life's fragility. The birth of myths also served as a means of moral education. Stories about greedy hunters who refused to share their game and were punished, or about brave warriors who saved the group and were rewarded, taught essential values. These narratives were not just tales to pass the time. They were codes that helped maintain order, solidarity, and discipline in an environment where no formal laws existed. In addition, myths created a new form of collective imagination. When telling a story, each person could visualize images in their mind. This exercise of imagination strengthened the ability to plan, to foresee, and to create strategies, skills that were crucial for survival. Myths, therefore, had a dual function, emotional and practical. They helped organize ideas and gave the group a shared identity, as if everyone were part of the same story. Over time, these myths began to be retold, and each generation added new details, making the stories richer and longer. Specific places gained their own stories. A centuries-old tree could be seen as the home of a spirit. A cave with strange sounds became a forbidden place. A stone with a curious shape turned into a symbol of good luck. Thus, the surrounding landscape was no longer just a physical space, but a map of meanings. It was with these first myths that humanity learned to think symbolically, to see the world beyond what the eyes could see. And without even realizing it, this habit of storytelling shaped the foundations of culture, religion, art, and science. For even before writing books, even before inventing cities, humans had already discovered that a well-told story could transform fear into understanding and unite a group around a shared meaning of life. With the mastery of fire, something extraordinary happened. Nights, once dark and dominated by the fear of predators, were transformed into a safe space. Around the flames, life took on a new rhythm. There was no longer a need to end the day's activities at sunset. Now there was light, warmth, and protection. But more than all of that, fire created a place of gathering, a true social heart, where conversations, stories, and oral traditions were born, traditions that would forever shape human culture. During the day, groups lived in constant motion, hunting, gathering fruits, crafting tools, and exploring territories. But at night, when everyone gathered around the fire, something unique happened. This was a time for rest, but also for connection. The elders took advantage of the young people's attention to teach, telling stories of ancient hunts, the paths of animals, and survival techniques. Gestures reinforced each narrative, and repetition turned these accounts into living lessons, passed from generation to generation. The warmth and light of the fire created the perfect environment for words to gain power. Oral tradition was born in that illuminated circle. Everything the group knew, from how to sharpen a stone to how to escape a predator, was transmitted through speech. Language developed in this process. Sounds became clearer, gestures more precise, until even the most complex ideas could be communicated more effectively. Little by little, survival stories merged with stories of origin and myths, giving the gatherings around the fire a practical and also spiritual dimension. These nights around the flames strengthened social bonds, laughing together at funny stories, remembering those who had passed away and celebrating the day's achievements, created a sense of belonging stronger than at any other moment of daily life. Fire was both a guardian and a symbol. Its flame represented safety, but also the unity of the group around a common center. Without realizing it, these nightly gatherings began the construction of culture and the feeling of collective identity. Fire also stimulated creativity. By watching the dancing flames, the imagination of early humans expanded. Shadows cast on the cave walls became animals, spirits, and scenes that fed new stories. This interaction between light and darkness created a natural stage where the first storytellers began to bring events, characters, and heroic deeds to life, making everyone feel part of something greater. It was in the glow of these flames that the art of storytelling took shape. Over time, these oral traditions became the living library of human groups. Everything was stored in memory and passed on through the sound of the voice. It was in this space of coexistence that songs, dances, legends, and rules of living together emerged, all transmitted without the need for writing. This practice not only kept knowledge alive, but also consolidated values: courage, cooperation, respect for elders, and solidarity. In addition, fire represented a landmark in space. Where there was fire, there was life, protection, and community. For this reason, carrying the ability to make flames during migrations was a sacred duty. Without fire, There were no stories, no warmth, no hot food. It was the boundary between the emerging civilization and the wild darkness surrounding the groups. Thus, fire was much more than a survival tool. It became a gathering point that shaped language, learning, and imagination. It was around it that humanity took its first steps toward culture, symbolic thinking, and the beginning of everything that distinguishes us as a species. Each spark that lit the night carried, without their knowing it, the power to unite past, present, and future in a single circle of stories. Over time, when the basic needs of survival began to be met more efficiently, thanks to fire, tools, organized hunting, and structured gathering, a new drive emerged in humans, the urge to express themselves. This need to stand out, to communicate something deeper than the simple struggle to survive, appeared in the first signs of creativity applied to the human body. Necklaces made of bones, teeth, shells, and seeds, rudimentary bracelets, feathers tied to hair, and colorful paintings made with natural pigments became part of the daily life of many groups. These adornments and paintings were not merely aesthetic. They also carried social, symbolic, and possibly spiritual meaning. The first necklaces were made from materials available in the immediate environment. Small animal bones, pierced with sharp stones, were tied with plant fibers or animal tendons. Animal teeth were kept as trophies and transformed into amulets, carrying not only beauty but also meaning, a symbol of courage and strength. Shells collected from rivers and beaches were used as pendants, often marking the memory of important places. Each piece, handmade, was unique, holding within it both personal and collective stories. These adornments were not purely decorative, they served as forms of identification within the group. A necklace or bracelet could indicate that someone was an experienced hunter, a healer, or simply an adult who had passed certain rites. Through these objects, emotions were also communicated. The joy of a successful hunt, the memory of a loved one, or the pride of belonging to that community. Gradually, these small creations became silent codes that only made sense to those who shared that culture. Body painting, in turn, represented an even more expressive leap. Using pigments from clay, charcoal, and crushed minerals, early humans began decorating their skin with lines, dots, geometric marks, and even shapes that imitated animals. The application of these paintings could be done with fingers, with small improvised brushes, or even by blowing pigment onto the body. They served different purposes: to protect the skin from sun and insects, to prepare for a hunt, to participate in collective rituals, or to mark special events such as births and unions. There was, without a doubt, a profound symbolic aspect to these paintings. By covering their bodies with colors and shapes, individuals transformed themselves, acquiring a different identity, as if connecting to invisible forces. In some rituals, the paintings could represent protective spirits, animals of the hunt, or natural phenomena. This connection between aesthetics and spirituality shows that, even in the earliest stages of humanity, the act of creating was far more than vanity. It was a way of expressing a relationship with the world and with the sacred. The making of adornments and body paintings also brought with it a very important social aspect: cooperation. Producing a necklace required patience and skill. Painting another person's body strengthened the bonds among group members. These moments, often taking place around the fire, became collective activities that brought people closer together, created emotional ties, and reinforced the identity of the band. This creative impulse was a preparation for what would come later: the need to decorate the body, to mark differences, and to celebrate important moments is the root of all future cultural expressions, from clothing and jewelry to the most elaborate art. Behind each polished bone piece, each tooth hanging from a fiber, or each line of ochre on the skin lies the silent message that human beings, even in the earliest times, wanted more than to survive. They wanted to communicate, to stand out, to leave their mark on the world. These adornments and body paintings, therefore, are much more than archaeological objects. They are testimonies of the moment when humanity began to see itself as something unique and started to create symbols to express who they were, what they felt, and what they believed in. In prehistoric societies, childhood was not a long period dedicated solely to playing or freely exploring as it is in modern times. From an early age, children were active members of the group, learning by watching, imitating, and participating. Knowledge was transmitted in a practical way, and every gesture in daily life was a living lesson. This way of teaching made children not only attentive learners, but also essential participants in preserving culture and ensuring collective survival. Learning began in the very first years of life. While adults hunted, made tools, or gathered food, children carefully observed every movement. They watched how the elders sharpened a stone, how they chose ripe fruits, how they kept the fire alive. Gradually, they imitated these gestures, practicing on a smaller scale until they mastered them. This method of observation and repetition was the main form of education, and it happened every day, in every activity, with no separation between teaching and living. In addition to observing, children actively participated in tasks suited to their age. The youngest helped by carrying small bundles of firewood, picking low-hanging fruits, fetching water in light containers, and keeping the fire alive with thin branches. This participation had a double purpose. On one hand, it contributed to the group's needs. On the other, it made the child feel like an integral part of the community, learning from an early age that survival depended on cooperation. As they grew older, the tasks became more complex. Boys and girls accompanied adults in more dangerous activities, such as hunting and foraging in distant areas. During these moments, they received practical instruction on tracking animals, identifying poisonous plants, and understanding weather signs. Each successful experience was celebrated and strengthened the child's confidence, preparing them to one day become adults capable of teaching the younger ones. The importance of children went far beyond daily tasks. They represented the continuity of the group. Every lesson passed on to them was a way of ensuring that the knowledge accumulated over generations was not lost. At night, around the fire, the elders told stories intended to prepare the young for the future. Stories of courage, danger, and cleverness. In this way, values such as respect, solidarity, and caution were transmitted symbolically. Children also played a special emotional role in the community. In a world full of dangers and hardships, they were a source of joy and renewal. Their improvised games with stones, bones, or sticks helped strengthen social bonds and relieve the tension of everyday life. Even these moments of fun had educational value, as the games often imitated real activities such as hunts or disputes, serving as training for the future. The early years of life were also the most vulnerable. Diseases and accidents could easily take a child's life, and therefore collective care was a priority. Everyone in the group was involved in protecting and feeding the children, creating an environment in which they were the responsibility of all, not only of their biological parents. This collective behavior increased survival rates in societies where every life mattered. This active role of children shows that, in prehistory, they were not seen as separate individuals but as an integral part of the group's mechanism. From an early age, they learned to live, to cooperate, and to develop skills that in just a few years would be crucial to the safety and well-being of everyone. Each child was a promise for the future, and the whole community mobilized to ensure that this promise would be fulfilled. In a wild and unpredictable world, where life was constantly at risk and nature dictated the rules, the first humans quickly understood that alone they had very little chance of survival. From this realization, something much more powerful than physical strength was born: the feeling of belonging. Being in a group meant protection, food, exchange of knowledge, and above all, the certainty that someone would take care of you when danger arrived. This instinct to unite transformed small bands of hunters and gatherers into communities capable of seeing themselves as something greater than a mere cluster of individuals. Belonging was not just a practical necessity. Over time, this bond began to have an emotional and symbolic value. The fire that everyone kept burning, the familiar places they always returned to, the stories told by the elders, all of this created a collective memory. Gradually, each group began to recognize itself in its own practices, gestures, and symbols, developing a sense of identity. Those born within a group grew up knowing to whom they belonged and where their place in the world was. Rituals played a central role in building this identity. Successful hunts, rites of passage from childhood to adulthood, births, and the farewells of the dead were moments that brought everyone together around the fire. On these occasions, the idea was reinforced that every person was part of something greater. Body paintings, necklaces, marks left in caves, and even music and drum beats were collective expressions that distinguished one group from another. creating a silent language of recognition. This feeling of belonging brought profound changes to the way early humans related to one another. It increased trust among group members, reduced internal conflicts, and strengthened their ability to face external challenges. An individual might be weak or sick, but within the group, they found protection. Likewise, every individual achievement was celebrated collectively, for it was seen as a victory for everyone. This spirit of solidarity formed the foundation of the earliest social structures. The group's identity was also expressed in the way they occupied territory. Even while nomadic, these humans had preferred regions to return to, such as caves, water sources, and areas rich in game. These places, revisited by generations, became landmarks for the group, filled with memories and stories. Thus, physical space ceased to be just a resource and became a symbol of who they were. This awareness of belonging also generated a behavior of mutual protection that went beyond survival. Any external threat, whether a predator or a rival group, was faced collectively. This unity was so important that children learned from an early age that life depended on the group and that every person had a responsibility toward others. This sense of shared responsibility is one of the oldest foundations of life in society. Over time, these small communities began to distinguish themselves not only through rituals, but also through the stories they told. Each group had its own narratives, which explained the origin of the world, the lessons of the hunts, the mistakes made, and the victories achieved. These stories, passed from generation to generation, served as an invisible thread connecting the living with those who had already departed, strengthening the sense of continuity. The birth of the feeling of belonging and identity was a turning point in prehistory. It allowed humanity to stop being just a sum of isolated individuals and become a collective organism, capable of cooperating, protecting, and planning together. This invisible bond created the foundation for trust, for traditions, and later for everything we now call culture. In the earliest times of humanity, protection from nature was found mainly in caves, rock crevices, or natural locations that offered shelter from wind, rain, and predators. However, as human groups began to organize better, create more effective tools, and develop a more strategic outlook on survival, a revolutionary idea was born. The idea of building their own shelters. This was a gigantic step in the history of human adaptation, as it meant that humans ceased to depend exclusively on the environment and began to shape it according to their needs. The impulse to build shelters arose out of necessity. In regions where there were no caves or natural places suitable for protection, exposure to the elements, cold and rain, posed a constant risk. In these contexts, the first groups began to improvise structures using available materials. Large branches were used as the main support, forming a sort of cone or tent-shaped frame. Over this structure they placed large leaves, grass, smaller branches, and later the skins of hunted animals. This was the origin of the first portable and simple shelters, which could be dismantled when the group needed to move. These rudimentary constructions already represented a huge difference in daily life. They protected from the wind, reduced the loss of body heat during the night, and decreased exposure to rain. By creating a safer, drier environment, these shelters allowed groups to remain longer in certain regions, increasing the efficiency of hunting and gathering. Over time, these shelters became more elaborate. In places that bands revisited repeatedly, they began to reinforce the structures with stones around the base, making them more stable and resistant to wind. In colder regions, humans discovered that partially digging into the ground to create a lowered space helped block the wind and retain heat. These small innovations demonstrate humanity's ability to observe nature and adapt using intelligence and creativity. Another important milestone was the use of fire inside or near the shelters. By placing a fire at the entrance, the heat helped warm the interior and kept predators away. This required organization, as it was necessary to avoid smoke buildup that could hinder breathing and to control the flames so that the structure was not destroyed. This coexistence with fire was the beginning of the idea of transforming a simple shelter into a truly habitable space. As tools advanced, new materials were incorporated. Large animal bones, especially mammoth bones, were used as pillars in some regions of Europe and Asia, and thick skins were stretched over them, creating strong tents resistant to extreme cold. These early camps, made of bones and hides, are considered by archaeologists to be among the oldest planned human constructions. Beyond ensuring physical protection, these shelters also had a profound social impact. They became centers of social life, where families gathered, food was prepared, and children learned the traditions of the group. The shelter was not just a place to sleep. It was the first domestic space in history, a temporary home that strengthened the group's sense of security and identity. With this invention, humans began to rely less on caves and expand their territories. The ability to build shelters made it possible to occupy previously inhospitable environments, opening the way for longer migrations and the domination of increasingly diverse regions. It was the beginning of humanity's ability to shape the environment around them, rather than simply adapt to it. Thus, the first built shelters mark a turning point. They represent the transition from a human being who depended entirely on nature to a human being capable of transforming it. These rudimentary spaces, made with branches, leaves, bones, and hides, were the direct ancestors of the future huts, villages, and cities that many millennia later would forever change the way of living on Earth. With the evolution of the ability to build shelters and the repetition of migratory routes, human groups began to create something more complex than just a place to rest: the first organized camps. These spaces were much more than improvised sets of tents or temporary shelters. They began to reflect a new way of living, in which the choice of location, the layout of structures, and the division of tasks followed a logic that ensured greater safety, efficiency, and coexistence. This change marked the beginning of a collective way of thinking about territory and planning. The first camps were positioned strategically. The group sought elevated areas from which they could observe the surroundings and detect threats, or places close to rivers and lakes, guaranteeing access to water. They also chose points where there was abundant game, edible plants, and resources such as stones suitable for making tools. By deciding to return frequently to these same places, the group established a stable relationship with the environment. These camps ceased to be random points and became recognized landmarks, visited generation after generation. Within these camps, the arrangement of shelters followed patterns that arose naturally. The central fire, for example, was the point around which everything was organized. Around it were the places for cooking, warming up, and telling stories. Sleeping areas were positioned further away in a protective circle, creating a physical and human barrier around the fire. Tasks were distributed. One space was reserved for treating hides and making tools, another for storing food, and another for discarding bones and hunting remains, keeping the area clean and organized. This organization brought a greater sense of security and a significant increase in cooperation. Everyone knew their role. The hunters left at dawn, the gatherers took care of the food, the toolmakers worked during the day, and at night everyone gathered together. Even children had defined roles, learning early to keep the fire burning or to help collect sticks and fruits. The camp was a living organism, in which each part contributed to the well-being of all. Over time, these spaces came to be seen as shared territories. Even among nomadic groups, there were places recognized as ours. This notion of territory was not fixed, as it would be much later with villages and cities, but it represented the beginning of a collective awareness of ownership and protection. They knew that this was a safe place, and if other groups tried to occupy that space during the same season, conflicts or negotiations would arise. These encounters often also created opportunities for exchanges. Different groups could share the same space temporarily, exchanging techniques, stories, or even partners, strengthening alliances. On other occasions, the territory was defended firmly. This duality between sharing and protecting led early humans to develop more sophisticated behavior regarding space. They understood that certain places had special value and should be respected. Camps also became the basis for symbolic life. It was there that ceremonies took place, where rites were celebrated, and where the most important objects were kept. Marks left on the ground, on stones, and on trees near the camp served as signs so that the group could orient themselves during future migrations. These signs, made with stacked stones or logs positioned in specific ways, were the first forms of communication with those who would come later. The organization of camps was, therefore, a gigantic step in human evolution. It transformed the way groups dealt with space, strengthened social bonds, and created the idea of a home, even if temporary. This notion of shared territory was the basis for all future forms of housing and society. By organizing a simple camp, human beings initiated the process that thousands of years later would result in the construction of villages, towns, and cities. Among all of humanity's achievements, language was perhaps the most transformative. In the beginning, communication among early humans was done only through gestures, facial expressions, guttural sounds, and cries, something that served only immediate needs, such as warning of danger, pointing to food, or calling for attention. However, over the course of millennia, this limited system began to become more sophisticated. What were once simple noises slowly turned into an organized network of sounds with specific meanings, until language was born, capable of transmitting abstract and complex ideas. The change happened slowly. Initially, certain sounds began to be repeated with clear associations. One type of sound to indicate water, another to warn of predators, another to ask for help. The constant repetition made everyone in the group learn these signals and respond to them quickly. This created a primitive vocabulary, made up of very simple words, which allowed better coordination for hunting, gathering, and daily tasks. As life in groups became more organized, communication needed to become richer. It was no longer enough to just say predator. It became necessary to say where it was, what it was doing, and what kind of danger it represented. Thus, sounds began to combine into small sequences that little by little gave rise to the first rudimentary sentences. Language began to allow thought to be shared in a more detailed way, turning a simple alert into a complete description of a situation. This evolution had a profound impact on social life. It became possible to teach with much more precision. A hunter could explain the technique of making a spear tip, describe the position of animals, or recount the story of a past hunt with much greater clarity. Stories ceased to be only gestures imitated around the fire and began to gain words, creating a new dimension for oral tradition. Collective memory expanded because with words, experiences could be passed on with much greater fidelity. The emergence of language also allowed for an emotional leap. For the first time, feelings could be expressed more directly. Joy, sadness, fear, and hope began to be communicated with specific sounds, creating stronger bonds between group members. This ability to share emotions further strengthened social ties and generated a deeper sense of identity. As language advanced, groups began to plan better. They could coordinate strategies before a hunt, decide migration routes, divide tasks more clearly, and even create rules to avoid conflicts. This power to plan did not exist in any other species with the same intensity, and it placed Homo sapiens in a position of enormous advantage over other animals and even over other human species that had more limited communication systems. Language also became the foundation for the creation of myths and symbolic thought. It made it possible to speak of things that were not present, to imagine what could happen in the future, and to explain invisible phenomena. Stories gained details, characters, and lessons that went far beyond what could be seen. This ability to speak about the abstract opened the way to religion, art, and much later, science. This process was not the same everywhere. Different groups created their own sounds and ways of speaking, which acted as a marker of identity. This meant that language also served to distinguish who belonged to the group and who was a stranger. In this way, communication helped both with internal unity and with protection against rivals. In the end, language was much more than a technical advance. It completely transformed the way humans interacted with each other and with the world. By turning sounds into words and words into stories, humanity created an invisible universe that allowed them to plan, teach, feel, and dream. This power was one of the most important forces that led the human species out of caves and toward the civilization we know today. Long before music with instruments and long before structured speech dominated communication, the human body was the very first artistic tool of humankind. Dance and bodily expressions arose as a natural form of collective expression. Rhythmic movements, jumps, swaying, and the stamping of feet were the first universal artistic languages, creating a form of communication that did not depend on words and united the whole group in a single shared energy. The first dances were born around the fire. When the sun went down and the group gathered in safety, the The warmth of the flames created the perfect atmosphere for expression. The rhythmic beat of hands on hollow trunks or the sound of feet striking the ground inspired movements that at first were entirely spontaneous. These movements imitated nature itself, the running of animals, the flight of birds, the swaying of trees. Dance was a reflection of the life that surrounded them. These early dances had a very clear practical purpose: to strengthen social bonds and to prepare the group for important activities. Before a hunt, for example, dancing helped to generate energy and courage. In celebrations of success, the movements were a way of demonstrating collective joy. In rites of passage, the elders led specific steps to mark significant moments, such as the transition of young people into adult life. Another essential factor is that these bodily expressions were also a form of silent communication. In an environment where dangers could lurk in the darkness, gestures and rhythmic steps conveyed messages that did not need to be spoken. Dance became an emotional language, used to motivate, to warn, and even to teach. Each step, each sway, each beat had a meaning that the group understood instinctively. Little by little, the movements began to follow patterns. Certain sequences were repeated in the same way over and over and came to be recognized by everyone. These patterns transformed dance into tradition. Each group developed its own styles, which reflected its identity. Over time, these movements became part of the rituals that united the entire community. Dance became living memory, passed down from generation to generation. With the emergence of music produced from bones, drums, and sounds created by rudimentary instruments, dance became even more intense. The rhythm guided by sound coordinated the bodies, creating a collective moment in which everyone participated, from children to the elderly. Music and dance became inseparable, a dual act of art that gave strength, courage, and joy. Bodily expressions also had a spiritual aspect. Many movements imitated animals in the belief that by doing so, the dancers could absorb their qualities: the strength of a bison, the speed of a deer, the sharp vision of a bird of prey. This symbolism, combined with music and fire, turned dances into almost mystical experiences in which everyone connected to something greater than themselves. The psychological impact of these practices was profound. Dancing released tensions, strengthened bonds, and created a powerful feeling of unity. In a world full of challenges, these moments were a rare space to celebrate life, to forget, even for an instant, the daily struggle for survival. And without realizing it, these first bodily expressions were shaping human culture, preparing the ground for more sophisticated forms of art, such as theater, elaborate music, and, in the future, collective spectacles. Thus, dance and collective bodily gestures were born as humanity's very first art form. Before painting, before writing, and before any musical instrument, the body was the first stage and the first voice. These movements were the purest translation of an ancestral desire to share emotions, unite forces, and find a greater meaning in life as a group. In the earliest times of humanity, time was not measured by clocks, nor divided into hours, days, and years as we do today. For the first humans, time was perceived entirely through nature itself. Everything was connected to visible cycles: the rising and setting of the sun, the phases of the moon, the changes in the seasons, and the behavior of animals and plants. The constant observation of these patterns gradually shaped a sense of time that allowed them to organize life and plan actions in a much more efficient way. The first markers of time were, naturally, day and night. The presence of light guided hunting, gathering, and traveling. When the sun disappeared and darkness took over, life withdrew around the fire, and the night became a period of rest, storytelling, and vigilance. This basic division was the very first way to understand the rhythm of the world. Over time, they noticed that the length of daylight was not always the same. In some parts of the year, the days were longer, and in others shorter. This discovery connected them to the seasonal cycles. The moon also played an essential role. Its presence in the night sky, changing shape over days, became a natural reference. The phases of the moon, full, waxing, waning, and new, were observed closely and used as a guide for important activities. Many times, a full moon made nighttime hunting and travel easier. At other times, its complete absence created a silent and dangerous environment that required much more caution. This perception transformed the moon into both a symbol and a primitive timekeeper. With accumulated experience, humans began to notice that animals also followed patterns. The migrations of herds, breeding periods, and the blossoming of certain plants were directly linked to climate changes. By understanding these rhythms, groups began to anticipate opportunities and dangers. They knew when certain fruits would be ripe, when the waters of rivers would rise, and when cold winds announced the arrival of harsher times. This knowledge was passed down orally and became one of the greatest treasures of each group. The observation of nature's cycles not only brought security, but also awakened a new kind of awareness. Early humans began to understand that the world was not random. They saw repetition in phenomena, and from that came the idea that time followed an order. This rudimentary understanding of time was the foundation for organizing travel, hunting, rest periods, and even rituals. Certain events began to be celebrated at specific times, according to the return of natural phenomena, such as the beginning of the rainy season or the reappearance of certain animals. This understanding also had profound cultural consequences. By realizing that cycles repeated, stories began to incorporate notions of past and future. Life was no longer lived only in the immediate present. There arose the ability to predict what would come and to remember what had already happened. This perception of a timeline opened space for planning, for learning from past mistakes, and for creating long-term strategies. The concept of time also had a spiritual impact. Many of these phenomena, the sun that disappeared and returned, the moon that changed shape, the seasons that transformed the landscape, were interpreted as manifestations of invisible forces. Rituals were created to celebrate or ask for balance from these forces in an attempt to actively participate in the cycle and ensure harmony with nature. Thus, the notion of time was born from the careful observation and daily coexistence with the environment. Before it was measured by instruments, it was felt, seen, and lived. This seemingly simple step, perceiving cycles, was one of the greatest achievements of the human mind, as it allowed life to be organized, actions to be planned, and a deeper understanding that, amid the apparent chaos of nature, there was an invisible order guiding everything. As the observation of nature became more refined, the first humans began to look at the sky not only as a distant ceiling, but as a map filled with signs. At night, far from any artificial light, the firmament revealed itself in all its grandeur. Millions of bright points that seemed fixed, while others, like the moon and the planets, slowly wandered. This natural spectacle did not go unnoticed. The stars became guides, time markers, and inspiration for the first myths, playing a central role in the life of prehistoric communities. At first, the relationship with the stars was practical. During nighttime journeys, they served as reference points for keeping direction. Without compasses or maps, hunter-gatherers used the alignment of the brightest stars to know where they were and where they were going. The daily repetition of the rising and setting of certain stars near the horizon helped them recognize safe routes and avoid getting lost in open plains. This knowledge was passed on orally. An elder could teach a young person which star to follow when they wanted to return to camp. Over time, groups realized that the sky changed throughout the year. Constellations visible in one season disappeared in another. This pattern became a natural calendar, helping to anticipate periods of cold, heat, rain, or drought. Thus, the stars became tools to organize migrations, predict favorable hunting times, and even schedule seasonal rituals. This connection between the sky and practical life was one of the first steps toward astronomy, even though it was completely intuitive. But the night sky also awakened the imagination. Those bright points were interpreted as the campfires of ancestors, the eyes of spirits, guardian animals, or even pathways to other worlds. Little by little, figures began to be drawn in the collective mind. Groups of stars came to be seen as hunters, prey, tools, or deities. This exercise of creating shapes in the sky was a way of giving meaning to the unknown, and at the same time building stories that helped the group remember the positions of the constellations. These stories turned into myths. A group might believe that a certain bright star represented a hero who, after death, rose to the sky to protect the living. Another constellation could be a sacred animal guiding hunters through the night. These narratives made the sky not just a practical resource, but also a spiritual setting, a sacred place where the events of life were reflected in eternal symbols. The stars also had a profound emotional impact. On silent nights, away from immediate dangers, looking at the sky became a moment of contemplation. Questions were born there about what lay beyond life, and whether the world was only what they could touch. This silent curiosity was one of the first seeds of philosophy and the human desire to understand the universe. In addition, the observation of the night sky created a sense of continuity. Even when moving to different regions during migrations, the same stars were always there, like old acquaintances that guided and gave security. They became a fixed point in a world full of changes and uncertainties. For nomadic groups, the stars were the only permanent map that never failed. Over time, this relationship strengthened. Each group developed its own set of myths, its own stories to explain what they saw above them. These stories served not only to guide, but also to educate new generations. In this way, the stars helped build a collective memory that united practice, culture, and spirituality. Therefore, long before scientific astronomy, the starry sky was humanity's first open book. In it were the practical answers for where to go, when to migrate, and how to survive, but also the mysteries that fueled imagination and gave rise to the questions that shaped the way we think. The stars were, at the same time, compass and poetry, guide and inspiration. Among all the relationships that human beings have built with other species throughout history, none has been as lasting and transformative as the partnership established with dogs. This story began slowly and silently. When the first wolves started to approach human camps, attracted by the smell of hunting leftovers and the warmth of the fire. This closeness, which at first was just an opportunity for the animals to feed, became one of the first examples of cooperation between different species, forever changing the destiny of both. At the beginning, the wolves kept their distance. They waited for the group to retreat before rummaging through bones and discarded remains. But over time, some of the more docile individuals realized that they could get closer and closer without being attacked. These more tolerant, less aggressive, and more curious wolves were more successful in coexisting with humans. On the human side, there was also an immediate gain. These animals served as natural sentinels. Even without a formal agreement, their howls and barks alerted the group to the approach of predators or rival humans. This relationship, initially based on convenience, evolved into a true alliance. Generation after generation, the wolves that followed humans began to change. Over time, they became different from wild wolves, eventually giving rise to the first domesticated dogs. In exchange for the safety and food provided by humans, these animals developed calmer, more social, and more cooperative behavior. This natural transformation, which occurred over thousands of years, was one of the first successful experiences of domestication. For humans, the benefits were immense. Dogs began to accompany hunts, using their keen sense of smell to track prey and their speed to corner animals. They helped locate the trails of wounded animals and acted as reinforcements during attacks, making hunting more effective and less risky. Even when not hunting, their mere presence increased the safety of the camp, as they were able to sense smells and hear sounds over great distances. Beyond practical help, dogs had an emotional and social impact. Daily coexistence created bonds of affection. These animals were constant companions, sharing moments of rest and watchfulness. Behaviors such as licking wounds, sleeping next to humans to keep them warm, and responding to gestures created a relationship of mutual trust. This emotional bond, so strong and unique, helped consolidate the partnership, which ceased to be merely utilitarian and became effective as well. Dogs also taught humans something new: the importance of collaboration between different species. This coexistence opened space for humans to realize that not all animals were just prey or threats. Some could become allies. This vision transformed the way groups looked at the world around them and helped pave the way for the future domestication of other species, such as goats, cattle, and horses. Over time, this partnership shaped the behavior of both. Humans and dogs learned to interpret each other's signals. Gestures, sounds, and even looks became efficient forms of communication. This ability to understand each other without words increased the efficiency of cooperation during hunts and in mutual protection. The relationship between humans and dogs was, therefore, one of the first conscious alliances built on Earth. More than a survival strategy, it became a bond that combined necessity, intelligence, and affection. This millennia-old friendship, born in the fire of the first camps, not only increased the chances of survival for the human species, but also created companionship that has crossed eras and remains one of the deepest relationships between living beings. With the growth of strategic intelligence and the refinement of tools, the first humans realized that there was a safer and more effective way to hunt, striking from a distance. This understanding transformed their relationship with hunting, reducing the risk of direct confrontations with dangerous animals and greatly increasing the chances of success. From this insight came the first throwing weapons, an innovation that revolutionized the life of hunter-gatherers and raised even higher the human domination over the environment. At first, spears were nothing more than pointed sticks used in close combat. To use them, hunters had to face their prey up close, constantly placing themselves in danger, especially against large animals. Over time, someone noticed that throwing a spear instead of just thrusting it could wound the animal before it approached. This simple discovery opened the way to a revolution. Spears became lighter and more aerodynamic, with stone tips fixed to long shafts, specifically designed for throwing. The next technological leap was the development of the spear thrower, or atlatl, a wooden extension used as a lever to hurl spears with much greater force and accuracy. This innovation increased the speed and range of the throw, making it possible to hit prey dozens of meters away. Thanks to this tool, hunters were able to hunt with less risk, taking advantage of the element of surprise and an extended reach. This simple instrument multiplied the strength of the human arm and required technique and training to use correctly. As thinking evolved, new hunting strategies also emerged. Now groups could position themselves in a more organized way, creating ambushes and throwing multiple weapons at the same time, increasing the chances of hitting the target. This coordinated way of attacking represented a change in social dynamics. Hunting ceased to be an isolated act and became a planned collective action which required discipline and clear communication among hunters. The use of throwing weapons had profound effects on the daily life of these groups. With them, hunting larger and more dangerous animals became more feasible, providing greater quantities of meat, fat, and hides. These extra resources allowed for longer periods of abundance, reducing the need for constant movement. Furthermore, the risk of serious injuries decreased as direct confrontations became less frequent. This innovation also required technical refinement in weapon preparation. Stone tips began to be carefully shaped, seeking a balance between strength and lightness. Shafts were polished to improve aerodynamics. Over time, different types of tips appeared for different purposes, some broader ones to cause greater damage to large animals, and others thinner and longer for penetration into smaller and faster targets. This level of specialization demonstrates a leap in planning ability and attention to detail. Beyond the practical benefits, mastery of distance hunting also had a cultural impact. Throwing practice became part of daily life, a skill taught from an early age to children who started with small darts and gradually learned to use larger weapons. The practice was not only technical, but also a rite of passage. Mastering the throw was a sign of maturity and earned respect within the group. This innovation allowed humans to expand their horizons even further, exploring regions once considered dangerous or unsuitable for hunting. With less dependence on direct contact, they became more efficient and less vulnerable hunters. It was this combination of technique, strategy, and ingenuity that established humans as the most adaptable and creative predators on the planet. The invention of throwing weapons marks, therefore, a watershed in prehistory. It not only increased the chances of survival, but also represented a new stage of collective intelligence, where planning and innovation went hand in hand. This discovery paved the way for even more sophisticated inventions, such as the bow and arrow, which would make the art of hunting even more precise and powerful. The emergence of the bow and arrow was one of the greatest technological advances of prehistory and forever changed the way humans interacted with the environment and hunted. Before this invention, even with throwing weapons and spear throwers, physical strength and proximity were still necessary to bring down animals. The bow and arrow broke this limitation. They brought precision, distance, and agility, making hunters more lethal and efficient than ever. This tool marked the beginning of a new era in the history of survival. The bow and arrow began to be developed tens of thousands of years ago, probably between 40 and 50,000 years ago. The idea was simple yet ingenious: to store energy in a flexible bow made of wood or bone and transfer it to a light arrow, launched at incredible speed and accuracy. Unlike spear throwing, which depended on the strength of the arm, the bow allowed the power of a shot to be multiplied using only the tension of the string. This innovation completely changed the way humans hunted, giving them greater range and the possibility of attacking silently. The great advantage of this weapon was the combination of speed and discretion. Unlike the throwing of darts or spears, the bow allowed several arrows to be fired in quick succession without needing to approach the animal. This made it possible for hunters to hit faster, more cautious prey, including birds in flight. The safe distance also reduced the risk of direct confrontations with dangerous animals, preserving the lives of those in the group. The development of the bow required technical skill. It was necessary to find the right wood, flexible enough to bend but strong enough not to break. The string was made of braided plant fibers, strips of leather, or animal sinew. The arrows had to be light, aerodynamic, and with sharp tips made of stone, bone, or wood hardened by fire. This manufacturing process, carefully perfected over generations, required patience and knowledge, turning some group members into specialists. With the spread of the bow and arrow, hunting strategies evolved rapidly. Now it was possible to set up ambushes in more open places and attack prey from a distance, without alerting them with noisy approaches. The hunting of small animals, which previously required much effort for little reward, became more practical, ensuring a more stable food supply. This innovation also made it possible to explore more challenging environments, such as dense forests, where visibility was limited and silent approach was essential. Beyond practical efficiency, the bow and arrow also brought cultural impact. Learning to use this weapon became a symbol of skill and maturity. Children and young people spent years practicing aim, speed, and precision until they became hunters capable of providing food for the whole group. The practice of archery became part of the routine, a daily exercise that strengthened both body and mind. Another important consequence was the possibility of defense against other human groups. With a greater range and a faster rate of fire, the bow also became a primitive weapon of war. This changed the balance of power between communities and required new forms of negotiation, as now a distant confrontation could be fatal. With this invention, humans gained greater control over their food supply and more safety in dangerous environments. The bow and arrow not only expanded hunting opportunities, but also freed the group from the constant need to face the danger of large predators. This innovation represented a huge technological and social advance, consolidating the position of Homo sapiens as the most effective hunter of prehistory. With the bow and arrow, hunting ceased to be only an act of physical courage and became an act of intelligence, precision, and strategy. This transformation shaped generations and opened the way for an even faster evolution of human societies. With the mastery of fire already established as a tool for protection, warmth, and food preparation, early humans began to explore more advanced possibilities for this discovery. Gradually, they realized that fire could be used in more sophisticated ways, not only to roast meat or keep warm, but also to transform materials and create new cooking methods. This process gave rise to a pioneering phase of experimentation that forever changed the lives of prehistoric communities. The controlled use of fire for the production of rudimentary pottery and for more elaborate cooking techniques. It all started with simple observation. When a campfire was lit on clay-rich soil, the earth hardened after days of constant heat, becoming more resistant and firm. This phenomenon drew attention and led groups to realize they could shape small pieces of clay, let them dry, and then place them near the heat to harden. This discovery paved the way for the creation of the first man-made vessels, an innovation that revolutionized the way food was stored, transported, and cooked. These fired clay containers had various uses. For the first time, they allowed the storage of grains, seeds, and fruits for longer periods, protecting them from insects and moisture. They also enabled cooking food in water, which was previously impossible. This made it possible to boil hard grains, fibrous roots, and even tougher meats, making them softer and easier to digest. This technique expanded dietary variety and allowed greater utilization of natural resources. Cooking in vessels also brought an important innovation: the extraction of nutrients from foods that were previously discarded. With prolonged heat, bones and vegetables released flavors and nutrients into broths, a practice that probably originated by chance, but soon proved advantageous. This method provided more energy with less effort in chewing and digestion, especially beneficial for children, the elderly, and weakened individuals. At the same time, the more controlled use of fire led groups to develop techniques to manage different heat intensities. They learned to create stronger fires to harden clay containers and to maintain gentler embers for slow cooking, using hot stones or burying food in pits lined with embers and leaves. These more elaborate preparation methods transformed cooking into a true collective ritual, carried out with care and patience. With pottery and improved cooking, camps began to have specific areas for these activities. The space around the fire ceased to be just a gathering point and became a kind of culinary and craft workshop. People with greater fire control experience were valued for their skill in managing flames and preventing accidents, as carelessness could destroy vessels in production or cause severe burns. This new way of using fire also brought social changes. Food prepared in vessels could be stored longer and shared more easily. This fostered cooperation, as everyone could benefit from the food prepared collectively. Pots and vessels became important objects within the group, passing techniques from generation to generation, with shapes and markings that identified each community. Beyond the practical aspect, this new mastery of fire initiated a primitive form of art. While shaping vessels, many began to decorate them with marks made with fingers, cords, or small stones, creating patterns that, besides being functional, held aesthetic value. This union of utility and creative expression shows that humans already sought to imprint beauty even on the simplest everyday objects. The control of fire for pottery and elaborate cooking was a turning point. This innovation not only increased quality of life and food security, but also boosted creativity and social organization. By transforming fire into an instrument of transformation and not just survival, early humans took another step toward a life increasingly structured and culturally rich. For most of prehistory, human groups lived according to the immediate rhythm of nature. They hunted when game appeared, gathered when fruits and roots were available, and consumed what they obtained in the same period. However, as techniques became more effective, bands began to face a new dilemma: what to do with the excess food obtained on a good hunting day or during times of abundance. The answer to this question marked the beginning of a silent revolution, the emergence of the first forms of food storage. The trigger for this change was observation. After a successful hunt or a bountiful gathering, leftover food was common. Instead of wasting it, early humans began seeking ways to preserve these resources. At first, this was done very simply, hiding pieces of meat in cool places, such as inside rock crevices or buried under the earth. This practice, which may have arisen through trial and error, helped protect food from heat and predators. With the advancement of fire use, the practice of smoking and drying meat was born. By exposing meat to flames or smoke for long periods, hunters realized it became firmer, drier, and lasted longer without spoiling. This rudimentary technique was a turning point, as it allowed the creation of small protein reserves that could be used when game became scarce. This knowledge transformed diet, reducing immediate dependence on daily hunting success. Fruits and seeds also began to be stored. Initially, they were kept in dried gourds, animal skins, or pits lined with leaves. With the advent of pottery, these stocks became even safer. Clay pots started protecting food from moisture, insects, and rodents. This simple innovation made it possible to keep reserves for weeks, giving groups greater food stability. This practice of saving resources generated new forms of organization. Now camps began to have specific places to store food, and some people were responsible for monitoring and controlling these stocks. This habit, apparently simple, created a fundamental concept: the idea of planning for the future. Instead of living only in the present, humans began to think about ensuring the group's survival during difficult periods. Food reserves also strengthened social bonds. With stored food, it became easier to share with the most vulnerable, such as children and the elderly, in times of need. This redistribution of resources increased group cohesion and reinforced the importance of cooperation. When abundance came, everyone participated. When scarcity arrived, everyone had a little to survive. Another important effect of this habit was the possibility of staying longer in one region. With stored resources, it was not necessary to migrate immediately at the first sign of scarcity. This more stable lifestyle increased opportunities to improve hunting, gathering, and tool-making techniques, and prepared the ground for even deeper changes that would come with agriculture. Storage also brought a new type of responsibility, protecting stocks against animals and other groups. This may have been one of the first reasons for the emergence of organized disputes over accumulated resources, an indication that stored goods began to have strategic value. These first attempts at preserving and storing food were therefore among the most significant innovations of prehistory. By controlling available resources and creating stocks, humans stopped living entirely at the mercy of luck and moment. This step was one of the foundations that later made possible sedentarism, agriculture, and the formation of the first villages. Human capacity for innovation was not limited to shaping stones or using sticks and bones individually. At a certain point, a transformative discovery occurred. The idea of combining different materials to create tools that were much more efficient and durable. This evolution was made possible by the observation of natural substances with adhesive properties, such as tree resins, sticky saps, wax, and even mixtures made with charcoal and ashes, which gave rise to the first glues. This seemingly simple step was, in fact, one of the most ingenious technological solutions of prehistory. It all began with curiosity. While hunting or gathering, early humans noticed that certain trees produced a sticky resin that clung to hands and stones. This material hardened when exposed to air, becoming resistant. From this observation, someone had the idea of using this substance to fix a stone tip onto a piece of wood, creating a sturdier and easier to handle object. Thus the first composite tools were born. Primitive spears, axes, and knives formed by combining different materials united by a natural adhesive. These first natural glues were not simple. Often, they were improved with mixtures. Tree resin, for example, was melted and mixed with ashes, ground charcoal, or plant fibers, creating a thicker and more resistant paste. In some cases, even crushed bones or sand were added to increase durability. This experimentation required patience and a progressive understanding of how heat could transform materials, showing that humans were becoming true craftsmen of their environment. With these glues, hunters managed to firmly attach stone tips to wooden shafts, greatly increasing the accuracy and power of weapons. Sharp stone flakes began to be used as cutting blades mounted on handles, transforming into portable knives or small axes. These types of tools required much less effort to use and provided far superior performance in activities such as cutting meat, deboning animals, scraping hides, and even chopping small logs. Composite tools also played a decisive role in hunting. Instead of holding just a sharp stone, the hunter now had a sturdy spear with greater range and impact. This not only increased efficiency, but also significantly reduced the risk of approaching dangerous animals too closely. This technological change, combined with the use of spear throwers and later the bow and arrow, made hunting safer and more planned. Beyond the practical aspect, this innovation showed progress in cognitive ability. Creating composite tools required foresight. It was necessary to imagine an object that did not yet exist, plan how to combine it, and then build each part. This mental process, thinking about something before making it, represents a milestone in the development of abstract thought and creative intelligence. Natural glues were also used to repair broken objects. A damaged stone tip no longer needed to be discarded. It could be replaced or reattached to the shaft, saving resources and effort. This reuse was essential for nomadic groups who needed to carry only the essentials during long journeys. Over time, the technique spread and improved. Composite tools began to be made with increasing care. Polished handles, carefully shaped flakes, and reinforced adhesives. These weapons and utensils became valuable objects, and their production became a respected skill within the group, passed down from the most experienced to the young. The discovery of natural glues and the invention of composite tools represented a technological leap that profoundly altered human life. They formed the basis for more lethal weapons, more complex tasks, and greater autonomy. By combining different materials to create something more efficient than each part alone, early humans took a giant step toward the conscious construction of a world shaped by their own hands. Among the most fascinating moments of prehistory is the emergence of cave art, the first paintings, engravings, and symbols created by human beings on cave walls. Long before the existence of writing or cities, the hands and eyes of the earliest artists sought to record the world around them. These images were not created by chance. They arose from a deep need to express, communicate, and perhaps even master fears and hopes through creation. All evidence suggests that the first artistic manifestations took place in safe environments, away from direct light, inside caves. There, stone walls became natural canvases. Using pigments obtained from nature itself, charcoal from campfires, red and yellow ochre extracted from rocks, powdered burnt bones, and ground minerals, mixed with water, saliva, or animal fat, humans began to draw. Fingers were their first tools, but soon rudimentary brushes made from twigs, animal hair, and even hollow bones used as tubes to blow paint appeared. The themes of these paintings were almost always related to group life. Large animals such as bison, deer, horses, and mammoths frequently appear, depicted in motion with simple yet powerful lines. Often these animals were those they hunted or feared, and it is believed that painting them had a deeper meaning. It could be a plea for a successful hunt, or a way to record the importance of these creatures in the community's survival. Besides animals, there are also human handprints, geometric symbols, lines, and dots that continue to intrigue scholars today. These marks were not merely decorations, they had cultural and spiritual roles. For many researchers, these paintings may have been part of rituals, a kind of symbolic magic. By drawing an animal on the wall, it was believed possible to capture its essence, and thereby ensure hunting success. For others, the images were a means of storytelling and teaching new generations, like a visual book in times without writing. Whatever the explanation, these works reveal that even amid the daily struggle for survival, there was room for imagination. Creating these images required organization and collaboration. Someone needed to collect pigments, another to prepare mixtures, and a third to apply them to the walls. To illuminate the dark cave spaces, torches made from resinous wood or bones were used, creating a magical environment with dancing shadows that likely influenced the very perception of the drawings. Another interesting aspect is that these artistic expressions were not merely utilitarian, they were also emotional. They represented a way of releasing fears, dreams, and memories. Painting a wall was leaving a piece of oneself recorded in the world, a sign that this group existed and wanted to be remembered. For this reason, caves with rock art are, in essence, humanity's first art galleries. Over time, these manifestations spread and diversified. Some regions show more complex paintings, with overlapping layers and the use of different colors. Others feature engravings made directly on stone, scraping the surface to create relief figures. These different styles demonstrate that even in such ancient periods, there was already cultural diversity and distinct ways of expressing oneself. The first artistic manifestations were much more than simple drawings. They marked the birth of the symbolic capacity of human beings. By recording something on the walls, the first artists took a step beyond the immediate moment of survival and entered the universe of ideas and imagination. Those images were not just images. They were the reflection of the human mind, discovering it could create something that would remain even after the campfire's flame went out. From the moment early humans began painting cave walls, a new step was taken, the creation of the first symbols. While the earliest paintings showed only figures of animals or human hands, soon abstract marks emerged that did not directly represent real objects. These were lines, circles, dots, repetitive patterns, and signs that, more than images, carried meanings understood by members of the group. This act represented an extraordinary leap. The human mind had found a way to communicate through permanent visual signs. The first symbols probably arose out of practical necessity. A series of marks on a stone could indicate the path to a water source, the location of good hunting, or a warning of danger. These representations were more durable than spoken words, as they remained in place for a long time, able to be seen and interpreted by other community members even after days or weeks. Thus was born a rudimentary form of visual communication, something that functioned as a silent map to guide the group. As this practice repeated, the signs began to grow more complex. Some groups developed their own codes, creating patterns only they understood. Circles might mark an important place. Crossed lines could represent territory. A sequence of dots might indicate quantities, like a simple record of how many animals were hunted or how many days remained until something expected. such as the return of migratory herds. These marks left on stones or bones were the first intentional visual records in history. Beyond practical use, these symbols began to be employed in ritual contexts. Cave walls display painted signs near animal figures, as if reinforcing a request or telling a story. This spiritual and narrative use shows that symbols also served to give meaning to the world, organizing reality into images everyone could understand. Creating symbols required a more advanced level of abstract thought. For the first time, a line or a dot ceased to be merely a line or dot. It began to represent something not physically present. This abstract reasoning is a fundamental milestone in human cognitive development and paved the way for future forms of written language, which would only appear tens of thousands of years later. Another fascinating aspect is that these signs also marked cultural differentiation among groups. Each community created its own visual conventions. This means that even living in nearby regions, different groups might have had distinct codes, strengthening each one's identity. Symbols were thus also a way of saying us versus them, a silent trait of belonging. Over time, these visual forms expanded to portable objects. Bones and pieces of wood were engraved with lines and marks that functioned as reminders or warnings. These objects were carried by group members on their migrations and served as instruments of memory and communication. Thus, visual communication ceased to be only on the fixed cave walls and became something mobile, transported to other places. The first forms of visual communication were, therefore, much more than a simple technical advance. They reveal that, at some point in prehistory, humans realized they could leave messages for the future. From the moment these signs began to be created, culture ceased to depend solely on speech and gained support in what could be seen and touched. This act of transforming reality into symbols was one of the greatest milestones in the history of the human mind. It opened the way for writing, for numbers, for conceptual art, and for everything that would make us a species capable of creating complex systems. At that moment, by engraving simple lines on stone, a new way of thinking was born, a way to give permanence to ideas. During prehistory, the Earth went through cycles of profound climate changes. Ice ages alternated with warmer periods, radically altering landscapes, resource availability, and migration routes. These events forced early humans to constantly adapt, shaping not only their physical endurance, but also their survival strategies. Climate, more than any other factor, was one of the most powerful drivers in the evolution of human behavior. During glacial periods, vast areas of the planet were covered by immense ice sheets. Forests disappeared, rivers froze, and large regions became uninhabitable. The extremely low temperatures forced human groups to seek shelter in caves or build more resilient shelters. The intense cold also required the making of clothing from animal skins and more sophisticated use of fire, not only for cooking but to maintain constant warmth throughout days and nights. Hunting also changed, as many animals migrated or disappeared, forcing groups to develop new techniques to pursue prey over long distances. When the climate warmed and the ice retreated, landscapes changed completely. Regions once covered by ice returned to hosting vegetation, lakes and rivers appeared, and animals came back. This new scenario created opportunities, but also challenges. With the return of forests, humans had to adapt their hunting strategies, returning to hunt smaller animals and diversifying their diet with fruits, seeds, and roots. Conversely, excessive heat increased the risk of disease and required communities to seek shaded areas and reliable water sources. These constant changes made migration an essential element for survival. It was not just about occasional movements. It was a matter of life or death. With each climatic shift, groups were forced to abandon old areas and seek new routes, greatly expanding the distribution of Homo sapiens across the planet. Adaptation to deserts, tropical forests, mountains, and tundras is a direct result of this necessity to move in search of favorable locations. Climate was also a determining factor for innovation. In colder periods, resource scarcity stimulated creativity to manufacture better tools, create more effective weapons, and find ways to store food. In times of abundance, communities had more time to develop artistic activities, rituals, and more elaborate social practices. Each climate oscillation shifted the focus and priorities of prehistoric societies, These constant climatic changes also helped form networks of interaction among different groups. Migrations in search of better territories led to encounters with other communities, generating exchanges of techniques, knowledge, and even alliances. In some cases, these encounters also resulted in conflicts over resource disputes, shaping a dynamic of cooperation and competition that would repeat throughout human history. Furthermore, these environmental transformations influenced physical evolution itself. Groups living for long periods in cold climates developed more robust bodies adapted to conserve heat, while those inhabiting hot regions developed greater heat resistance and lighter bodies, favoring mobility. This biological plasticity is one of the greatest proofs of the human species' capacity to adapt to external conditions. The impact of climatic changes on prehistoric life, therefore, cannot be underestimated. They forced humanity to move, innovate, collaborate, and create. Every new ice age or warming period was a test of endurance, intelligence, and flexibility. And it was precisely by facing these challenges that humans learned not only to survive, but also to transform the environment around them, paving the way for a unique trajectory among all species on the planet. As human groups spread across wider territories, hunting and gathering in diverse regions, they inevitably began to encounter other communities. These encounters, which at first could be tense and even violent, gradually transformed into opportunities. The temporary coexistence between different groups gave rise to something new and powerful: the first exchange networks, an embryo of what, thousands of years later, would be known as trade. It all began with the realization that each group possessed specific skills and resources. A group living near rivers, for example, might have abundant access to shells, dried fish, and aquatic plants. Another, residing in rocky regions, mastered the production of sharp tools made from flint or obsidian. Upon meeting, they realized it was advantageous to trade what they had in excess for what they lacked. This exchange was at first simple and direct, based on utility. The exchange process did not involve complex negotiations as we do today. It was enough to show an object or resource and wait for the other to offer something in return. This practice, besides being practical, strengthened alliances and reduced the need for conflicts. Over time, the repetition of these trades during seasonal meetings created a kind of mutual trust and established informal routes between groups who, despite being distant, knew where and when they could meet again. These exchange networks brought great advantages. Objects rare in one region began to circulate across vast territories. Tools made from specific stones could be found hundreds of kilometers from where they were produced. Likewise, pigments used for paintings, seeds, and even stories and knowledge traveled with people, spreading ideas and techniques that otherwise would have remained confined to a single community. Over time, these exchanges went beyond material resources. They also included the sharing of knowledge. One group taught another how to build better shelters while receiving information about new hunting routes. This created a multiplying effect of knowledge. These interactions were, in many ways, one of the first forms of prehistoric globalization, as they allowed ideas and techniques to spread much faster than if each group had lived isolated. Encounters between different groups often took place in specific locations, known by all as safe passage points. These places functioned as the first natural markets, even without infrastructure, where products and information circulated. Beyond exchanges, these meetings were opportunities for marital alliances, collective celebrations, and strengthening of social bonds. Another important aspect of these exchanges was that even without a formal concept of property, exchanged objects gained symbolic value. A distinctive stone, a rare shell, or a beautiful ornament were not just useful, they represented a bond with another group, a piece of a shared history. These objects began to be treated with care and often became signs of prestige within the community. Thus, humanity's first exchange networks were born. They were much more than simple barter. They were instruments of union, dissemination of knowledge, and strengthening of cooperation among distant communities. This behavior shows that even in prehistory, humans already understood that they could achieve more by working together than by living in isolation. This collaborative spirit planted the seeds of commerce, an activity that, in the future, would become one of the pillars of civilizations. Since the earliest times, the first human groups lived on the move. The search for water, food, and safety from predators made migration an inevitable pattern. This constant displacement, repeated generation after generation, did not happen randomly. Over time, these routes became stable migratory paths, natural ways that connected regions and shaped, long before roads existed, the first traces of what would become a network of human circulation. The routes almost always followed the rhythm of nature. Many followed rivers, whose banks provided fresh water, fishing, and abundant vegetation. Others went through valleys or open plains, avoiding difficult and dangerous terrain. These paths were learned by also observing animal behavior. Migratory herds of large herbivores revealed safe trails rich in resources. In this way, early humans did not create these paths from scratch. They discovered and improved them. Over time, these routes became more than simple paths. They began to function as connecting lines between different territories and especially between different human groups. Each season, the same places were revisited, creating strategic stopping points. Caves, clearings, water sources, and fertile areas were known landmarks, passed down orally as part of collective knowledge. These points were so important that they became places of memory for communities, where stories were told and traditions reinforced. Furthermore, migratory routes played an essential role in cultural and technological exchange. It was by following these paths that tools, hunting techniques, the use of fire, pigments, and even the earliest myths spread across vast territories. These routes functioned long before organized trade as corridors of knowledge. Each encounter between different groups generated exchanges of objects, stories, and skills. Another important factor was safety. Walking through unknown territory was always risky, but traveling along a known path increased chances of survival. Over centuries, these routes were memorized in detail, where water was found, which areas were more dangerous, and where shelter was possible. This accumulated experience was passed down generation to generation, creating a kind of shared mental map that existed long before writing. The routes also helped shape collective behavior. Migration was not just walking, it required organization. Entire groups needed to plan the order of march, protect children and elders, divide tasks, and keep everyone united. These long journeys reinforced the importance of cooperation and mutual care, creating an even stronger group spirit. Over time, some of these routes left physical marks on the landscape. Constant trampling created trails, open areas that could be followed even years later. In more populated places, stones were placed at certain points to indicate direction or signal dangers. These rudimentary marks were, in a sense, the first signs of human infrastructure, paths created and maintained through collective use. Migratory routes were, therefore, more than a simple means of displacement. They were the invisible thread that connected human groups scattered across the planet, allowing the species to leave limited regions and reach virtually all continents. These paths gave rise to the first contact networks and were the veins through which culture, innovation, and survival circulated. For most of prehistory, human life was marked by nomadism. Small groups constantly moved in search of game, fruits, and water, following the rhythm of the seasons and animals. However, after thousands of years of movement, something began to change. This transformation did not happen abruptly but slowly and almost imperceptibly. It was the transition from nomadism to the first signs of sedentism, a process that would forever change the fate of the species. The turning point was the increasing efficiency of survival techniques. With more precise weapons, composite tools, mastery of fire, and ever-growing knowledge of nature's cycles, groups began to obtain more food than necessary at certain times. This abundance allowed longer stays in resource-rich locations. Areas near rivers, lakes, or zones of abundant vegetation began to be occupied for longer periods, reducing the need for constant movement. Another crucial factor was the practice of storing food. Thanks to fire, smoking, and the use of clay containers, it became possible to keep meat, seeds, and roots for extended periods. This new habit reduced the pressure to seek food daily in distant places. Thus, the logic of mobility began to change. Temporary camps gradually transformed into fixed points, revisited frequently, and occupied for increasingly long periods. The domestication of dogs and more effective cooperation in hunting also contributed to this process. With greater security and resources, groups could settle for longer in the same area, maintaining nighttime protection against predators. Likewise, the discovery of pottery and constructed shelters increased the sense of security and comfort, making it advantageous to remain in fixed locations. The first signs of this behavior appear in so-called return camps, places chosen repeatedly during certain seasons of the year. Over time, some of these points were used throughout all seasons, creating a more stable lifestyle. By staying in the same place, groups began to observe closely how plants grew and animals reproduced, accumulating knowledge that would later be essential for the emergence of agriculture. This transition did not completely eliminate migrations, but reduced their frequency. People began to value proximity to resources and started building sturdier structures, reinforced shelters, storage places, and even common areas for group activities. These signs are the embryo of the first villages. Sedentism also brought new social changes. With longer stays in the same place, the group could develop activities requiring time and continuity, such as more careful production of tools, more complex adornments, more elaborate paintings, and rituals involving the entire community. This stability reinforced the cultural identity of each group and increased exchanges between neighboring communities. However, staying longer in the same place brought new challenges. Local resources began to be depleted faster, and prolonged closeness among people favored the spread of diseases. This demanded even more innovation. Techniques to manage resources, avoid conflicts, and protect stocks became necessary. These positive and negative experiences prepared the ground for the next great revolution, the mastery of agriculture and the creation of fixed villages. Thus, the transition from nomadism to sedentism was one of the slowest and most transformative processes in human history. From the moment humans began to stay longer in the same territories, their relationship with nature changed forever. They ceased merely to follow environmental rhythms and began to shape their own space, planting the seeds of community life and civilization. With longer stays in resource-rich locations, human groups began paying more and more attention to plant behavior. Previously, during full nomadism, fruits were collected and consumed without much concern for their origin or cycle. However, when these bands began revisiting the same places for months or years in a row, a pattern became evident. What fell to the ground would germinate. Seeds left around the camps, often near moist areas, would sprout, and in a short time, new shrubs or grasses would appear in the same spot. This simple observation planted unknowingly the idea that would change human history, that plant life could be controlled. At first, these phenomena were not understood as a deliberate process. It seemed like mere chance, returning to the same spot and finding new plants born from what had been left behind. But over time, the more observant began to realize there was a direct relationship between the seed and the plant that grew. Thus, the human mind began to formulate the first great hypothesis. If seeds were placed in the soil, then something would grow from there. This moment of discovery was the start of the long path toward plant domestication. The first steps toward agriculture were therefore unplanned and spread across several regions simultaneously. In certain more fertile spots, groups began to manipulate the environment in a rudimentary way, clearing small areas, breaking branches, removing stones, and even protecting some useful plants from animals that might destroy them. This care was not yet cultivation, but it was behavior showing active interest in favoring the growth of food near camps. With this habit came the first attempts to save seeds. When consuming fruits and grains, some of these seeds were separated, dried, and later scattered around the camp or placed in moister places. It was an experimental process. Some germinated and developed, others did not. But gradually the practice proved effective, increasing food availability nearby, reducing dependence on long journeys, and giving a clear advantage to groups adopting these techniques. This phase of intensive observation also taught something fundamental: the rhythm of time. Realizing that a plant did not appear overnight but required a sequence of days, weeks, or even months to grow, led groups to develop a new relationship with waiting and planning. They began associating the arrival of rains with the growth of stronger plants and realized that moist soil was more fertile. This type of knowledge completely transformed the way they saw the environment around them. Another important consequence of this behavior was diet diversification. Certain plants previously collected occasionally began to be encouraged, increasing the supply of grains, tubers, and fruits. This variety helped balance nutrition and reduce the risk of hunger during periods when hunting was more difficult. Beyond the practical aspect, this greater attention to plants began to create a symbolic bond. Some plants came to be seen as special, kept and protected as if they were gifts from nature. It is not hard to imagine that from this bond, rituals and thanks arose, reinforcing the idea that there was something sacred in this invisible cycle that made life sprout from something as small as a seed. These first steps were not yet agriculture proper, but the initial phase of a process that, in a few millennia, would change everything. Careful observation and early environmental manipulation gradually transformed human behavior until the deliberate idea of planting for harvest became an intentional practice. This was one of the greatest leaps in history, when humans began to understand that they could shape nature instead of merely following it. For thousands of years, the relationship between humans and animals was based solely on hunting, fleeing, or competing for resources. However, over time, some groups realized that certain animals could offer much more than just meat and skin. This understanding inaugurated a silent transformation, the initial domestication of species, a process that began timidly and gradually altered the social organization and way of life of communities. The first and most emblematic example was the dog, descended from wolves, which had been accompanying human groups for millennia. The approach of tamer wolves generated a bond of cooperation and protection. This relationship consolidated to the point where these animals became active participants in hunts and guardians of camps. However, this domestication was not the only one. Over time, by observing behavior patterns, humans began capturing young animals of other species, keeping them close and realizing how they could be useful in different ways. Caprines, such as goats and wild ibexes, were among the first to be tolerated near camps. These calmer and more adaptable animals offered milk, meat, and skins. Initially, they were not raised in enclosures, but rather led in small groups, staying close to camps where they found protection from predators. Constant coexistence caused these species to gradually get accustomed to human presence. Another important example was pigs, descendants of wild boars, which began to approach the food scraps left by humans. Over time, these animals were controlled, fed, and used as a more predictable source of meat. This pattern of relationship, offering food and receiving benefits, created a new dynamic between humans and nature. Domestication brought great advantages. Having animals nearby meant not depending exclusively on hunting to obtain meat. This reduced the uncertainty of food and gave more stability to the group. Furthermore, animals began to be seen as mobile resources. They could be taken on journeys, ensuring food even in unknown territories. This new type of living stock was a determining factor during periods of scarcity. With the presence of animals nearby, important changes arose in social organization. It became necessary to care for, protect, and feed them. These new responsibilities created specific roles within groups, as some people dedicated themselves more to this task, while others continued to hunt or gather. This division of functions increased the complexity of social interactions. Another significant impact was the emotional relationship that began to arise with some of these animals. Children grew up alongside them, creating bonds that went beyond practical utility. This closeness may have been an important emotional factor in consolidating domestication, making coexistence natural across generations. Domestication also brought environmental changes. Keeping animals close led humans to begin clearing areas, creating shelters, and even developing techniques to herd them. Unknowingly, they were shaping the landscape and preparing the ground for a more sedentary lifestyle. This slow and trial-filled process was one of the most important milestones in the transition to more complex societies. Domestication not only increased food security, but also transformed how humans viewed nature. Animals ceased to be merely prey and predators and became partners in survival. This new relationship would later pave the way for organized herding, agriculture, and the beginning of an economy based on production rather than just gathering. After thousands of years living as nomads, hunters, and gatherers, humans began to experience a radical transformation caused by two main factors: climate changes that made some regions more stable and abundant, and the growing ability to manipulate natural resources through storage, rudimentary cultivation, and animal domestication. These two elements created the conditions for a new lifestyle, more consolidated sedentism, and with it, the emergence of the first permanent villages. With the end of the last great ice age, about 12,000 years ago, many areas that were once arid or covered by ice came to have milder and more predictable climates. Plains appeared where there had been ice, rivers formed from the melting ice, and vegetation expanded. This transformation increased food availability for both animals and humans. There were now territories where it was possible to live without the constant need to move in search of resources. In this scenario, communities began spending longer and longer periods in strategic regions, near rivers, lakes, and areas with abundant game. Gradually, these places ceased to be merely seasonal camps and became fixed points. The regular presence of domesticated animals and the observation of spontaneous plant growth from seeds left near the camps accelerated this process. Abundance allowed groups to stay for months or even years without needing to migrate. With more time in one place, new practices emerged. People began constructing more durable structures, made of branches reinforced with clay and, in some regions, stone blocks. Fire pits became fixed and organized. Storage areas gained greater importance and began to be protected. Around these centers, the first signs of villages started to form. Another fundamental factor was the partial domestication of animals, which provided meat, milk, and hides in a more predictable way. With control over these resources, communities gained a living stock that reduced immediate dependence on hunting. This meant more food security and therefore less need for constant movement. With settlement in specific territories, social life became more complex. Previously, small and scattered groups began living with more people for longer periods. This proximity favored the development of collective activities, such as large-scale tool production, ritual practices, and even the beginning of more regular exchanges with other groups. Villages also became centers of innovation, as stability allowed for testing new ideas and accumulating knowledge. This change, however, brought new challenges. Prolonged coexistence in the same space required internal organization. Tasks had to be divided, conflicts resolved, and everyone had to contribute to the group's welfare. For the first time, communities began to create clearer rules of coexistence and define specialized roles, such as those who cared for herds, those who produced tools, those who gathered seeds, and those who maintained security. The first permanent villages also transformed the human relationship with territory. These places came to be seen as spaces of belonging. The first identity markers were born. Children grew up associating their lives with that specific place, where the group's dead were buried, objects were kept, and symbols were created on walls and stones. These fixed nuclei were, in essence, the seed of organized community life. They prepared humanity for the next great step, the development of planned agriculture, which would firmly consolidate sedentism and give rise in the future to the first civilizations. Among all the transformations that shaped the trajectory of humanity, none was as decisive as the emergence of agriculture. This moment, known as the Neolithic Revolution, marked the turning point that led humans to definitively abandon the nomadic life of hunter-gatherers and build a new way of living. Stable sedentism based on food production. Agriculture did not arise suddenly. It was the result of centuries of observation, trials, and discoveries made by generations that gradually learned to domesticate plants and control the cycles of nature. The process began with a simple observation. Seeds left near camps would germinate and grow. From this realization, groups began saving part of the seeds obtained during abundant harvests and deliberately sowing them in open and fertile areas. At first, this act was rudimentary and mixed with nomadism, as communities still moved around, returning later to harvest what had sprouted. However, over time, this method became more organized. They began clearing land, protecting seedlings, and observing the right time to plant and harvest. What was once mere chance became an intentional activity. The first domesticated plants were wild cereals such as wheat, barley, and millet, as well as legumes like lentils and peas. These grains had a great advantage. They could be harvested, dried, and stored for long periods, ensuring food even in times of scarcity. This predictability gave human groups something unprecedented: food security. For the first time, they did not depend solely on the luck of finding game or fruits in the environment. They could produce their own sustenance. Agriculture changed everything. With food production closer and more abundant, it became unnecessary to travel great distances in search of resources. Villages grew in size and complexity, with more permanent houses, specific places to store harvests, and common spaces for collective activities. Food surpluses also allowed specialization. Not everyone needed to be directly involved in gathering or hunting. Some people could dedicate themselves to tool-making, pottery, rituals, and even leading social organization. Another major consequence was population explosion. Food stability reduced deaths from hunger and increased the capacity to support more children. This created larger villages with more complex social relationships and increased the need to create more structured rules to maintain harmony among so many people living close together. Agriculture also transformed the human relationship with the land. Before, the environment was only used. Now it was shaped. Soil was prepared, trees cut to open spaces, channels dug to direct water. These environmental changes were profound and initiated the long process by which humans ceased to be merely part of nature to become active agents of planetary transformation. However, this new lifestyle brought new challenges. Dependence on crops meant that prolonged drought or pests could jeopardize the entire group's survival. Harvests also needed to be defended from animals and other humans, creating conflicts over fertile territories. Thus, security became a constant priority in villages. Despite these challenges, the emergence of agriculture is considered one of the greatest revolutions in history. It not only changed the way we lived, but also paved the way for all the other great transformations that followed. The emergence of towns, cities, writing, trade, and entire civilizations. By learning to cultivate, humans stopped relying on chance and took control of their own survival. In this way, agriculture was much more than a technical advance. It was the beginning of organized life as we know it today. From the moment humanity decided to plant, harvest, and store, a new era began. The era in which humans started to build their destiny, rooting themselves in the land and forever transforming the course of their history. With the consolidation of agriculture and increased food production, villages underwent a profound structural transformation. Society ceased to be organized solely around hunting and gathering, and began to be based on specific roles that emerged as collective needs grew. This new social model brought, for the first time in human history, the specialization of tasks and the idea that each individual could contribute differently to the survival of the group. Before cultivation, almost everyone had to hunt, gather, and participate in the same activities to ensure daily food. However, with agricultural production securing reserves of grains and roots, not everyone needed to work directly with food. This change freed part of the community to perform other functions. Some dedicated themselves exclusively to planting and harvesting, others to storage, while specialists in tools, pottery, and construction began to emerge, using their time to improve techniques that benefited everyone. The process of planting, caring for, and harvesting required detailed organization. Tasks came to be divided by stages and age. Children helped plant seeds and scare away small animals. Youths maintained the crops by removing invasive weeds and watching the fields. Adults performed the heavier work, plowing the soil, carrying water, and transporting harvests, while elders supervised, planned, and passed on accumulated knowledge. This division made activities more productive and reinforced the importance of cooperation. With agriculture also came the first forms of resource management. Harvests were stored in clay pots or rudimentary silos, and decisions had to be made about how and when these stocks would be used. This new responsibility generated the first local leaders or councils, who had the role of distributing food during scarcity and ensuring that everyone had access to resources. This organization was the embryo of political and social structures that much later would become more complex. Specialization brought important technological advances. Agricultural tools began to be developed with greater quality, such as hoes made from bones, reinforced wood, and later polished stones fixed to handles. Pottery evolved, creating larger and more resistant vessels to store grains. Weaving, made from plant and animal fibers, began to produce ropes, bags, and rudimentary fabrics. These innovations were only possible because some people dedicated time exclusively to thinking about and improving these techniques. Beyond practical functions, food stability enabled the expansion of cultural practices. With more free time, people devoted themselves to creating adornments, developing religious rituals, and preserving oral histories. The group began to care more about its collective identity, celebrating successful harvests with festivals, dances, and symbols, creating a richer and more complex social life. On the other hand, this division of labor also brought the first perceptible inequalities. Some roles became more valued than others. Those responsible for managing food stocks, for example, acquired positions of prominence and influence. Possession of better tools or more fertile lands began to generate differences within communities, still in a very incipient way, but already signaling the foundation for future hierarchical structures. Cultivation transformed the dynamics of human labor. Life ceased to be merely a daily struggle for immediate survival and began to be planned in cycles: planting, caring, harvesting, and storing. This organized rhythm created a new concept of time, linked to the seasons and each person's responsibilities. Division of labor increased efficiency and productivity, and at the same time strengthened social bonds, since everyone knew they depended on one another to prosper. Thus, agriculture not only changed what people ate, it forever altered the way humans lived together. From that moment, the community ceased to be merely a group of survivors and became a structured society with defined roles and common goals, an irreversible path toward the complexity that would shape the future of civilizations. When agriculture began to provide a more stable and abundant food supply, human groups started to settle more permanently in territories offering fertile soil, access to water, and favorable climatic conditions. This new scenario brought great benefits, but also a problem that was uncommon during the nomadic life: disputes over land ownership. Abundance, which could represent security, became a source of competition between communities, creating the first organized conflicts in history. Previously, when survival depended on hunting and gathering, groups could migrate in the face of scarcity or confrontations. But with agriculture, the land ceased to be merely a passageway and became the most valuable resource someone could possess. Farming required time, labor, and care. Losing a cultivated field to another group meant seeing months of effort and accumulated food disappear. Thus, protecting these areas became an absolute priority. As some communities prospered more than others, they began to attract attention. Food stocks, crops, and domesticated herds became targets not only out of necessity, but also of greed. Some groups, less prepared or in scarcity situations, began attempting to seize these resources by force. Wealthier villages had to develop defense methods, establishing watch systems, and eventually organizing battles to protect their territory. It was in this context that the first planned territorial disputes arose. Areas near rivers and lakes, more fertile and strategic, became frequent points of conflict. Groups that previously exchanged knowledge and resources peacefully began to fight over these privileged spaces. Confrontations ceased to be occasional encounters between rival hunters and became ambushes and coordinated attacks, marking the beginning of war as a social behavior. These tensions also created new roles within communities. Some individuals specialized in group protection and advanced weapon use, acting as guardians. With this, combat skills gained new status, and physical strength became valued alongside production capacity. Another consequence was the creation of alliances. Smaller villages united to protect themselves from larger or more aggressive groups, forming the first pacts between communities. These alliances, often based on marriages or food exchanges, helped reduce attack risks and build mutual support networks. This union among different villages was a seed for what later became the formation of larger tribes and even complex societies. Conflicts over fertile lands and resources also marked the beginning of social boundaries. Communities began to see themselves as different from one another, creating a stronger sense of us versus them. This reinforced internal cohesion, but also increased hostility between groups, making it clear that coexistence in a more stable and resource-rich world would not necessarily be peaceful. Despite the risks, these disputes had an indirect effect on innovation. To defend their lands, groups began building wooden palisades, ditches, and rudimentary barriers around villages. Weapons were also improved, with the appearance of more durable spears, polished axes, and later tools designed exclusively for warfare. This tense context led technology to advance not only out of the need to produce more, but also to protect what had been acquired. Thus, abundance brought a new reality. For the first time in history, resource wealth became a source of conflict. Agriculture, while providing security and stability, gave rise to organized disputes and the concept of territory as something that needed to be defended. It was the beginning of a paradox that would accompany all human history. The more valuable the resources, the harder it becomes to preserve them without conflict. As agricultural villages grew both in population and stored resources, collective life became more complex. Living together required more than just hunting, planting, and dividing tasks. It became necessary to organize activities, make collective decisions, and mediate conflicts. From this scenario emerged something new. The first leaderships and structures of authority, still simple and based on respect and experience, but representing a fundamental step for the future of societies. In the early days, leadership was natural and spontaneous. Usually the elders or those with the most knowledge about hunting, planting, and survival were listened to by the group. They had accumulated wisdom and the trust of everyone. Their opinions influenced collective decisions, but there was still no absolute power. The group functioned like an open council where everyone participated, but some voices carried more weight due to experience. With sedentism, this dynamic began to change. The need to store food and protect stocks brought responsibilities requiring organization. Decisions had to be made about when to plant, how to distribute resources during scarcity, and how to react to external threats. These tasks began to be concentrated in individuals or small groups who demonstrated more skill in planning and negotiation. Thus, the first recognized leaders emerged, responsible for coordinating community life. The role of these leaders was not limited to distributing food. They also mediated internal disputes. Conflicts over land, tools, or harvests became more common as population grew. The leader acted as a mediator, someone capable of listening, advising, and deciding justly to maintain peace within the village. This process created a sense of order that was almost unnecessary in nomadic life. As villages grew, functions began to diversify. Besides leaders, some members took on specific roles related to security, collective work organization, and rituals. In times of danger, experienced hunters could become defenders of the group, and those responsible for stocks became guardians of resources. These positions, even if temporary, helped structure community life. Another fundamental aspect was the emergence of authority based on symbolic respect. Leadership was defined not only by strength or practical ability, but also by the capacity to inspire trust. In many villages, leaders were chosen for their ability to unite people around a common decision, whether to plant, build, or protect the community. This ability to create consensus was the embryo of what later became politics. The growth of villages also strengthened rituals and traditions as instruments of social cohesion. Harvest festivals, rites of passage, and ceremonies around the fire helped create a sense of belonging. Many of these activities were organized and led by leaders, reinforcing their position of authority. Thus, leadership also acquired a spiritual dimension, linking practical decisions to the symbolic protection of the group. Although simple, these first forms of authority were essential for maintaining harmony in communities now gathering dozens or even hundreds of people. Without clear leadership, excessive disputes could compromise collective survival. Therefore, these leaders were not just chiefs. They were organizers, mediators, guardians of tradition, and symbols of stability. This initial model of leadership represented the first step toward more complex structures that would later give rise to councils of elders, tribal chiefs, and much later, the first kings and rulers. It was at this moment that humanity began to learn that living together required more than strength. It required order, rules, and people capable of guiding the group so it would remain united. With the growth of villages and increasingly organized agricultural production, a crucial need became evident: how to store and transport food safely, durably, and practically. It was from this demand that one of the greatest technological advances of prehistory emerged: advanced pottery. Although rudimentary fired clay containers already existed, in this new context, they transformed into more elaborate, resistant, and fundamental pieces for sedentary life. Pottery began to evolve through observation and experimentation. Groups discovered that by shaping moist clay and allowing the containers to dry before exposing them to the controlled heat of the fire, the clay hardened more evenly. This process, once done very simply, became refined. Specific kilns were created, allowing for more constant heat and better quality. Thus, stronger pots and vessels were born, capable of lasting many years. With the improvement of techniques, these containers became indispensable tools for agriculture. They allowed storage of grain, seeds, and roots harvested during times of abundance, protecting them from moisture, insects, and rodents. For the first time, food stocks could be preserved for months or even years, guaranteeing food security even during periods of drought or scarcity. This brought unprecedented stability to communities. Another revolution provided by advanced pottery was the ability to transport liquid foods such as water and nutritious broths over longer distances. Clay jars and amphorae were carried during short journeys, facilitating access to water away from riverbanks. This capacity to transport vital resources expanded the range of villages and contributed to the occupation of more distant areas. The use of durable containers also brought new culinary techniques. It became possible to cook slowly inside pots, using less firewood and making better use of heat. This practice gave rise to richer and more nutritious broths, where bones and vegetables could release their nutrients, as well as diversifying the diet's flavors. These methods transformed eating into something more sophisticated and, in a way, more enjoyable. Pottery was not only functional. Over time, it also became a form of cultural expression. Vessels and pots began to receive decorations made with geometric patterns, finger marks, cords, or stones. Each community developed its own style, creating pieces that, besides being useful, served as symbols of identity. This gesture shows that even in practical activities, there was room for aesthetics and creativity. The introduction of advanced pottery also strengthened social organization. Producing quality containers required skill, patience, and knowledge. Thus, specialized artisans in modeling and firing emerged, increasing the division of labor and creating new roles within villages. These specialists held prestigious positions as their creations ensured food preservation and group survival. Furthermore, the durability of pottery allowed food and seeds to be transported and even exchanged between villages, contributing to the growth of exchange networks and primitive trade. Pottery became a valuable product, both for its utility and the labor invested in its production. Thus, the evolution of pottery marked one of the greatest technological leaps from the pre-agricultural era to the beginning of the sedentary period. These containers shaped how communities managed resources, expanded storage capacity, enabled new food preparation methods, and became some of humanity's first artistic objects. With pottery, humans not only stored food, they began to store their own history. With the advancement of survival techniques, humanity took a decisive step toward a new historical period, the Polished Stone Age, also known as the Neolithic. Until then, tools and weapons were mainly made from chipped stones, produced by striking to create sharp edges, but these were irregular and fragile. However, with more time available thanks to agricultural stability, groups began experimenting with new techniques that allowed the creation of much more resistant, durable, and sophisticated instruments. Stone polishing. The polishing process required patience and repetition. By rubbing a hard stone against another, often using water and sand as abrasives, humans managed to shape more symmetrical, sharp, and durable forms. This technique enabled the manufacture of axes with smooth blades, more precise tool points, and even polished surfaces that cut more efficiently. The new weapons and utensils not only worked better, but lasted much longer, reducing the need to frequently make new pieces. These polished stone axes and hoes became essential in the agricultural context. It became possible to fell trees more easily to clear land, cut logs precisely, and prepare fields for planting. With them, human capacity to modify the landscape increased impressively. More effective tools also improved the construction of houses, storage facilities, and village protection structures. Besides agriculture, hunting also benefited from these tools. More resistant and sharper spear points and knives increased effectiveness in killing and processing animals. Preparing skins became quicker, as did producing objects from wood and bone. Everyday life became more productive. Another important effect was symbolic. Polished axes came to hold value beyond utility. In many villages, they were treated as prestige objects, used in ceremonies or given as gifts in alliances. These objects demonstrated skill and power, and were often buried with their owners as a status symbol. The emergence of polished stone is therefore a milestone symbolizing the beginning of the Neolithic. This period is characterized by more sedentary life, structured agriculture, broader animal domestication, and the construction of permanent villages. The technology of stone polishing directly reflects this new phase. It shows that for the first time, humans had enough time and organization to invest in complex tools, not just improvised ones. This advance also stimulated new forms of specialization. Some community members dedicated themselves to working stones meticulously, developing increasingly advanced techniques and passing this knowledge to the youth. This constant learning process further boosted the creative capacity of communities. With more durable and efficient tools, humans began to dominate the environment like never before. Fields were cleared, villages expanded, and exclusive dependence on gathering and hunting gave way to increasing control over food production. It was in this scenario that the foundations of future civilizations were born. The transformation of humans from nomads to farmers, builders, and planners. Polished stone, more than a technical advance, symbolizes the mindset change that marked the Neolithic. It was no longer just about immediate survival. It was about building a planned, stable, and increasingly sophisticated future. As human groups became more sedentary and villages began to grow, the need to create more durable and protected collective spaces gave rise to what we can call primitive architecture. Previously, shelters were simple and temporary, made with branches, skins, and mud. But with the stability brought by agriculture and animal domestication, a new idea emerged: to build solid, planned, and permanent structures that could withstand time and shelter families, food, and collective activities. The first collective constructions began with reinforced huts. Instead of merely tying branches together, people started using trunks fixed into the ground, filling the spaces between them with mud, reeds, and grass. The result was firmer walls, more resistant to rain and wind. Roofs, previously made only of leaves, came to be covered with layers of hardened mud and straw, creating better thermal protection. This simple advancement allowed people to remain protected for months in the same place, even during rainy or cold periods. Over time, these houses ceased to be isolated. In larger villages, they began to be built close to each other, forming a central living core. Their layout was not random. Shelters were located near storage places, common fireplace areas, and often small fenced-in areas used to protect domesticated animals. In more fertile and resource-rich regions, these clusters gave rise to the first structured villages, already showing rudimentary spatial organization. One of the great innovations of this phase was the construction of communal warehouses. For the first time, exclusive spaces emerged to store large quantities of grains, seeds, and roots. These deposits were generally more robust, designed to keep food away from moisture and protected from animals. Storing food became a symbol of collective security, and the responsibility for these places was entrusted to the most experienced and respected group members. In some regions, the use of stone began to be incorporated into buildings. Large blocks were used as the base of mud walls, increasing durability and protecting against floods. This more advanced technique required teamwork, strength, and coordination. For the first time, humans began planning works that took days or even weeks to complete, something unthinkable for the nomadic hunters of millennia before. Besides dwellings and warehouses, another type of construction began to appear: ritual spaces. In certain archaeological sites, stone circles, upright trunks, and other structures have been found that appear to have been used in ceremonies or important gatherings. These places, often near villages, indicate that construction was not only meant to protect the body, but also to express beliefs and strengthen collective identity. The creation of these permanent structures had a profound impact on social organization. Now, groups had a fixed point to return to, protect, and care for. This stability brought new responsibilities, such as maintaining houses, repairing roofs and walls, and protecting buildings against weather and attacks. Space began to be valued as a collective asset, and each family came to have a place recognized as their own. The first collective constructions thus marked the beginning of human architecture. They were simple, yes, but represented something extraordinary: the ability to plan, execute, and maintain a built space meant to last. They showed that humans were no longer content merely adapting to nature, but were beginning to transform it, creating shelters that would gradually become the first villages and, in the future, entire cities. When human groups began cultivating the land more organizedly, they discovered that dealing with soil and plants required more than the same weapons and tools created for hunting and cutting. This new activity demanded specific instruments adapted to prepare the soil, plant, and harvest. It was in this context that the first agricultural tools were born, a milestone that forever changed how humanity related to nature. At first, agriculture was done with bare hands, using sharp sticks to open holes in the soil and deposit seeds. This method was only effective in small areas and required enormous effort. Over time, humans began adapting the tools they already had. Stone flakes were fixed to wooden handles, creating longer, sturdier instruments used to dig and uproot roots. These prototypes were the predecessors of the hoe and plow. As villages grew and the need to increase production became evident, agricultural tools started to evolve. The primitive hoe, made of reinforced branches, came to have polished stone blades fixed with resin. With it was possible to break harder soil and prepare larger fields. Small rakes made from bones and branches appeared to remove stones, spread seeds, and clear weeds. These simple inventions multiplied the efficiency of working the land. The big change was that, for the first time, humans' relationship with the environment ceased to be merely about gathering. The land began to be shaped according to human will. Trees were cut down to open fields, stones removed, and the soil turned over to become more fertile. This process of transformation gave rise to a new perception, that humans could dominate the landscape and make it an extension of their own will. With these tools, productivity increased and allowed the cultivation of increasingly larger areas. This guaranteed more abundant harvests and a food reserve that provided security to the community. In contrast, agricultural life demanded constant dedication. Planting, irrigation, and protecting crops took up much of the time of men, women, and children. Agriculture brought plenty, but also hard work and continuous planning. Another important consequence of this new type of instrument was specialization. Producing good agricultural tools required skill, patience, and knowledge. Artisans who mastered the art of polishing stones and building sturdy handles became essential figures for the group's success. With this, villages became even more dependent on one another and began creating specific social roles. Furthermore, these tools became symbols of a new lifestyle. In some regions, they were decorated and kept as prestige objects, passed down from generation to generation. This valuation shows how agriculture transformed not only the group's economy, but also its value system. The emergence of agricultural tools, therefore, was not only a technical advance, it was a revolution in how humans dealt with the land. From this moment, nature ceased to be just a scenery to be exploited and began to be shaped. This new power allowed humans to create fields, villages, and later entire cities. The soil, once only a source of sporadic food, became a foundation to plan the future and build civilizations. With the expansion of agriculture and settlement in fertile areas near rivers and lakes, early human groups began to realize something essential. Food production depended directly on water. Nature provided rain at certain times of the year, but not always at the right moment or in the necessary amount. When rain failed, crops dried up. When it rained too much, water could wash away fragile seeds and sprouts. This dependence gave rise to one of the greatest technological and cultural advances of prehistory, the first attempts to control water and create rudimentary forms of irrigation. The first phase of this process was extremely simple and intuitive. Primitive farmers began planting closer to watercourses, taking advantage of the moist soil on the banks to ensure their plants received constant moisture. This choice reduced the risk of losing the entire harvest during drought periods. Over time, more active techniques began to emerge. Small channels were dug by hand to divert water to the fields, allowing moisture to reach areas that would naturally be drier. This rudimentary practice of diverting water was the embryo of irrigation. In some cases, simple ditches were opened from the riverbed. In others, holes in the ground were filled to retain water and create small reservoirs. These interventions were labor-intensive and required the cooperation of the entire group, but the benefit was enormous. Plants could grow stronger and the harvest became more predictable. For the first time, agriculture did not depend exclusively on the whims of the rains. This new way of dealing with water also generated another benefit: natural fertilization of the soil. When water was diverted from rivers and streams, it carried nutrient-rich sediment particles. These sediments deposited in the fields, improving soil quality and ensuring healthier plants. This direct relationship between flowing water and fertile land was perceived and exploited by the first farmers long before any scientific explanation. The need to manage water further reinforced the importance of collective organization. Channels needed to be cleaned, protected, and maintained to function properly. If a group did not care well for the diversions, it could lose the entire harvest. This shared responsibility strengthened social bonds and helped consolidate leadership capable of coordinating the work. Over generations, these rudimentary techniques became more sophisticated. Villages began planning fields in strategic locations, choosing points where it was easier to control the entry and exit of water. Some groups learned to build small barriers to retain water longer and then release it gradually. These solutions were simple, but already showed increasing mastery over the environment. These first attempts at irrigation profoundly transformed agricultural productivity. With water more consistently available, crops became more secure, allowing for more regular and abundant harvests. This advance reduced famine periods and further increased communities' capacity to sustain larger populations. More than a technique, controlling water was a turning point in humanity's relationship with nature. For the first time, humans ceased to be complete captives of natural cycles and began to shape them. This step was one of the foundations for the emergence of increasingly complex and organized societies. With more stable village life and the growing domestication of plants and animals, a new need began to emerge more clearly, creating forms of protection for the body that were lighter, more practical, and adapted to different climates. Until that moment, clothing was extremely rudimentary, whole animal skins held together with leather strips. This type of garment was heavy, inflexible, and uncomfortable, especially in warmer regions. Over time, human creativity found another solution: weaving. The first step in this clothing revolution was the observation of available materials. Plant fibers such as flax, reed, hemp, and other fibrous plants were strong when braided. Similarly, the fur and wool of domesticated animals began to be used differently. Instead of just using the skins, the hairs were removed and worked separately. These raw materials began to be spun into threads, knowledge that required patience and a level of manual skill more sophisticated than any technique used until then. Initially, threads were produced by hand, braided over one another. Later, someone had the idea to cross these threads, passing some over and others under, creating a stronger and more flexible surface: fabric. This rudimentary method gave rise to the first flat weaves, which could be used to cover the body, protect food, or even cover walls and shelters. The emergence of fabrics brought a silent revolution. For the first time, clothing could be adapted according to the seasons. In cold regions, thicker fabrics combined with furs helped retain heat. In warm regions, lighter fabrics provided greater comfort. This increased human adaptability to different environments and significantly improved quality of life. With weaving, the first tools created specifically for this task also appeared. Sticks were used to twist fibers. Later came rudimentary spindles, perforated stones, and much later simple wooden looms. These tools allowed threads to become finer and more uniform, resulting in stronger and more delicate fabrics. Another great consequence of weaving was the emergence of ropes and strong cords. These cords were fundamental not only for clothing, but also for building huts, tying tools, and even transporting loads. In other words, the technology of twisting and crossing fibers impacted various areas of daily life. Mastering this technique also brought a new form of cultural expression. With more stable time in villages, people began to care about aesthetics and identity. Fabrics began to be decorated with simple patterns, dyed with natural pigments, and transformed into ornaments and accessories. Like pottery, weaving ceased to be merely functional and began to carry social meaning. marking differences in status and tradition. Weaving also changed the organization of labor. Producing threads and fabrics required patience and time, and many groups began dividing these tasks among community members. This activity became a valued skill, especially among those who mastered the art of creating quality threads and more complex weaving patterns. In summary, the invention of weaving represented a leap in how humans interacted with natural resources. With it, humans ceased to depend solely on leather and animal skins and began producing something entirely new through the conscious transformation of raw materials. This discovery expanded possibilities for protection, comfort, and expression, opening yet another chapter in the history of human creativity. With more stable village life and food security guaranteed by agriculture and food storage, human groups began to have more time and energy to dedicate to activities beyond mere survival. One of these new manifestations was the desire to decorate the body, create symbols of belonging, and express individuality. Thus emerged the first personal adornments, a practice that, since prehistory, connects humans to the search for identity and aesthetics. At first, these adornments were extremely simple and made from the most accessible resources. Perforated shells were used as necklaces, animal teeth were hung as trophies, and polished stones were transformed into pendants. Each piece carried symbolic meaning. An animal tooth could represent courage, a rare stone could indicate prestige, a shell could be a memento of a distant place. There was not yet a notion of isolated beauty. Each adornment was also a sign of history and belonging. Over time, creativity expanded. Bones and antlers began to be carved, creating more elaborate forms. Pigments used in body painting were also applied to hair and skin, creating patterns and marks that differentiated individuals or groups. Some peoples began using colorful feathers, braided plant fibers, and even small ceramic pieces as ornaments. These practices were performed by both men and women, with no gender distinction in ornamentation. Decorating oneself was a collective and cultural act. Adornments also came to have a more defined social role. In many communities, the use of certain items marked rites of passage. A young hunter, after making his first great hunt, might receive a necklace of teeth. Someone who excelled in agricultural production might wear a stone bracelet. These distinctions helped organize society and create a sense of merit and tradition. Another fundamental aspect is that adornment served as a means of visual communication. In times when writing did not yet exist, what a person carried on their body transmitted important information: their origin, group, achievements, and even their position within the community. This type of visual code was one of the first ways to convey messages without words, anticipating the role that written symbols would later play. Beyond functional and symbolic, the act of adorning oneself also brought aesthetic pleasure. With more free time and stability, people began to care about appearance. The body ceased to be merely an instrument of survival and became a space to express beauty and creativity. This movement was simultaneously a form of self-expression and social cohesion, as it strengthened group identity. The making of these adornments stimulated new artisanal skills. It was necessary to know how to drill stones, polish bones, dye fibers, and create harmonious compositions. This knowledge, passed down from generation to generation, enriched the material culture of villages. The produced objects also began to circulate in exchanges between different groups, becoming valuable prestige items and strengthening the first networks of contact and exchange. The evolution of personal adornments was, therefore, much more than a matter of vanity. It represented the construction of human identity on a symbolic level, the need to differentiate oneself while simultaneously belonging to something greater. By hanging a polished stone around the neck or painting the body with unique patterns, prehistoric man affirmed that he did not live only to survive but also to express himself. As villages grew and life became more stable, humans began to develop something beyond the immediate need to hunt, plant, and protect themselves: the search for meaning. This need to understand the world, explain phenomena, and connect with invisible forces gave rise to the first collective rituals and primitive spirituality, which was deeply linked to the cycles of nature and the forces that determined life. In the earliest times, rituals were simple and spontaneous. Gestures such as raising hands to the sun, speaking to the moon, or leaving bones and food near the fire were forms of thanks or requests. These acts were related to the most important events for survival: a good hunt, the rain needed for crops, protection against predators, or healing from illnesses. Over time, these gestures became more organized and took on a collective dimension. Ceremonies began to be held in special places, often chosen for their natural beauty or for having striking features, such as large stones, ancient trees, or water springs. These spaces were seen as places of contact with something sacred. Around the fire, groups gathered to sing, dance, tell stories, and perform symbolic acts such as casting seeds into the earth or offering parts of the hunt as thanks to the forces believed to govern the world. Spirituality in this period was entirely connected to nature. The wind, rain, rivers, sun, and moon were perceived as living forces. Large animals, because of their impressiveness, were also seen as messengers or protective spirits. This spiritual relationship gave meaning to everything unknown. Thunder was not just a sound in the sky, but a sign that something powerful was manifesting. The death of a hunted animal was not merely a meal, but a gift that had to be honored. With the repeated performance of these rituals, specific roles arose within the villages. Some members stood out for their sensitivity or wisdom, becoming the first spiritual leaders. They led the chants, organized rites, and guarded the memory of myths that explained the origin of the world and the rules for living in harmony with it. This role gave these people a central place, not only in spiritual life, but also in strengthening group unity. The rituals also had a profound social effect. They created cohesion and strengthened the feeling of belonging. By dancing and singing together, group members reinforced the idea that they were all part of something greater. This bond was especially important in difficult times, such as periods of drought, famine, or conflict, where shared faith served as emotional support. Another important aspect of these rituals was the transmission of knowledge. Many teachings were passed from generation to generation through stories and myths told on these occasions. Thus, rituals became a form of collective education, ensuring that values, rules, and experiences were not forgotten. From these simple practices, human spirituality was born. Humans began to look to the sky and earth, seeking answers beyond what they could see or touch. This search gave rise to a new dimension of life, the symbolic dimension, in which survival depended not only on hunting and gathering, but also on connection with something greater. These first rituals were the foundation of all religions and spiritual systems that followed. They showed that even in prehistory, humans already carried within themselves a fundamental question: what is my place in the world? Long before writing, even before the most complex cave paintings, human knowledge was perpetuated through the spoken word. Around campfires during hunting breaks or harvest times, the first oral stories arose, becoming the most powerful way to transmit experience, values, and collective identity. These stories were the foundation of everything we today call tradition. At first, orality was practical. An older hunter would describe to the younger ones where prey were, which animals were dangerous, and how to recognize poisonous plants. This essential survival information was memorized and repeated countless times until it was ingrained in everyone's mind. Thus, each story was a teaching tool and at the same time, a weapon against forgetfulness. Over time, stories began to take on another dimension. Besides teaching, they started to explain, to answer questions that no one could answer. Why does it rain? Where does fire come from? What happens after death? The first myths were born. These narratives mixed reality and imagination, turning hunts into heroic legends, storms into messages from the heavens, and the very origin of rivers, mountains, and animals into magical events told from generation to generation. Increasingly elaborate, stories became a true bond between people. Around the fire, when the danger of the night was kept away by the flames, these tales became moments of unity. Children listened, fascinated. Young people learned about courage and responsibility, and adults recalled important deeds and teachings. These nightly sessions were more than leisure. They were the moment the group reinforced its collective memory. The constant repetition of stories created the first signs of an organized culture. Expressions and narrative styles began to be transmitted as part of each group's identity. Each community had its own myths and heroes, its tales about the origin of life and the deeds of ancestors. These accounts were a kind of cultural map, showing not only how to live, but also how to think and recognize oneself as part of something greater. Another characteristic of oral tradition is that it was not fixed. Each storyteller added details, changed a phrase, created new explanations. This flexibility allowed knowledge to evolve along with the group's experience. Thus, a simple survival lesson could, over generations, become an epic saga full of symbolic meaning. With the arrival of agriculture and the formation of permanent villages, the importance of stories only grew. Now they spoke not only of survival, but also of social organization, justice, unity, and wisdom. They also served to teach the importance of rituals and coexistence, strengthening rules that everyone understood, without the need for written laws. Oral stories were, therefore, humanity's first library. They preserved what could not be stored in stone or clay. They taught where to find water, how to hunt, when to plant, what dangers existed, and what dreams were. And more than that, they taught that knowledge only has value when shared. For thousands of years, this oral tradition kept the memory of peoples alive and shaped their worldview. It was through stories that humanity learned that even without writing, it is possible to make time remember. As sedentary life became established and villages grew in number and size, encounters between different communities became more frequent. These contacts, which initially could generate tension and distrust, gradually began to reveal an unprecedented opportunity: the exchange of knowledge, objects, and customs. Thus arose the first cultural exchanges and alliances between villages, a movement that broadened horizons and accelerated human progress. At first, encounters between nearby villages happened out of necessity. The search for resources led one group to approach another, whether to ask for food in times of scarcity or to hunt in more abundant regions. Gradually, it was realized that cooperation had more advantages than competition. This cooperation opened the way for the exchange of surpluses, stored food in exchange for tools, ceramics traded for skins, seeds exchanged for rare stones. This primitive form of trade did not involve money, but direct barter. Over time, these encounters ceased to be merely practical and began to take on a social character. Villages started to arrange specific times of the year to meet, creating fixed meeting points that functioned as natural markets and open fairs. On these occasions, besides exchanging goods, people exchanged ideas. A group skilled in producing a specific type of pottery taught its techniques to another. In exchange, it received new hunting methods, new food recipes, or stories that came from distant lands. These cultural exchanges went far beyond objects. Dances, music, rituals, and ways of decorating the body began to spread from village to village, creating ever greater cultural richness. With each meeting, individuals returned home carrying more than products. They returned with new knowledge and a broader understanding of the world. Another powerful effect of these contacts was the creation of alliances. When one village helped another in difficult times, a relationship of trust was created. This trust transformed into mutual support against external threats, such as animal attacks or territorial conflicts. Over time, longer-lasting alliances were established through symbolic exchanges, marriages between people from different villages, valuable gifts, pacts sealed during rituals. These alliances strengthened the social network among communities. They functioned as a web of protection and also as a driver of innovation. The more villages met, the faster knowledge circulated. A tool created in one place could, in a few generations, be used hundreds of kilometers away. A style of pottery or a weaving pattern that arose in one valley could spread and gain new meanings in another. Besides material benefits, these encounters helped reduce conflicts. Realizing that there were advantages in negotiating rather than fighting, groups began to create more peaceful ways of coexistence. Of course, disputes still happened, but now there was more incentive to maintain peace, especially when good relations meant access to important resources. The emergence of these cultural exchanges and alliances between villages was a milestone in the evolution of human societies. It represented a step beyond individual survival and brought the notion of an expanded community. It was no longer just about protecting one's own group, but about creating networks that could offer support in difficult times and share creative solutions. This openness to others shaped the foundation of what would later be diplomacy and organized trade. It showed that coexistence among different groups, even with their own cultures, could generate something much more powerful than dispute, the sum of human experiences. With the growth of villages and a more stable life in one place, Social challenges also became more complex. When groups were small and nomadic, conflicts could be resolved simply. Those who disagreed with the rules or caused problems could be ostracized, and mobility allowed everyone to avoid major confrontations. But in fixed villages where dozens or even hundreds of people shared limited resources, coexistence demanded something new: clearer social rules and organized ways to resolve disputes. Thus were born the first practices of justice in human history. Initially, these rules were passed down orally and based on customs. There was no writing or formal laws. There was, however, the force of tradition. Over time, certain norms came to be respected by all because they guaranteed the group's survival. For example, no one could steal stored food without permission. Stocks had to be shared in times of need, and harming someone from one's own group without cause could bring collective punishment. These rules were not written in stone, but lived in the group's memory and were reinforced every generation. The leaders and elders of the villages played a fundamental role in this process. When a conflict arose, they were the ones who listened to the involved parties and decided the best way to restore harmony. This act of mediation, still very simple, gave rise to the concept of judgment. Decisions sought to maintain group cohesion more than to punish. In some cases, a fault could be repaired with extra work, food delivery, or help to the offended. As villages grew, the rules became more elaborate. They came to include agreements about arable lands, water usage rights, task division, and even obligations during rituals. It was a fragile system, but one that worked because everyone understood that the group's well-being depended on cooperation. These rules also served to protect the most vulnerable. Children, elderly, and widows had guaranteed places in the group, and their needs were met collectively. Over time, some infractions came to be considered so serious that they required harsher measures. People who put the group at constant risk could be banished or isolated. This kind of extreme punishment was rare, but necessary in societies where collective survival was above all. Thus, justice was not just a concept of right and wrong, it was a vital mechanism for the preservation of the village. Another important aspect was that rules were reinforced by rituals and oral stories. Narratives about past mistakes and their consequences were told repeatedly to teach what was permitted and what was forbidden. These tales had an educational role. They functioned as a living law in people's minds, long before any form of writing. These first practices of justice shaped collective life and were an essential step for the emergence of more complex societies. They represented the transition from a life based only on strength and individual survival to one in which peaceful coexistence became a priority. The sense of justice in villages was ultimately a reflection of the understanding that no one could thrive alone. Everyone depended on each other to continue existing. This embryo of law, born around the fire and kept alive by the spoken word, was one of the foundations of what thousands of years later would become the legal and political organization of the first civilizations. During the transition from nomadism to agricultural life, the role of women within human groups underwent profound transformations. Since the times of hunter-gatherers, they already played vital roles in gathering fruits, roots, and medicinal plants, as well as caring for children and the elderly. However, with sedentism and agriculture, their role became even more relevant, both in the economy and in the social organization of villages. At the productive base, women were fundamental to the development of the first agricultural techniques. As attentive observers of nature, it was often they who noticed the plant cycles and began selecting seeds, storing grains, and deliberately planting. In Neolithic villages, this activity was as important as hunting, and with the decreasing dependence on hunting as the main food source, gathering and cultivation gained prominence. They also played a central role in the domestication of the first smaller animals, such as birds and goats, helping care for the young and ensuring their survival near the villages. This daily coexistence contributed to a more predictable supply of milk, eggs, and meat. At the same time, women developed techniques related to food preparation, mastering the use of ceramics to cook and store harvests and meats. Beyond activities directly related to food, artisanal work was also deeply influenced by them. Weaving, rope making, basketry, and the production of utilitarian containers were activities in which women's manual skill stood out. These objects were not only functional, but also became instruments of exchange with other villages, helping to strengthen early commercial ties. Socially, women came to play a role of sustaining the community structure. As those responsible for caring for children, organizing domestic space, and preserving practices such as collecting medicinal plants, they became guardians of the practical knowledge necessary for daily survival. This wisdom was passed orally from generation to generation, forming an essential cultural link for the group's continuity. Another notable factor was their importance in rituals and spirituality. In various Neolithic communities, representations of female figures appear in statues and sculptures known as Neolithic Venuses, suggesting a cult of fertility and abundance. These images indicate that women were associated not only with biological life, but also with the cycle of harvests and the continuity of the group. In ceremonies linked to planting and harvesting, their presence was often central. However, this appreciation varied, depending on the region and period. In some villages, the importance of agriculture gave women great prestige, while in others the physical strength needed to defend territory kept men in dominant decision-making positions. What is certain is that, without their active participation, the agricultural organization and social life of the villages would not have achieved such stability. Therefore, the role of women in the Neolithic period goes far beyond domestic tasks. They were fundamental in consolidating the transition to a sedentary lifestyle, contributed to the emergence of agriculture, the domestication of animals, the diffusion of artisanal techniques, and the preservation of traditions. This silent contribution shaped the economic and cultural foundations of the first villages that later would give rise to civilizations. With the consolidation of agriculture and the relative abundance of food, Neolithic villages began to attract an increasing number of people. What were once small family clusters transformed into dense centers, gathering dozens and later hundreds of inhabitants. This population growth brought profound consequences for social organization and the way humans began to manage space, resources, and their relationships with one another. The first direct effect of this growth was pressure on local resources. Even with agriculture providing more food, demand also increased, forcing communities to expand their cultivation areas and seek more efficient planting and storage techniques. This process required planning and collective work, turning agriculture from a simple activity into an operation involving the entire group. The close coexistence of so many people also brought problems that were rare in smaller societies. Conflicts over territory, disputes for resources, and personal disagreements became more common. This increased the importance of social rules and the role of leaders and councils of elders, who began to intervene more frequently to maintain order. It was a further step in formalizing coexistence norms and structuring community life. Another major challenge was the emergence of diseases. In nomadic groups, mobility prevented prolonged infection spread, but in fixed villages where waste and food remnants accumulated and close contact between people and animals was constant, diseases began to spread more easily. This phenomenon forced groups to learn, albeit rudimentarily, to maintain hygiene and develop isolation practices in cases of severe illness. Population growth also brought changes in how villages were constructed. A few huts around a central fire were no longer sufficient. Better space organization became necessary. Planting areas, storage sites, animal husbandry spaces, common areas, and protection zones were planned. Some villages even built wooden palisades or ditches around them, primitively anticipating the idea of walls and fortifications. On the other hand, this population density favored the exchange of ideas and the advancement of technical skills. With more people gathered, there was greater diversity of knowledge, accelerating the emergence of new tools, agricultural techniques, and cultural practices. Trading fairs became more frequent, and social gatherings gained even greater importance in village life. The higher concentration of people also created a new need: collective identity. Previously, everyone knew everyone. Now, in larger communities, stronger cultural markers appeared, such as pottery patterns, unique rituals, and exclusive oral traditions. This identity helped maintain cohesion and distinguish one group from others. Finally, the pressure of population growth inevitably spurred a movement: the formation of new villages. When a nucleus became too large to sustain everyone, some inhabitants migrated to other locations, carrying seeds, techniques, customs, and stories with them. Gradually, the village model began to spread. occupying increasingly large regions and laying the foundations for the eventual emergence of the first cities. Population growth, therefore, was both a challenge and a driving force for progress. It brought new difficulties, but also compelled humans to better organize, innovate, and learn to live together more complexly. It was one of the most important forces in transforming human life after the agricultural revolution. With population growth and the abundance of food ensured by agriculture, villages began to experience a transformative phenomenon. For the first time in history, not everyone needed to work directly to obtain food. This change created an unprecedented opportunity. Some people could dedicate themselves exclusively to other activities, giving rise to the first specializations and, with them, the earliest forms of professions. Initially, this division of tasks arose spontaneously. Some individuals stood out in the crafting of polished stone tools and began to devote more time to this activity. Others had skill in pottery production and took on this role within the community. Over time, these tasks became consolidated, forming defined social roles. Thus, specialists in weaving, basketry, house construction, care of domesticated animals, and later even in organizing rituals emerged. This specialization brought many benefits. Artisans, for example, could invest more time in refining techniques, creating more efficient tools, more durable pots, and higher quality fabrics. The community began to have better and more varied objects, increasing productivity across all areas. Another important consequence was the valorization of technical knowledge. Those who mastered special techniques began to occupy prominent positions within the group. Their skill was recognized and often rewarded with food, protection, or social prestige. This generated the first forms of social differentiation based on skill and service rendered, and not just physical strength. Specializations also boosted primitive trade. Products made by skilled artisans began to be exchanged between villages, creating an increasingly extensive network of exchanges. Quality pottery, for example, could be traded for rare seeds or stone tools of a specific type found in another region. This dynamic helped strengthen cultural ties and spread innovations across very distant territories. With the increasing complexity of villages, functions related to social organization also emerged. Some individuals dedicated themselves to food storage and distribution, others to protecting the community from external threats, and some began to lead rituals and guide important decisions. This differentiation laid the groundwork for the first forms of hierarchy and more structured leadership. Another area impacted by specializations was knowledge transmission. Now, certain skills were not learned by everyone, but taught in a directed manner, almost like formal learning. Young people learned directly from a specialist, ensuring that techniques were preserved and improved across generations. Specializations transformed villages into more dynamic and innovative centers. For the first time, society could advance not only out of immediate necessity, but also through the pursuit of refinement. This division of functions was the embryo of something that, centuries later, would give rise to recognized professions and even hereditary trades. In essence, the revolution brought about by specializations marked the beginning of a new social logic. A community no longer needed everyone to do everything. Now there was room for each person to contribute uniquely, increasing collective efficiency and cultural complexity. It was this step that transformed simple villages into centers beginning to resemble small, organized societies. With the increase in agricultural production, the emergence of surpluses, and the growth of specializations within villages, a new phenomenon began to gain strength: the intensification of trade exchanges. What was once a simple occasional barter between neighboring groups evolved into a more frequent and organized practice, giving rise to the first exchange routes between increasingly distant communities. Initially, these trades occurred in sporadic meetings, when neighboring villages brought their products to neutral points: seeds for ceramics, tools for food, skins for ornaments. Gradually, meetings started to be planned at specific times of the year, usually after harvests, when there was a surplus of food and availability of time to travel. At these moments, true open-air fairs emerged, where the exchange involved not only goods, but also information and ideas. The most valued products were those difficult to find in certain regions. A village located near rivers could offer salt, dried fish, or rare shells, while villages situated in rocky terrains provided tools made from high-quality stones. Ceramics, which allowed storing and transporting grains, became one of the most traded items, as well as fabrics, natural pigments, and decorative objects carrying symbolic value. With the repetition of these meetings, paths emerged that started to be traveled regularly. These paths, initially simple trails on the landscape, soon transformed into circulation routes that not only connected nearby villages, but also linked more distant territories. These routes were fundamental in spreading technologies and cultural practices. A new type of tool or agricultural technique could travel hundreds of kilometers through the hands of different groups. Besides goods, these exchanges strengthened social ties. Meetings between villages created networks of mutual trust and lasting alliances. Marriages between members of different communities became common, not only as a way to unite families, but also as strategies to seal agreements and avoid conflicts. Thus, primitive trade also became a political and diplomatic instrument. Another effect of this growth was the emergence of a new form of value: prestige associated with rare items. Objects obtained from distant villages, difficult to find in the local region, began to be treated as status symbols. This valuation further boosted exchanges, making certain goods circulate farther and farther from their place of origin. The exchange routes played a decisive role in accelerating human development. Thanks to them, new ideas, tools, cultivation methods, and even stories and beliefs were shared on a scale never seen before. Each journey was an opportunity for collective learning, and each object carried with it a part of another community's culture. The advance of trade exchanges and the formation of these first routes were therefore more than a simple economic practice. They created an invisible network that linked different villages and territories, making humanity more connected. It was from this movement that human groups began to see themselves no longer as isolated communities, but as parts of a wider network where exchange brought benefits far beyond mere survival. As agriculture consolidated and trade exchanges intensified, some villages began to grow beyond what they had been until then. These nuclei, which initially were small clusters of families, transformed into large settlements, gathering hundreds of people in the same space. This phenomenon marked a turning point. Humanity was beginning to take the first steps toward urbanization, a process that would forever change the way people lived together. Population growth brought new needs. Spatial organization became more complex. It was no longer enough to have huts scattered around a center. Now it was necessary to plan land use, divide areas for cultivation, create fixed places to store food, and reserve spaces for collective activities. This rudimentary planning was the foundation of the future concept of the city. Agricultural production, with increasingly larger surpluses, allowed settlements to sustain people who were not directly involved in food procurement. Artisans, leaders, healers, ritual organizers, and those responsible for security began to play specific roles. This specialization, already noticed before, gained greater scale and brought a new social dynamic. The large settlements also attracted more commerce. Neighboring villages came to exchange products and information, which transformed these nuclei into centers of meeting and circulation of ideas. Over time, this network of exchanges caused certain locations to stand out as strategic points, strengthening their role as poles of innovation and culture. With more people gathered, new ways to protect the community also emerged. Wooden fences, ditches, and in some cases, low stone walls were built around the settlements. These rudimentary structures had two objectives: to keep away animals and hostile groups, and to clearly mark the area belonging to the community. This concept of boundaries reinforced the notion of territory and collective identity. Another consequence was the strengthening of leadership. In such large communities, it became necessary to create more formal mechanisms to make decisions, organize work, and mediate disputes. Councils of elders, warrior leaders, and those responsible for stockpiles gained more influence. This strengthening of local power was the seed of more complex political systems. The larger settlements also intensified cultural life. Rituals and festivities became more elaborate, requiring larger common spaces. Dances, oral stories, decorated ceramic production, weaving with specific patterns, and the first experiments with wooden and stone monuments served to reinforce collective identity. But this growth brought new challenges. The proximity of so many people increased the risks of disease, pressure on natural resources, and the need to organize waste disposal. Internal social tensions also arose, caused by increasingly visible inequalities between those who controlled the stocks and those who depended on them. Despite these problems, the transformation of villages into large settlements represented one of the greatest achievements of prehistoric humanity. These nuclei were the cradle of large-scale cooperation, constant innovation, and the concept of organized coexistence. They were more than clusters of houses. They were spaces where a new way of living was born, capable of giving rise, in the following centuries, to the first cities in history. With the emergence of larger settlements and prolonged coexistence among family groups, one of the most profound changes was not only technical or economic, but cultural. For the first time, communities began to develop a distinct identity, a set of habits, symbols, and customs that differentiated one settlement from another and created a strong sense of belonging. From this collective identity arose the first traditions that would be passed down from generation to generation. Initially, this identity was shaped by environmental conditions. Settlements near rivers created rituals related to water. Villages in mountainous regions valued stones and winds in their stories. Communities in fertile plains associated the fertility of the land with abundance and life. The surrounding nature influenced not only survival, but the worldview of each group, and this perspective was reflected in rituals, music, dances, and everyday objects. Collective traditions were expressed in various aspects, in the way houses were built, in ceramic patterns, in textile decorations, and in rituals performed at important moments such as harvests, births, and rites of passage to adulthood. These habits began to be transmitted orally from generation to generation, creating a shared memory that kept the group united and reinforced its uniqueness in relation to others. Collective rituals played a central role in this process. They were not just moments of celebration, but also opportunities to strengthen values and teach the young. Harvest festivals, ceremonies of thanks to nature, and gatherings around the fire became anticipated events that gave meaning to time and collective effort. The more elaborate these practices became, the more they served as symbols of that settlement's identity. Produced objects such as decorated pots, dyed textiles, and adornments also became cultural markers. Each community developed its own recognizable styles. This differentiation fostered pride and simultaneously functioned as a form of visual communication, showing that an object originated from a particular settlement. Collective identity was also strengthened through oral stories. Local myths and narratives gained unique contours, with heroes and deeds belonging exclusively to that community. This local mythology helped explain the group's origin and reinforced its special value, creating a sense of continuity through time. With increased contact between different settlements through trade and alliances, these identities became even more important. The more exchanges occurred, the greater the need to preserve what was unique and distinctive. Paradoxically, cultural exchange stimulated the formation of strong and lasting traditions, as each group sought to keep its essence alive in the face of others' influence. These early collective traditions were much more than customs. They were a powerful tool for social cohesion. They helped unite people, create unwritten rules, and establish a solid foundation for future organized societies. They were also the first steps toward more complex cultures, where art, spirituality, and social organization would begin to intertwine inseparably. With the growth of settlements and the consolidation of collective traditions, human groups began to build something that had never existed before. Structures erected not for dwelling, not for storing food, and not for defense, but for symbolic, religious, and communal purposes. These early monumental constructions mark one of the most fascinating points in Neolithic history, as they represent a leap in social organization and the capacity for mobilization within villages. The emergence of these collective spaces required a change in mindset. Building something larger than a hut or a storage area meant gathering many people around a purpose that was not directly linked to immediate survival. It was necessary to invest time, labor, and resources to erect something that served above all to unite the community. This decision shows that at this stage, human life was structured enough to allow collective efforts aimed at symbolic objectives. The earliest of these constructions were simple, Large clearings marked by logs, aligned stones, or circular ditches created as gathering places for rituals. Over time, these structures became more elaborate. In some regions, large stone blocks were transported and stood upright, forming circles or aligned rows. The precision with which some of these stones were placed suggests that these spaces were also related to the observation of the sky, the seasons, and the cycles of nature. These works, known as megalithic monuments, reveal an impressive capacity for organization for the time. Transporting blocks weighing several tons required planning, appropriate tools, and coordinated labor among dozens or hundreds of people. This collective effort was only possible in communities already quite integrated, and with leadership capable of inspiring everyone's participation. The communal spaces for worship and gathering thus became the first spiritual and social centers of villages. Rituals, harvest celebrations, rites of passage, and even important decisions about the group's destiny took place there. These sites were seen as points of contact between humans and the sacred, spaces where the limits of everyday life were transcended. In some of these monuments, archaeologists found evidence of offerings, animal bones, deliberately broken tools, and even personal objects buried as gifts to invisible forces believed to govern the world. This demonstrates that these constructions were not just meeting places but also symbolic altars connecting with the unknown. Another remarkable aspect is that these monumental structures functioned as physical landmarks in the landscape. Unlike huts and wooden buildings, which disappeared over time, these stone and log circles remained visible for generations, creating territorial and cultural references. They were the spiritual heart of the community and were often used long after changes in the local population. Beyond the religious dimension, these constructions had a powerful social impact. They reinforced the sense of belonging because they required everyone's collaboration. By working together on something so grand, members of the group strengthened bonds of trust and unity. This collective effort turned each placed stone into a symbol of the community's strength and identity. These first monumental structures laid the foundation for what centuries later would become temples, plazas, and urban centers. They showed that beyond survival, humans already sought to create places expressing values, beliefs, and aspirations, recording in the landscape a visible testimony to the beginning of their spirituality and their capacity for large-scale cooperation. Long before writing, even before cities existed, the night sky was already a source of fascination for human beings. On clear nights, far from any artificial light, the stars seemed like an infinite blanket covering the earth. For the inhabitants of Neolithic villages, understanding the patterns of the sky became a vital tool. From this constant observation emerged primitive astronomy, one of the oldest forms of human knowledge. Initially, sky observation was a practical matter. People noticed that the position of the sun and moon could guide their movements and help predict seasonal changes. Harvests, hunting, and even rainy periods were linked to these celestial cycles. Over time, observations ceased to be merely instinctive and became organized. Certain community members, often spiritual leaders, dedicated themselves to tracking the movements of the sun, stars, and moon, mentally recording their patterns. From this attention arose the first natural calendars. The seasons of the year began to be marked by the sun's position on the horizon, the length of day and night, and the phases of the moon. This knowledge allowed people to predict the best time to plant and harvest, increasing food security and reducing the risk of losing crops due to poor planning. Some monuments built during this period seem to have been constructed not only for rituals, but also as instruments to mark the passage of time. Certain aligned stones allowed the identification of the sunrise at specific moments, such as the summer or winter solstice. This combination of architecture and astronomy shows how Neolithic peoples were able to unite observation of nature with community organization around knowledge that benefited all. But observing the sky was not only practical. For these peoples, the stars also held sacred meaning. The full moon illuminating the night, the sunrise after a period of darkness, and the infinite points of light in the sky were interpreted as signs of something greater. Thus, celestial movements became incorporated into rituals, and the stars came to be associated with myths and stories passed down orally. The first mental maps of the sky were born during this time. Constellations began to be imagined from recognizable shapes among the stars. A group of points could become a protective animal. Another could indicate the way back home. Thus, the sky was transformed into a great book, where each light had meaning and each pattern told a story. Beyond guiding agriculture, this rudimentary astronomy also helped with navigation and travel. Even without a compass, it was possible to use the position of certain stars to maintain direction during nighttime journeys. This skill became a valuable resource for peoples who needed to travel long distances to seek resources or exchange goods. The birth of primitive astronomy represented a cultural milestone. It showed that humans were no longer merely bound to the Earth and their immediate needs, but were already seeking to understand the laws governing the world. This search, made with the naked eye and infinite patience, inaugurated a form of thought that millennia later would give rise to exact sciences and a deeper understanding of the universe. In essence, looking at the sky made humanity lift its head and begin to ask about its own existence. Each point of light was an invitation to mystery, and each sunrise a reminder that, even in prehistory, there was within us an innate desire to comprehend the world beyond what is visible. After thousands of years of absolute dominance of stone as the primary material for weapons and tools, something new began to emerge in the growing villages at the end of the Neolithic, the discovery of metals. This slow and gradual transition marks the beginning of what we call the Metal Age, starting specifically with a material that changed the way instruments were produced: copper. At first, contact with copper was purely accidental. Fragments of this metal could be found on the surface of the soil in certain regions. Unlike stone, it had a different, striking shine and a texture that, even to the naked eye, seemed more malleable. Initially, these pieces of copper were used as ornaments, hung as amulets, just as beautiful stones had been used before. However, over time, someone noticed that when struck hard, this metal deformed instead of breaking. This different behavior caught attention. Communities began hammering small pieces of copper, shaping them into blades, points, and small hooks. Unlike stone, which could chip and break easily, copper could be molded, allowing the creation of tools with finer and more durable shapes. These first experiments gave rise to a new era of tool production. The impact of this discovery was enormous. With copper tools, it became easier to cut wood, work hides, produce containers, and even build with greater precision. Agriculture also benefited. Copper blades could be used in tools to till the soil more efficiently. Although not yet as durable as the hardest stones, their ability to be repaired and reshaped was already a considerable advantage. Over time, some communities began experimenting with heating the metal in fires. When copper was exposed to heat, it became even more malleable. This accidental discovery paved the way for knowledge that would change everything: metal melting and mold making. Although complex metallurgy was still distant, this first step was revolutionary. The possession of copper objects also began to generate prestige. Since copper was not found everywhere, the metal became a rare and valuable good. Groups living near copper-rich regions started producing tools and decorative items that were traded with other villages, further strengthening trade networks. The introduction of copper did not immediately eliminate the use of stone. For a long time, the two technologies coexisted. However, gradually, the advantages of metal became clear, and exclusive dependence on stone began to diminish. This transitional period is a fundamental milestone, showing the growing human capacity to experiment, learn, and transform the environment based on accumulated knowledge. The use of metals brought more than new tools. It also brought a new way of perceiving matter. For the first time, humans stopped using only what nature offered in its raw state and began modifying substances to create something that did not exist before. This process, initiated with copper, would be taken much further with the discovery of bronze and later iron, paving the way for even more complex and powerful societies. Thus, the transition from stone to metal was a watershed moment. It represented the end of one era and the beginning of another, in which human intelligence began to explore not only the surface of the world, but also its most hidden secrets. While the initial domestication of smaller animals such as goats, sheep, and pigs brought food stability, the domestication of large animals represented an even more significant leap for life in expanding villages. At the end of the Neolithic and the beginning of the Metal Age, communities began domesticating oxen, horses, and later donkeys. revolutionizing transportation, agriculture, and social organization itself. The ox was one of the first large animals to be domesticated for purposes beyond meat and milk. Upon recognizing its strength and docility when raised close to humans, groups started using it as a draft animal. With it came the first rudimentary plows, made of wood reinforced with stone or copper blades. This invention allowed for preparing much larger and deeper cultivation areas than would be possible with hand tools alone. For the first time, animal power was integrated into human labor, multiplying the community's productive capacity. Another milestone was the domestication of the horse. Initially, the wild horse was a source of food, but over time, communities learned to tame it. At first, its use was for carrying loads, and gradually as a means of transporting people. This accelerated movement and opened possibilities to explore more distant territories for trade and agricultural expansion. Mobility would never be the same again. The donkey, domesticated later, played a similar role, serving as a pack animal in arid regions where horses were less efficient. This trio, oxen, horses, and donkeys, transformed the way Neolithic peoples moved and cultivated their lands. With these animals, product transport became faster and more efficient. Seeds, ceramics, food, and even stone blocks used for construction could be carried much farther. This capacity expanded the reach of exchange routes, increasing contact between different communities and accelerating the circulation of ideas and innovations. In agriculture, animal power not only made fields more fertile and productive, but also reduced the time needed to prepare the soil. With more available time, communities could invest in other activities, from building structures to social organization and artistic development. Large animals also began to play an important symbolic role. They became associated with strength, status, and prestige, and many villages started using them as symbols of wealth and power. Owning many oxen or horses became a sign of prosperity and influence. This domestication, however, brought new challenges. People had to learn how to care for the animals, protect them from predators and diseases, ensure constant feeding, and organize specific spaces for their rearing. This more intense relationship between humans and animals increased the complexity of village life, requiring new forms of collective labor. The impact of this advancement was so profound that the domestication of large animals is considered one of the most significant changes in human history. It expanded the limits of what was possible and gave communities a powerful tool to transform the landscape, strengthen the economy, and connect distant territories. With the strength of these animals, humanity took an even firmer step on the path that would lead to the first civilizations. Among all the inventions that transformed human life at the end of the Neolithic and the beginning of the Metal Age, few had as profound and lasting an impact as the wheel. Although it seems simple to us today, the idea of creating a circular object capable of spinning and facilitating movement represented a true revolution for transportation, tool production, and even community organization. The earliest signs of wheel use emerged indirectly, inspired by observations of nature and accumulated experience handling logs. Before the wheel itself existed, some groups used wooden rollers to move heavy objects. Logs were placed under large stones or loads, allowing them to move with less effort. This rudimentary concept inspired the creation of something more sophisticated, a disc that could spin continuously without needing to change the position of the logs. The first known wheels were made from solid pieces of wood, cut into circular shapes and fixed to a central axle. The initial invention was not for transportation vehicles, but for pottery. It was born from the potter's wheel, a disc that rotated horizontally and allowed clay to be shaped more precisely and quickly. This tool, around 3,500 years before Christ, revolutionized the production of pots and vessels, making them more symmetrical and durable. Shortly after, the concept of the wheel began to be applied to transportation. Instead of just dragging objects or using sleds, groups began assembling platforms supported by wheels. These platforms evolved into simple carts pulled by domesticated oxen. Now, loads that previously required great effort could be transported more quickly and with less work. This advancement multiplied trading possibilities, increased the range of exchanges, and accelerated the expansion of villages. The wheel did not just impact transportation and pottery. It paved the way for new technologies. By understanding that rotary motion could be harnessed, More efficient grain mills, rudimentary grinding devices, and later pulley systems emerged. This use of circular movement was a shift in mentality. It was no longer just about cutting, hitting, or pushing, but about rotating, reducing effort, and increasing productivity. Socially, the introduction of the wheel and carts contributed to the concentration of commercial activities in strategic points. Villages located in accessible areas began receiving more and more visitors, becoming important centers of exchange. The ability to transport larger quantities of agricultural surpluses helped create stockpiles and encouraged community specialization. It is interesting to note that, despite all these advantages, the invention of the wheel did not happen simultaneously everywhere. In very mountainous or densely vegetated regions, such as tropical forests, wheels took longer to be adopted because the terrain was unfavorable for rolling. In large plains and open areas, however, their impact was immediate and revolutionary. The invention of the wheel is considered one of the great milestones of human history because it completely changed people's relationship with space and physical strength. It transformed transportation, accelerated production, facilitated construction, and paved the way for future innovations that would shape the course of civilizations. From this moment on, humanity ceased to depend solely on the strength of arms or animals to move large loads. With the wheel, it entered a new era of ingenuity, where circular motion became a constant ally. Around the end of the Neolithic period, when villages were more established and the first technologies began to spread, nature still held absolute power over human destiny. The climatic changes that occurred during this time were a decisive factor in shaping how these communities lived, forcing peoples to constantly adapt to a transforming world. The climate, which had stabilized after the last great ice age, began to experience fluctuations. Some regions became drier, while others received more rainfall than usual. These variations directly affected agriculture, which depended on regular cycles to ensure good harvests. A prolonged drought could lead to famine. On the other hand, floods could destroy entire crops. These events made it clear that even with better tools and domesticated animals, humanity was still vulnerable to the forces of nature. One response to these changes was migration. Villages facing long periods of water scarcity were forced to move in search of more fertile soils and secure water sources. This movement provoked encounters and sometimes conflicts between different communities, accelerating both the exchange of knowledge and competition for productive lands. Another important adaptation was the advancement of irrigation techniques. Having already learned to dig simple canals, groups began to better plan water use, constructing rudimentary reservoirs to withstand drought periods. In flood-prone areas, experience led some peoples to develop raised cultivation platforms, protecting crops from excess water. The impact of these climatic changes also reflected in the choice of locations to found new villages. Now, settlements were planned near permanent rivers or lakes, ensuring access to water even in drier periods. This geographic need helped form the first nuclei that, centuries later, would give rise to cities established in fertile valleys. These environmental variations also altered diets. When a harvest was lost, alternative food sources had to be sought. New wild plants, increased fishing, and hunting species that were previously not a priority. This process forced peoples to diversify their eating habits, creating resilience in the face of nature's unpredictability. Culturally, climatic changes influenced rituals. Water and sun, already revered, gained even greater importance in ceremonies and myths. Rites related to the fertility of the land became more frequent and elaborate, as a way to try to control, through the sacred, what they still could not master with technology. These challenges showed that even in a more organized life, humans still needed to learn to live with the whims of the environment. However, these difficulties also had a positive effect. They stimulated creativity and innovation. The need to adapt to a changing world led communities to develop better strategies for cooperation, resource control, and technology. The end of the Neolithic, marked by these climatic transformations, prepared communities for the even greater challenges that would come with the formation of the first cities and states. It was in this context of constant adaptation that humanity discovered that to prosper, it needed not only to face nature, but to learn to live in dialogue with it. At the end of the Neolithic period, after thousands of years of life based on small agricultural villages, some settlements began to transform into something unprecedented: proto-urban centers. These communities grew so much in population, trade networks, and organizational complexity that they became different from anything that had existed before. They were no longer simple villages, yet they were not fully developed cities either. They were transitional nuclei, heralding humanity's urban future. The foundation of this transformation lay in the accumulation of factors that had been building over generations. Mastery of agriculture ensured food surpluses, domestication of animals provided traction power and transportation, pottery and weaving enabled the storage and preservation of resources, and the advancement of commercial exchanges created broad contact networks. These conditions caused some villages to become naturally wealthier and more attractive centers. Population growth in these places was noticeable. Nuclei that had once gathered only a few dozen families began to shelter hundreds of people in the same area. To accommodate everyone, the space had to be reorganized. Houses were built closer together, forming rudimentary blocks. Specific areas were designated for artisanal production, while others became storage or worship spaces. For the first time, a clear separation of functions within the same inhabited space began to emerge. Another essential factor in this transition was the consolidation of an economy based on large-scale exchanges. These proto-urban centers functioned as redistribution hubs. They received products from various regions and redistributed them, strengthening their role as regional leaders. This increased the importance of these locations and attracted even more people, creating a continuous cycle of growth. The specialization of functions intensified. Now there were not only farmers and hunters, but also potters, weavers, tanners, toolmakers, animal herders, builders, and religious leaders. This diversification generated a more complex social structure with new forms of dependency and cooperation. At the same time, more visible inequalities arose. Those who controlled the stocks and sacred spaces had greater influence in collective decisions. These proto-urban centers also began to build more solid defenses. Low stone walls, reinforced palisades, and moats protected the community's boundaries. These constructions were not merely practical measures, but also visible symbols of the power and cohesion of that nucleus, clearly demarcating an internal space, protected and organized, and an external space unknown or threatening. Cultural life also flourished in these locations. With more people gathered, religious ceremonies became more complex and elaborate. Ritual spaces expanded, and oral histories gained even greater importance in building collective identity. Cultural exchanges between distant communities enriched the artistic and symbolic repertoire of these societies. We can say that these proto-urban centers were the cradle of the organization that would later give rise to cities. In them, humanity discovered what it means to live in a highly shared, planned, and interdependent space. This was a profound change. While the village depended mainly on family and small groups, the proto-urban centers depended on larger networks, where each individual had a specific role in the collective functioning. The emergence of these more complex nuclei marked the end of prehistory as a purely rural period. From this moment on, the human trajectory began to orient toward something much greater: the construction of the first civilizations. As the large settlements transformed into proto-urban centers, community life ceased to be simple, based solely on family ties and collective decisions. The growing complexity brought an inevitable consequence: the need for stronger leadership and a more centralized form of power, capable of coordinating hundreds of people, controlling resources, and protecting the community. At first, this leadership was still diffuse, shared among councils of elders, experienced warriors, and spiritual leaders. But as the population increased, these traditional systems began to prove insufficient. It became necessary to make quick decisions, organize large-scale collective labor, negotiate with other villages, and maintain order within an increasingly contested space. Gradually, figures emerged who concentrated more power and responsibility. These leaders stood out for three main factors. The first was the ability to protect the group. In times of conflict, leading warriors and coordinating defenses became a central function. The second was the skill to manage resources, controlling food storage, redistributing it during scarcity, and deciding where and when to plant ensured everyone's survival. The third was the connection with the sacred, Often, the leader was also someone associated with rituals and communication with invisible forces, which gave their decisions symbolic legitimacy. Over time, these functions began to merge into a single figure, or a small group who commanded not only by respect, but also through the organization of a system of authority. Thus, the first seeds of centralized power were born, still rudimentary, but clearly distinct from the communal leadership of earlier times. The strengthening of these leaderships brought profound changes. Projects that required great collective effort, such as building larger warehouses, defenses, irrigation canals, and monumental structures, came to depend on these figures. Without someone to plan and coordinate, it would be impossible to gather so many people for the same task. More defined forms of hierarchy also emerged. Although life was still communal, visible differences began to appear between those who led, the more specialized artisans, and ordinary farmers. This type of organization, while functional, also brought inequality, a phenomenon that would become more pronounced in the centuries to come. Another consequence was the consolidation of alliances between settlements. Instead of relying on long and slow collective decisions, these agreements could now be conducted directly by leaders who spoke on behalf of the entire group. This facilitated both commercial exchanges and mutual defense pacts. The embryo of centralized power at the end of the Neolithic represented an essential step in human history. It paved the way for the formation of tribal chiefs, kings, and later organized states. Humanity discovered that to manage large and complex societies, more than force was needed. Recognized authority, planning, and the ability to unite different interests around common goals were essential. This nascent power structure, which began as a reflection of the need for organization, would become one of the pillars upon which the first civilizations would be built. With the transformation of villages into proto-urban centers and the increasing concentration of people, resources, and activities, an unprecedented need arose to preserve the memory of events and to control stocks and activities in a more organized way. This necessity gave rise to the first counting and marking systems, which preceded the invention of writing and represented one of the greatest intellectual leaps of prehistory. Even before complex symbols existed, the act of recording began simply, using stones, bones, or pieces of wood to mark quantities. It was enough to make a notch for each stored item, each animal in the herd, or each sack of grain kept. These marking systems were extremely useful to know how much was available and to avoid resource loss. Over time, these records became more sophisticated. In some regions, people started using small clay tokens with different shapes to represent distinct products. A cone could signify a measure of grain, a sphere, an animal, a disc, a jar of oil. These tokens were kept in closed containers, functioning as a primitive form of accounting. Another evolution was the realization that clay could be used not only to hold tokens, but also to record marks directly on its surface. Thus, the first signs were engraved on wet clay tablets. Each mark represented a quantity or type of resource. Although these signs were not yet writing in the modern sense, they were a visual language for administrative purposes, showing that the human mind was finding ways to manage the growing complexity of communal life. These records were also used to mark time. Aligned stones, marks on wood, or even traces on bones began to record lunar cycles, seasonal changes, and harvest dates. This knowledge was essential to plan agriculture and organize rituals that marked the collective calendar. The importance of this advance lies not only in the technique but in the concept. For the first time, information existed outside of human memory. It could be stored in physical objects, transmitted to others, and preserved even after those who produced it were gone. This separation between knowledge and individual memory was a decisive step toward the emergence of complex systems of social organization. These rudimentary records helped leaders manage food surpluses, calculate what was needed for the next agricultural cycle, plan trade exchanges, and even resolve disputes based on numbers and facts, not only on spoken words. This innovation was one of the engines of the evolution that would lead centuries later to the invention of writing. The first systems of counting and marking proved that humans no longer lived only in the present. Now they had a means to project the future and keep the past alive. These simple symbols engraved on stone or clay were the first signs that history was beginning to be recorded. As the settlements transformed into proto-urban centers and collective life became increasingly complex, oral communication needed to keep pace with this rhythm. What once were simple words and gestures, sufficient for a life of hunting and gathering, evolved into much richer forms of language, capable of expressing abstract concepts, coordinating large groups, and transmitting detailed information. It is in this context that complex proto-languages were born, direct ancestors of the future languages of the world. In ancient times, communication was essentially practical. Shouts to warn of danger, specific sounds to attract attention, gestures to indicate directions, and simple words to designate everyday objects. This language worked well in small nomadic groups where everyone knew each other and life was relatively predictable. But with the growth of settlements, the diversification of activities, and the increase in exchanges between different communities, this basic form of communication became insufficient. Proto-languages arose in response to this need. They began to combine sounds in a more organized way, creating more complex systems of words and rudimentary grammatical rules. Now it was possible to describe not only objects, but also actions, states, intentions, and even abstract concepts. This leap allowed people to discuss strategies, resolve conflicts, make agreements, and transmit ideas that went far beyond the immediate present. Another important factor was the cultural diversity that encounters between villages generated. When people from different regions exchanged products and customs, they also exchanged words. This interaction enriched the vocabulary and created a need to develop ways to understand each other. Thus, the first attempts to learn different languages emerged, a process that, though rudimentary, increased the capacity for dialogue between distinct peoples. Proto-languages also had a profound impact on knowledge transmission. Oral communication became richer and more structured, allowing stories, rituals, and techniques to be told with more precision. Myths became more elaborate, instructions clearer, and agreements more specific. Thus, culture ceased to depend only on imitation and increasingly relied on the spoken word. This evolution also strengthened leadership. Those who mastered speech better had more influence because they could persuade, organize, and inspire large groups. Communication became a tool of power, as much as physical strength or possession of resources. From a social point of view, the more complex language was essential for forming collective identities. Groups began to recognize themselves through the language they spoke, creating more defined cultural boundaries. Language became a symbol of belonging, a marker that united people around a common way of seeing and describing the world. Proto-languages were thus one of humanity's greatest intellectual achievements. They laid the foundation that made possible the later development of writing, diplomacy, and science. By expanding the capacity for communication, humans multiplied their ability to imagine, plan, and build together. This linguistic leap was a turning point. For the first time, ideas were no longer confined to limited gestures and signs. With words, humanity gained a new power, the power to think and act collectively on a scale much greater than ever before. In the final stage of the Neolithic, as large settlements began to transform into proto-urban centers, exchanges ceased to be occasional events and became increasingly regular and organized practices. These regional exchange networks connected distant settlements and were among the most powerful drivers of cultural, technological, and social expansion during this period of human history. Population growth, the specialization of crafts, and the production of agricultural surpluses created a scenario in which communities had more than they needed of some products and less of others. This natural inequality generated the need for contact. Peoples located in fertile areas exchanged food for high-quality stones, while regions rich in minerals provided raw materials for tools and ornaments in exchange for pottery or fabrics. Over time, these exchanges became routine, establishing regular routes linking different villages. These exchange routes were not merely channels for material goods. Along with pots, seeds, and tools traveled stories, music, rituals, and customs. Each meeting became an opportunity for learning. A new polishing technique, a weaving pattern, a way of storing food, or even a particular style of pottery could spread quickly throughout entire regions thanks to these frequent contacts. Strategic points where these exchanges occurred began to stand out as reference locations. settlements situated in transit regions became natural trade hubs, attracting people from various places. These periodic gatherings functioned as true fairs, where not only products but also experiences were exchanged. The consolidation of these networks made communication between different peoples increasingly important. The most spoken proto-languages began to borrow words from others, creating common ground and facilitating interaction. People living near these routes often became bilingual, or at least learned key words to negotiate, trade, and relate. Another powerful effect of this exchange was the dissemination of new ideas and discoveries. A village that developed a more efficient irrigation method could, through trade, bring this technique to other communities, which in turn adapted and improved the method. This constant flow of innovation accelerated human progress in a way never before seen in history. Regional networks also created lasting alliances. The continuous exchange of goods strengthened bonds of trust between communities. In times of difficulty, these connections served as support. A village facing scarcity could rely on neighboring partners to obtain food and resources, knowing that in times of abundance, it would reciprocate the help. Over time, these exchanges became more complex and involved more sophisticated logistics. The domestication of pack animals and the invention of the wheel allowed for the transport of larger quantities of goods, further increasing the reach of these routes. This advancement not only reinforced the community's economies, but also expanded cultural integration between increasingly vast territories. The consolidation of regional networks was one of the final steps that prepared the way for the formation of the first civilizations. By linking communities and creating a web of mutual dependence, humans learned, even in prehistory, that cooperation and exchange were far more powerful tools than isolation. As the large settlements of the late Neolithic transformed into proto-urban centers, a new social reality began to emerge. For the first time in human history, the relative equality of the hunter-gatherer era gave way to a more evident stratification. Life in an increasingly complex space, with accumulated resources and specialized activities, brought with it the first forms of social inequality. In ancient times, when groups were small and nomadic, everyone shared nearly the same risks and benefits. Hunting, gathering, and defense were collective responsibilities, and there was no room for large accumulations of wealth. With the agricultural revolution and the ability to generate surpluses, this balance began to change. Now, some families or individuals had greater access to fertile lands, more control over food stores, and more influence in decision-making. Power ceased to be merely a reflection of experience and physical strength, and became linked to the possession and control of resources. Those who managed grain warehouses or held specific production skills, such as metallurgy or pottery, began to play a more central role and receive benefits in return for their work. Consequently, the natural respect for elders and skilled hunters transformed into a respect conditioned by social position and access to valuable goods. Another important change came from the consolidation of leadership. Leaders who organized defenses, negotiated with other communities, and supervised collective works began to accumulate prestige and authority. Their families, consequently, also gained more influence, forming an upper layer within the community. Specializations, which had been a social advancement, also contributed to inequality. While some devoted themselves to strategically more valuable activities, such as producing weapons or tools, others continued with heavier and less valued tasks, like daily agricultural labor. This differentiation created a hierarchy that gradually solidified. With the arrival of rare objects such as metals, shells, and ornamental stones brought by trade networks, the first signs of ostentation also appeared. Possessing exotic objects became a status symbol. These goods, besides being useful, took on a symbolic value that reinforced the distinction between those who could have them and those who could not. This process, however, did not occur without consequences. Inequality brought internal tensions, especially when decisions about the distribution of food or land were perceived as unfair. To deal with these tensions, communities began to create rules and traditions that justified the positions of leaders and specialists, further strengthening the emerging social structures. Despite the differences, the stratification of this period was much more flexible than what would arise in the following centuries. There were no rigid castes nor guaranteed inheritance. a skilled individual could, by merit, gain recognition and prestige. However, the path was open for these distinctions to become harsher and more organized in the future. The emergence of the first social inequalities marked a turning point in human history. For the first time, power ceased to be purely collective and began to concentrate in the hands of a few. This change not only altered the dynamics of communities, but also laid the groundwork for the political and hierarchical systems of ancient civilizations. With the emergence of proto-urban communities, the abundance of resources, the domestication of large animals, expansive trade networks, and growing social inequalities, cooperation among human groups reached an unprecedented level. However, alongside it arose a new and inevitable phenomenon: organized warfare. For the first time in history, conflicts ceased to be quick ambushes or improvised disputes and became planned actions with defined strategies and objectives. In earlier times, among hunter-gatherers or small villages, disputes were sporadic. They generally occurred over hunting territory, personal revenge, or fleeting disagreements. Because groups were mobile, often one simply moved away to end the conflict. But when settlements became fixed in rich areas and built food stores, permanent houses and fences, disputes took on another dimension. Now there was something concrete to defend and something valuable to conquer. The first factor leading to organized warfare was the control of resources. Large cultivated fields, grain depots, and herds became targets of greed. Weaker settlements might try to steal these resources. Stronger ones began to protect their goods and eventually attack to dominate new fertile areas or advantageous trade routes. Another factor was the formation of alliances. When two villages or clans united, they created power blocks that could impose their strength over smaller neighbors. This logic of union and domination gave rise to more planned conflicts, where cooperation among warriors was essential. Thus, war ceased to be an individual act and became collective. Attacks were prepared in advance. Times, routes, weapons, and strategies were defined. War began to have phases: preparation, attack, defense, and finally plundering or domination of the conquered territory. This shift demanded not only strength, but also organization and leadership. Weapons evolved rapidly during this period. Agricultural and hunting tools were adapted for combat: longer spears, polished stone axes with reinforced handles, stronger bows, and later, copper blades. Animal domestication also played a crucial role. Oxen and horses began to be used to transport warriors and resources during campaigns. With the emergence of the first organized conflicts, planned defenses also appeared. Palisades, ditches, low walls, and watchtowers were created to protect settlements. Security became a priority, and many centers were built in elevated locations or with natural barriers. These conflicts profoundly changed social dynamics. The figure of the warrior gained prestige and influence. Villages successful in battle strengthened and expanded their domains, while the defeated were forced to pay tributes, submit, or disperse. This scenario gave rise to the first strong military leaders, who began to accumulate power alongside spiritual and political leaders. The earliest indirect evidence of this type of war appears in archaeological remains: burnt walls, mass graves, weapons showing signs of use, and broken pottery in conflict areas. These traces tell a clear story. From this moment on, violence ceased to be occasional and became a structured component of human life. The birth of organized warfare marked the end of an era based solely on local cooperation. Now, in addition to building, peoples began to destroy and dominate. This behavior, born from the struggle for wealth and territory, would be a decisive factor shaping future civilizations, where military force would become a central instrument of power. As the large settlements transformed into proto-urban centers and organized conflicts began to shape the fate of communities, a decisive phenomenon emerged: the fusion of religious and political functions. This process gave rise to a new type of leadership, where spiritual power and command authority merged into a single person or a small group, what we can call theocratic leadership. In the early days of the villages, these roles were more separate. There were spiritual leaders responsible for rituals, myths, and traditions, and there were warrior leaders or organizers responsible for defense and collective work. However, with increasing social tensions, large-scale trade, and the need to make decisions quickly and with universal respect, these two functions began to converge. The idea that the protection and prosperity of the people depended on a special connection to the sacred grew stronger. The fusion of these roles brought several practical advantages for the groups. In times of war, the leader could use spiritual authority to justify defense or attack, ensuring the obedience of the warriors. In times of peace, this same central figure coordinated collective work, from building canals and storage facilities to organizing the great rituals that marked the agricultural calendar. Thus, religion and political power became two sides of the same coin. Over time, these leaders came to be seen not only as mediators between humans and gods, but as individuals chosen or guided by higher forces. This belief gave their decisions an absolute character that could not be easily challenged, because opposing the leadership was equated with opposing the spiritual world. Collective rituals became one of the main tools to maintain this union between faith and authority. Each major celebration reinforced the leader's importance before the community, showing that under their guidance, the harvests prospered, rain fell, and enemies were defeated. This kind of symbolic legitimation transformed politics into something sacred, and the sacred into a powerful political weapon. The first signs of this fusion appear in the monumental structures of the late Neolithic. Places of worship began to be built in central locations, close to grain storage and the leaders' homes. This demonstrates that the heart of the community was both spiritual and administrative. This form of social organization gave rise to what, centuries later, would become the basis of the first theocratic states. Even at this early stage, the impact of this fusion was immense. It increased internal cohesion in settlements, brought stability to social rules, and created a leadership far more enduring than any previous model. On the other hand, this type of power also brought risks. When religion and political authority merge, decision-making becomes concentrated in a few individuals, which can lead to abuses and internal conflicts. Still, for those communities, the union of these two spheres represented security, protection, and a sense of order in a world still marked by constant uncertainties and dangers. This moment marks one of the final major steps before the formation of the first civilizations, when power ceased to be mere force and became legitimized by belief, creating a cultural foundation capable of uniting hundreds or thousands of people under a single system of organization and faith. In the final centuries of the Neolithic, human communities reached a turning point that would forever change the course of history. Everything that had been achieved until then, agriculture, animal domestication, pottery, weaving, trade, social and religious organization, combined with a new transformative element, the discovery and mastery of metals. This transition marks the end of the Stone Age and the beginning of the Metal Age, one of the deepest changes ever experienced by humanity. The latest Neolithic innovations paved the way for this leap. Irrigation techniques became more complex, with villages implementing more stable systems of canals and reservoirs. Pottery, which started as simple containers, evolved into refined works decorated with patterns that indicated cultural identities. Weaving progressed to produce more resistant and varied fabrics. The wheel and the use of draft animals enabled the transport of heavier loads and expanded trade routes. These advances were already transforming villages into dynamic centers, but metallurgy would multiply these possibilities. Copper, the first widely used metal, introduced new types of tools. Unlike stone, metal could be shaped and repaired. Copper tools made cutting wood more efficient, plowing deeper and producing stronger weapons. Although initially not very hard, copper represented a significant step forward from polished stone. Soon after came a decisive discovery, the alloy of copper with tin, which gave rise to bronze. With bronze, tools and weapons became much harder and more durable, definitively surpassing stone. This technical advance required sophisticated knowledge, extracting minerals from specific locations, melting them in well-designed furnaces, and mixing them in the correct proportions. This mastery did not emerge overnight, but its impact was so profound that it gave its name to a new era. With metallurgy, proto-urban centers gained a completely new dimension. Metalworking became highly specialized and valued, further increasing social inequalities. Villages rich in minerals or controlling smelting knowledge became centers of power and attraction. Commercial exchanges intensified even more, now transporting bronze ingots and objects to distant regions. The emergence of metals also profoundly changed warfare. Bronze weapons were far superior to stone ones and altered the balance of power among communities. From this moment, defense and attack became more organized and lethal, and control over mineral sources became strategic. But it was not only weapons that benefited. Metal agricultural tools increased productivity, enabling the feeding of more people and sustaining larger villages. With more surpluses, more individuals could dedicate themselves to specialized work, and society continued to grow more complex. This transition also accelerated social and political changes. Power centralization increased, leaders gained more authority, and organizational systems became more sophisticated. Villages began to give rise to the first fortified cities, with clear hierarchies and increasingly structured rituals. The Metal Age was, therefore, the point at which humanity definitively left behind the stone-based prehistory. It was then that the technological, social, and cultural foundations that would support the great civilizations of antiquity were born. With this era-changing shift, humanity began shaping the landscape and itself at an unprecedented pace. Stone gave way to metal, and with it came cities, kingdoms, and written history that would precisely record everything that previously existed only in memory. With the arrival of the Metal Age and the revolution it brought to agriculture, warfare, trade, and social organization, the human world underwent one of the greatest transformations in its entire history. It was during this period that the first large villages gave way to something completely new, the first cities. This transition did not happen overnight, but was the direct result of thousands of years of accumulated advances since the beginning of the Neolithic. Cities emerged where conditions were most favorable: fertile lands, abundant water, easy access to trade routes, and availability of metals. These factors combined to create increasingly large population centers, which ceased to be simple agricultural communities and became complex hubs of production, religion, administration, and culture. One of the most striking features of these first cities was their structure. Unlike villages which grew more organically, cities began to be planned. Streets and public spaces appeared, with specific zones reserved for storage, workshops, dwellings, and sacred areas. Thus, the urban landscape began to reflect the organization of society. Advances in metallurgy were crucial to consolidating these urban centers. Bronze tools increased agricultural efficiency, ensuring ever greater surpluses, which freed a portion of the population to dedicate themselves to other activities. Specialized workshops emerged, producing weapons, utensils, pottery, and textiles in quantities previously unthinkable. This production supported a vibrant trade that connected distant regions. Cities also became centers of political and spiritual power. Theocratic leaderships, strengthened by the fusion of religion and authority, began to command large public works, such as temples, walls, and more elaborate irrigation canals. This centralized power provided stability and organizational capacity to these societies, enabling them to accomplish feats that no isolated village could achieve. Trade reached an unprecedented level. Goods, metals, techniques, and ideas circulated through wide networks, linking cities and entire regions. This contact accelerated innovation, rapidly spreading new knowledge, artistic styles, and agricultural or metallurgical techniques. Cities were also responsible for consolidating increasingly complex recording systems. The counting of resources evolved into more organized symbols, from which sometime later writing would emerge. The need to manage large populations and resources made records an indispensable tool for emerging governments. But urban life brought new challenges. With so many people gathered, the risks of disease increased, social inequality became more evident, and internal and external conflicts intensified. To address these problems, codes of conduct, guards, and rudimentary legal systems arose, paving the way for more structured forms of government. These first cities were the stage where the seeds of civilization began to germinate. Metallurgy provided the tools, agriculture the resources, trade the connections, and religion united people around shared beliefs. Together, these factors created something never seen before: complex societies capable of leaving permanent marks in history. With the consolidation of cities and the Metal Age, humanity definitively closed the long cycle that began in the Stone Age. From this point on, history would be written, and the achievements of these peoples, their temples, walls, and inventions would become the foundation upon which the great civilizations of antiquity would be built.